Good morning, dear researchers, members of Scientific Council, institutional representatives, collaborating companies, friends of ValgrAI. Welcome to ValgrAI Scientific Council Forum 2025. Bienvenidos y bienvenidas al ValgrAI Scientific Council Forum 2025. It's a pleasure to open this space for connection, knowledge sharing, and collective vision around the future of AI. Here's what today looks like. We begin with a keynote talk by José Hernández Orallo on how to evaluate AI beyond performance, focusing on explanation and prediction. Then, 10 ValgrAI researchers will present cutting-edge work in areas such as emotion detection, brain-machine interfaces, underwater robotics, educational agents, and evaluation tools for large language models. After a coffee break that will take place outside the venue, companies such as S2 Grupo, Balearia, Hidraqua, Pangeanic, Nunsys, and Idrica will share how AI is transforming cybersecurity, sustainability, and customer experience. At 2 o'clock, we'll enjoy a paella tasting outside the venue in the same place where the coffee break will take place. At 3:30, remember to come back here because George Gottlob will explore the psychological and social dimensions of ChatGPT. At 4:15, we'll close with a high-level panel on AI in science featuring Carme Torras, Tom Dietrich, George Gottlob, and moderated by Ramón López Mantaras. But that's not all. Tomorrow, at the Computer Science School, La Escuela de Informática, we continue with talks from ValgrAI Joint Research Unit researchers on linguistic diversity in AI, applied sessions on cyber shocks, indoor positioning, AI interfaces, and a special project on restoring flood-damaged photos using AI. Tomorrow, we'll close with a wine reception to celebrate everything we've shared and everything ahead. And now, I'm pleased to give the floor to Vicent Botti, General Director of ValgrAI.
Thank you, Ana. Good morning, buenos días, bon dia. Ladies, gentlemen, friends, welcome to the 4th edition of the ValgrAI Scientific Council Forum. I would like to thank the members of our Scientific Council who are joining us once again at this important event for ValgrAI. Thank you, Ramón, Karma, Tom, George, and Marco for your presence. I would also like to thank Inmaculada Romero, Director of the Library Documentation and Open Science Department at the Universitat Politécnica de Valencia, for representing our university. Thank you, Inma. I also want to thank the entire ValgrAI team for their effort and dedication. With them, the success of this event is warranted. Thank you, Ana, Laura, Héctor, Esther, Sergio, and Tatiana. If you have any problem during the event, you can contact them. They'll sure find a solution for your problem. This forum is one of the most important events, if not the most important, that we organize each year at ValgrAI. It provides us with the opportunity to bring together leading experts, researchers, students, and professionals in the field of artificial intelligence. This forum has established itself as a strategic meeting point for addressing the most significant advances in artificial intelligence, fostering the exchange of ideas and discussing the impact of this technology on society and industry. As in previous editions of the forum, this year we will address aspects such as cutting-edge research. We will present the latest AI studies and projects that are shaping the future of technological innovation, applied innovation. We will explore practical application of artificial intelligence in key sectors driving the transformation of industry and society. advances in technology, we will discuss the challenges and opportunities offered by artificial intelligence, always with an ethical and sustainable perspective. Furthermore, our goal is to foster a collaborative environment, encouraging the exchange of ideas and establishing synergies between the main players in the sector, students, companies, and researchers. Finally, I want to highlight two important milestones that we will be undertaking at ValgrAI in the coming months. At ValgrAI, we are proud to celebrate the launch of digital AI, a next-generation EU-funded project we've just begun. Through this initiative, we will provide training in AI and digital skills to over 70,000 people living in the municipalities across the Valencian community with fewer than 20,000 inhabitants. We also want to toast to another major milestone, a language policy project entrusted to us by the Generalitat Valenciana, aimed at promoting the Valencian language through the latest advances in language technology. Because we believe AI should help ensure that no one is left behind, and that it can also help preserve and strengthen our cultural identity. Thank you very much for your attention, for your attendance, and I hope that your attendance at the forum will be very fruitful for all of you. Thank you very much. Then, next, Inma, no? Inma Ribes will present our institutional representative. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Rector of the Universitat Politécnica de Valencia and as the Director of the Library, Documentation and Open Science area, it's a pleasure to welcome you to the ValgrAI Scientific Council Forum. This forum is a key event in the Valencian community, bringing together top experts, researchers, and professionals in artificial intelligence. Organized by ValgrAI, it serves a vital platform to share knowledge, explore the latest advances, and discuss the impact of artificial intelligence on society and industry. ValgrAI is a collaborative initiative involving the Generalitat Valenciana, sponsoring companies and the 5 public universities in the regions. Its mission is to lead artificial intelligence research, education, and innovation, positioning our community as a European reference in this field. I would like to thank Vicent Botti and Ana Cidad for their leadership and all the institutions and companies supporting this initiative. Your commitment makes this forum possible. At the university, we are proud to contribute through education, research, and innovation, with a strong focus on artificial intelligence and its real-world applications. I encourage you to take full advantage of this forum, connect, share, and be inspired. I'm confident that the ideas and collaborations won here will help shape a better future. Welcome and enjoy the ValgrAI Scientific Council Forum. Thank you.
And now we have the... And now we have the keynote talk from José Hernández Orallo. The name of the talk is Evaluation with Explanatory and Predictive Power. So thank you very much. José.
you hear me well? From here? Yeah? Okay, good. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation and for allowing me to talk about what is my passion, which is the evaluation of AI systems. I'm going to start with what was my passion many years ago. I remember as a teenager, one of these summers, that we didn't have internet or mobile phones or anything like that. And I remember spending the whole summer playing with my ZX Spectrum, trying to make it think. And of course, it only had 48K, not parameters, bytes. So that was, you could even count them and see them, all of them, during that long summer. I think I reinvented three-value logic during the summer. I thought that being able to say, I don't know, that was a key issue of thinking. Actually, this problem of AI systems not being able to say, I don't know, has come back recently in some of the research that we have done in our team. But today, I'm going to talk about what a different thing that, in a way, changed over the years. I gave up to the idea of building AI systems, and instead of that, I left that responsibility to some other people, and I thought, okay, maybe what we have to do is to evaluate AI systems, and I've been doing that for a long time, which in a way you can say, okay, maybe that's because you don't have the capability of building them, but everybody is doing the same these days because, unfortunately, we have relegated that task to just a smaller and smaller group of people, especially the cutting-edge systems. So most of us, what we are doing is actually evaluating them. And things are looking quite bad because the state of the art in AI evaluation is not good. It's not really good, and it's getting worse. So let's talk about that. What's happening with this? Okay, the animations don't work. Is this a PDF? Is this a PDF? Yes. Okay. So no animations. No animations. So is this a PDF or a PowerPoint? Okay. Okay. No, I shared a PowerPoint. Okay, I should have checked. No, this is going to be very messy. I have a PowerPoint. Maybe we can stop for a, yeah, okay. Maybe can I switch this off? I need to look at my email. And sorry, I should have checked this. Okay. Can we switch this? Okay, let's do this for a moment. You don't need to read my email. To find the link. El correo de la UPV es correo? No, ¿cómo es? No, tengo que entrar a internet. Sí, tengo Google mismo. ¿Se tienes el correo aquí directamente? No sé si hay internet. Oh, sorry, no internet. Yeah, that's. It's like that summer that I spent with no internet many years ago. Okay, it's coming, it's coming. Yeah. Okay, it's coming. I need a password or something. Can you help me? I need audiovisuales, something, or I need to. Okay. Vale, vale. Okay, okay, yeah. lo he enviado yo esta mañana por si acaso, pero... What's happening with this computer? Can I just open this somewhere? Okay, let's do it like that. Okay. Yeah, we are ready. Do you need to do something, or should I do something? I see it here. Sí. Okay, I'm very sorry. I should have checked at the beginning that, yeah, I'm waiting for. Okay, here we are. Okay, so I was saying that AI evaluation is not in good shape. So I'm going to talk about some of these problems and then try to present some kind of an approach that solves some of the issues, especially in the context of people claiming that we need a science of AI evaluation. So the first question is the general question, why do we need AI evaluation? Many reasons. But one reason is that we want to know what AI can do at different times of progress and when we apply this question to different AI systems. So there's this typical question about whether they can make a cup of tea or coffee. The answer is no, especially you have an AI robot just coming into a random house and trying to find the ingredients and the coffee machine and making it work. So the answer is no for that, but we can give very good answers to some other questions. We can say, okay, are we good at recognizing human faces? And the answer is, of course, we solved that problem many years ago. Well, I wouldn't be that sure that this is that solved as some people claim, especially if you just look at some of the groups inside the population, how well these models work for some specific groups. And some people are even claiming that these systems, they might have developed or may have developed or have a theory of mind. And I know Michael, he presented this paper 2 years ago. Archive is very good because you can see the story of a paper. So the title was Theory of Mind May Have Emerged. Then he had to retract a little bit and say, okay, might have spontaneously emerged in large language models. And then the final title of the paper is much more mundane. It is just evaluating large language models in theory of mind tasks. So, well, something that perhaps you get a little bit, you get the illusion of theory of mind, then when you look into it, or you get a lot of criticism, then things are a little bit different. Of course, people are saying that some of these systems, I'm talking about 2023, not even today, they may have become conscious. I like this one, because the main reason for this guy to say that these systems are conscious is because this person is a Christian. So we are fine. We are fine. because I'm not, so okay, I'm fine. I don't think that, so I think it's in the eye of the beholder, this kind of being conscious or not. Of course, they can create deadly chemicals. Some people are saying they can. How dangerous this is, I think it is pretty dangerous, and it is becoming more so. But yeah, there's a lot of discussion and disagreement on whether we are at a very high risk now or the risk is still low. There's a lot of discussion about this, not only in chemistry, all this CBRN, so chemistry, biological, radiological, nuclear, and of course cyber. All of these questions are critical questions for which we need answers, especially for AI safety. And then, of course, the typical question, back to Turing. Can they think? And this question comes back again and again and again. Every 2 weeks you see a paper about whether they can think or not. And the most famous one this year has been one paper from Apple, The Illusion of Thinking. And actually, I think that the results show the models are doing quite well, not in thinking, but they're quite general. So they make basically, I think my interpretation of the results is completely different from the interpretation of the results that they do. So this is also something that happens. You do the same experiment, and people interpret the results in different ways. So yeah, there's also a paper on arXiv just appearing just a few days later, written by C. Opus and A. Lawson. This is the illusion of thinking. And it is not difficult to guess that the first author is Claude Opus. So it's a language model. So of course this is a joke. This has been corrected with the new version on arXiv. But yeah, some of the criticism in this paper, criticizing the previous paper, they were constructed or written using a language model, okay, which is something that a lot of people are doing these days. So all of these questions, we disagree strongly on the answers, so that I'm not saying people in the street, I'm saying scientists, people who are in these areas, they basically disagree on what AI systems can do. So we don't really have a good agreement in AI evaluation. So let's try to fix it. Okay, so what are the main problems? First, it doesn't have any explanatory power. Okay, we say, okay, they think, are these the words that really explain what they can do and what they can't do? Are we talking about capabilities? Are we talking about propensities? What kind of language are we using? Are we still using words such as thinking? Is that consciousness? Are these the words that we should use in AI evaluation? And no predictive power. You say, okay, this system, can I predict out of the box whether this system is going to perform well on a new task? I don't really know. We don't have models about that. We don't have predictive models about the behavior of AI systems. Well, there are few, but this is not the typical way you see AI evaluation papers going around. Mostly because benchmarks, they don't measure what they say they measure. They measure a lot of things. You put a lot of things, even you have a benchmark about maths, and you put a lot of things inside that benchmark, and they measure linguistic capabilities as well, and reasoning, not only maths. Of course, math has to do with reasoning, and math has to do with language, but there are many other things that you include in these benchmarks, so everything is confounded. Then you have levels. You have this percentage. You have 70% on this benchmark, and then you have another language model or another AI system, you have 80%. It's okay, fantastic, this is better than the other. Well, it depends on the examples it succeeds on. Yeah, that you can really tell that one system is better than the other. But the worst thing is not that you can use these numbers to compare two systems. The worst thing is you cannot compare 70% on a benchmark with the 70% of another benchmark. And we are changing benchmarks every year. So when we are saying that we are getting 80% in a benchmark, what does it tell, especially the public, about the progress in AI? Not much. They saturate. Once they get to 95%, the rest, the 5%, is either too difficult or it's noisy. So maybe you have some mistakes in the labeling of the examples, or they are not easy to grade. There are many reasons why you cannot get beyond maybe 95% or 97%. And what you do is either you fix the benchmark, adding more complex instances, you deviate from the original distributions, you are measuring a completely different thing, or you just throw it away and you create a new benchmark. And you call it Pro or something like that, or Hard, and you create a new benchmark. And you have MMLU Pro, you have MMLU Hard, you have MMLU Super Hard, and that's what we are doing. So these saturate, and we basically replace them with new ones. And even when we try to analyze the dimensions of performance, we can use factor analysis on a population of AI systems in the same way we have been using factor analysis on a population of humans. We can do that. We can create some factors. But whenever the paradigm changes from the traditional LLMs to the chain of thought of reasoning LLMs, then all of these factors change. So something that was kind of insightful for some population of AI systems is no longer insightful for a new population of systems. It's like you do factor analysis on a human population, and you go to chimpanzees or the other way around and see, and you expect that the same dimensions they're going to hold. This is not the case. Well, okay, let's build the science of evaluation. Everybody's talking about this. That was Apollo, a third-party evaluator, and they wrote, we need a science of evals. Okay, they call them evals because it's cool. You call them evaluations, you are old and boring. So yeah, we wrote a response. This is me and Nando. I don't know if he's in the audience. He's part of our team as well. So there was a response. There are many things there. I think the oldest citation was 2022. So you want to build the science of evaluation and you ignore everything that had been going on, not only in AI, but in other areas such as psychology or comparative cognition for decades or even centuries. That's really impressive. If you want to start a science of evaluations, ignoring hundreds of years of knowledge, then yeah, you are destined to failure. Okay, so yeah, this is one of the big names at the AIAC, Javin Gal. He's a great researcher. Also, he's emphasizing that we need a science of evaluations. This happened in a few months. And even recently, you have this institute. It is no longer called the Safety Institute. It's called the Security Institute now. Now, they also have a team, a great team, by the way. I'm not saying that this is not a good goal, but you need to do it well, this kind of a science of evaluation. So, yeah, I agree. This needs technological and scientific changes, but many things are already out there for us to reuse or to adapt. Okay, so there are different paradigms. Some of these comments, they come mostly from the paradigm of evals. It was a very recent paradigm, but there are many other areas and many other ways in AI and beyond AI to evaluate cognitive systems or intelligent systems. Okay, so one key thing, and not only for science, for any scientific discipline, is that you have predictability. And people are talking about this a lot. So people are saying, can we predict whether a model is going to, or even a model that is in the making, is going to perform well on this benchmark, or they are going to show emergent capabilities or something like that? So people are putting a lot of emphasis on this. And that's this recent paper that benchmark prediction with fewer data is missing the mark. I would say that all benchmark prediction is missing the mark. So because you need to predict at the instance level, if you predict at the distributional level, you are not going to solve the problem of out of distribution, which is the problem where everything fails. So you need to understand at the instance level, each example in a benchmark, why are you failing or why you're succeeding for that particular instance. And if you do that, and then you aggregate, you can predict to new benchmarks, new distributions, especially out of the distribution. So we are claiming that we need this instance level data. So this is a set of papers that we've been arguing that we need this. We need to analyze examples, not just benchmarks. And of course, we see predictability. This is from a recent paper last year where we see, in terms of difficulty of the items, we see that performance drops. So if you can anticipate, you can detect the difficulty of an item, of a question, you can anticipate relatively well in different domains whether the model is going to succeed or fail. Of course, you're not going to have a perfect answer for this. Nobody's going to have a perfect model predicting whether an AI model is going to succeed or not for any question. But you can have quite a good predictability, and then you can use that for many things. If you don't have predictability, you can talk about explanatory power, but explanatory power without predictive power, I don't think it's quite reliable. You can have predictive power without explanatory power, but I don't think you can have explanatory power without some kind of a minimal predictive power. So people are rediscovering this. So this is a famous Meta paper where they show that in terms of the time that the task in software engineering, the time that the task requires in terms of hours, you see this nice sigmoid function that you can fit very nicely, where it goes down. In terms of the difficulty, it goes down, as you have seen in psychometrics and in many other areas for decades. So this is nothing new. Actually, this illusion of thinking paper, they say, oh, LLMs, they don't think because their capability drops as a function of difficulty. Or what would you expect? Would you expect something to be like that forever? Or what would you expect? Do you expect to solve every possible problem? Do you expect to have a calculator? But even calculators, they have a limit. They have a drop in resolution. And so what do you expect? Is it a rhetorical question? You should be able with infinite time and resources and tokens. Yeah, no. Yeah, what do you expect? Do you expect to be infallible?
Yes, if it knew the algorithm for tower
And if you were infallible, like a computer compiler or computer interpreter, but they are not, like humans. Ask these questions in humans, and you will get the conclusion that humans are not thinking. Do the experiment. Do the experiment. So for the first time, we have systems, they look more like humans, and we are criticizing them because they look like humans. I take some of the points from the paper are quite good, but some other points they are not that good. And saying that this is bad when we have that, no, this is not bad, this is good. If you do this with humans, you see the same plot again and again. Try with any student, give them 6 hours to solve Towers of Hanoi, write in all the steps, in some cases thousands of steps, and then see if they get to the end. They won't. Well, maybe you give them a lot of treats, maybe some of them they reach the end. I think that the interpretation is what matters in these papers. Of course, we would like them to do this, to be able to use a compiler or to use some other tool to run that, and of course, in some cases, they can do it. So, okay, so these are the questions. So now I'm going to present a paper where we introduce general scales in which we can have explanatory and predictive power in AI evaluation. So where do we start? We start with defining capabilities. And of course, we can discuss for hours about the taxonomy that we are using. But this taxonomy is based on things that come from psychology, even animal cognition, and of course, AI. We try to integrate a set of capabilities that are understandable by people, and they could capture a great deal of the predictive power for the response of why these models fail or not, or current AI, or future AI, or even humans fail. Okay, so with this we try to explain what benchmarks really measure, which is something that people say, these benchmark measures math, but are we sure that this measures math or reasoning or maybe metacognition or some other things? And then extract ability profiles that can give us a kind of a description of what each AI system is able to do. Okay, so the first thing is, I don't know how much you can see on the right. I will zoom in some of these dimensions. I think that we don't have time to go through each of the dimensions, but I'll read some of them. So this is attention scan, comprehension and expression, conceptualization, metacognition, mind modeling, quantitative and logical reasoning, spatial reasoning and navigation, then different brands of knowledge. This is hierarchical, so the second column is more specific than the first column. And then two extra dimensions that we call atypicality to cover a little bit for contamination, and volume, which describes the size of the problem, okay? Which is related to some of the previous papers. So what we do is, for each of these dimensions, we build a rubric. And this rubric came as a result of a lot of discussions with many of the co-authors of this paper, some of them coming from psychology, from different areas of cognitive science, and of course from AI as well, about what are different levels of demands of each of these dimensions. For instance, in the domain knowledge of natural science, you have a level 0 where the question doesn't require any knowledge about natural science, and you go to level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, until level 5 plus, where the demand is quite high. This is a very challenging question. Of course, we can argue whether this is calibrated, this is not calibrated. This is our rule of thumb. So when we are saying level 4, it is about maybe 5 in 10 to the 4th people is able to solve that question. Of course, this calibration is very rule of thumb, but just to get an idea. Okay, so level 5 is quite tricky. We have a rubric. We can do that manually. But instead of that, we do it using a language model. That's a little bit of a big of a change these days, because some of these things were possible a few years ago, but they are quite inefficient because it's quite difficult to annotate 14,000 or 16,000 examples as we do here by humans. So if you take an instance from any benchmark, like this is OmniMath, you take the rubric, which is basically you analyze the question. You need to give a number between 0 and 5. You give the question and the rubric to GPT-4o, and you get this number for AS, because this is the rubric for AS. Okay, you get a 3. Okay, fine. You do this for all the other dimensions, and you get all of these numbers. Okay, fantastic. You have converted. Is it kind of embedding? Well, it's a kind of embedding in the space of capabilities. So where each of these numbers, they represent the demand of the question in that capability. So this is 0 in mind modeling. You don't need mind modeling to solve this question. But maybe you have 3 or reasoning, or you have some other levels that you require for solving this question. Okay, you can do this for many examples. And then what you get, taken from different benchmarks, that's the point of making these capabilities general, that you can take examples from any benchmark or examples from the real world and put all of them together in the same space of demands. So you basically have normalized what are really requiring any system to find the solution for them, either humans or AI systems, okay? So we have this commensurate space. So what can we do with this? So now we take many benchmarks. We did just a kind of a collection of benchmarks that we found in 2024 venues, AI venues, 20 benchmarks, 63 tasks. And we collected a sample from each of them, a random sample from each of them, and we collected about 16,000 instances, okay? And we annotate all of them. So what's the interesting thing to look when we annotate all of them? Did people do a lot of reasoning benchmarks last year, or maybe not much about metacognition? Are the levels high? Are the levels low? We can analyze all of that. We are going to see that in a moment. But the interesting thing is, do you see a lot of benchmarks or a lot of instances in these benchmarks where one thing is high and the other thing is high? You have a lot of reasoning, but you have a lot of metacognition at the same time in the questions, okay? So that's something that we can look, and indeed, we can look at that, at the correlations. But I think the most interesting thing is to see, do you find a question where metacognition is high and reasoning is low? Do you find a question where reasoning is high and metacognition is low? The demands. And you can find them. So if you can find them, it's because these two things are different. Are they correlated in humans? Maybe. Are they correlated in LLMs? Maybe. But are they two different things that we should consider a priori as different things? They are. Okay? So in the end, we use 18 dimensions. These are generals. We could have ended up with maybe 100 dimensions. And of course, the correlations, everything would have been very correlated. But we are not doing just bottom-up. We're doing top-down, and we'll say, OK, we define the dimensions, and then we are going to see what we find, rather than just taking a population of LLMs and see what we find, because this population is going to change every year. So what we find for the examples is something like this. Of course, many things correlate positively, but some things correlate negatively. For instance, the social sciences and the formal sciences, they are typically negatively correlated. So examples that they are heavily loaded on formal sciences, they don't have any demand on the social sciences. That's quite expectable because you look at the benchmarks, either the benchmark is about one thing or the other, but you don't have a mixture. It's maybe MMLU, when you have a mixture, but not mixture in the questions. You have mixture in the benchmark, but the questions are either one thing or the other, so they're typically negatively correlated. So we can see a lot of things here, but the interesting thing is not that you see the correlations. For instance, these are subcategories of metacognition, so they're highly correlated. When it's very difficult, but not impossible, that's the point, to think of a metacognition question where you need to have very good confidence about your answer, and you need to find the elements that you need to solve the question, which is also a metacognition part of the problem. But you can find some examples. Actually, here's an example where you can find two dimensions that are highly correlated with these two dimensions in the questions, but you can find the examples where these two things are high and this thing is low. So are there questions that perhaps they have a high value on this and a low value of that? Yes, they are. Even if we just took a random selection of benchmarks from 2024. If we do this on purpose, we do it well, we can get more pure instances, trying to just be loaded on a few dimensions, okay? So now the question, okay, you were talking about annotating this with GPT-4o. How good is it? Or how good is it related to humans? Well, humans are not perfect. So the interesting thing here to evaluate, we took a group of humans, 5 humans, and we annotated a sample of this battery with the rubrics, and then we tried to show the inter-rater agreement between the 5 humans, quite high. So they are understanding the same thing. So typically when they put a 4, they typically agree, maybe it's a 5, maybe it's a 3, but it is quite strange, quite rare that you find level 5 given by one person to this question and level 0 given by another person. So in a way, that means that the rubrics are good or bad, but basically people are understanding the same thing from these rubrics. And if we want explanatory power, it is very important that people understand the same thing. Then the second question is, if we see that people understand the same thing, does an annotator, an LLM annotator, understand the same thing? In this case, GPT-4o. And the answer, after doing Delphi on these 5 humans for agreement, when we take the agreement of these 5 humans and we compare with the label given by GPT-4, the results are quite good in terms of inter-rater agreement. So, of course, there are mistakes. Well, you could call it these mistakes. I would call it disagreements in terms of this on these annotations. So this doesn't mean the annotations are good or bad. It's basically that all of these subjects, humans and GPT-4o, they're understanding more or less the same from the rubrics, at least in the levels, or they're annotating more or less the same. So when you see the rubric, you see some of the examples. Okay, yes, you're telling me this is level 3. I understand what you mean. You're telling me this is level 0. You can go to the rubrics. They're in natural language. You can understand. Okay, so it gives you some explanatory power. Okay? Explanatory power about what? Okay, let's go for that question. And then the predictive power. So this is explanatory power that they give. These are the 20 benchmarks that we included in the battery. And they are 20 benchmarks, as I said before, taken from papers published in 2024 in AI conferences or major AI conferences. And what we see is, I think it's a little bit blurry, so I need to see the details here. So if you look at, this is about math, and this is also about math. If you see the patterns, they're quite similar. So what we're showing here is for each of the 18 dimensions, 18 capabilities, we are showing a histogram. So we are showing how many examples in that benchmark are all level 0, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. For this dimension, most of them are all level 3 and level 4. That's what we see. So with these plots, radial plots or radial histograms, that's what we should call them, we can see whether some benchmarks are really not measuring this at all. Everything is 0 for these dimensions. But they are measuring maybe level 3, level 4. So in terms of how well or how good they are for discrimination in some areas, we can see the answer. We can see the answer in terms of specificity and sensitivity. Okay? So do they measure strictly what they claim they measure? You don't see many pure benchmarks. That's expected. So you don't see a benchmark with only one dimension and everything else is 0, because it's very difficult to have such a pure benchmark, and many of these benchmarks are not that pure. But for instance, you could take addition. Addition will be quite just a benchmark with just additions. It will be quite pure on reasoning and maybe a little bit of numerical reasoning, and that's maybe the interpretation of the question and nothing more. Okay, some of them are very general, whereas this is quite general. I was looking for MMLU Pro. This is quite general as well. There's a little bit of everything. And do we have a lot of instances of level 5? Not really. So they are not really challenging in many ways. Do we have, in some cases, sufficient elements of all the range? Sometimes we don't. So individually, some of these benchmarks, they are very difficult. They are not very useful to discriminate between, especially for very low capabilities or very high capabilities. They are only sensitive at kind of a medium difficulties. That's what we see. Okay? What if we put all of these benchmarks together? We get this. So this is the battery that we present. We call this battery Adele. Annotating demand levels, and then we see that more or less we can cover the whole space. By collecting from different benchmarks, we can have examples on almost every area. And we didn't collect these instances with a kind of a selective bias to fill the gaps. We basically just surveyed the papers in 2024. So, of course, there are some gaps here, and of course, there are gaps at level 5, so there's still the challenge of creating more difficult questions. Maybe these are devised for LLMs that are still not that good, so that's why you don't find, so that's why they are going to saturate very soon if the models they get better. So that's what we see here. There's a room for improvement, but the interesting thing is not that we put everything into a battery, and now we have lost the vision about what they're measuring. Now we can extract any subset of questions and know exactly what they measure. And we can extract some subsets that are loaded on some of these dimensions more than others, and then trying to analyze some of these dimensions separately. We will go to that in a moment. Okay, so how can we do this? And this is the most tricky part. So you have difficult questions. This is a good point of attack, because, yeah, we saw the sum in the examples. Some of these dimensions are correlated. So sometimes it's difficult to find an example where this dimension is high and this dimension is low. So what we do is we take all the examples, the 16,000 examples, and we just plot for one dimension. This is knowledge on natural sciences. we just plot those examples for which the level for natural science is n, and the levels for all the other dimensions are n or lower than n. Okay? So in a way, we're saying, okay, this example cannot be dominated by any other dimension. So if we are looking at this dimension, we need to just to put some conditions that we are really looking at the behavior of this model according to this dimension. We could change, and we played a little bit with this, with this rule about how strict you are in terms of looking for examples that are not dominated by some other dimensions, but in a way allows us to look at these dimensions with some kind of separation. Not perfect separation, of course, we've seen that. It is quite difficult sometimes to find one example that is only loaded on one dimension and not loaded on any of the others. But we can do these plots, and these plots are nice because you can feed them with a logistic curve, and because it's a ratio scale in measurement, it starts with 0, no demand. So you know what the ratio scale is, like temperature, like Kelvin degrees, there's a ratio scale. You have a 0, you have an absolute 0, and you can do additions, and they're meaningful. It's because this is also... so when you do this, you start with this value here. You have the point of 50% probability of success, the point of maximum slope of the curve, and the area under the curve. They represent the same number. Okay? We call that number the ability. Okay? The ability of that model. This model is Llama 3.1 on that dimension. Okay? So that's the way we extract the abilities of the system. So we do this for the 18 dimensions for each model. And so here is 4.3. If you're wondering what number this is, it's 4.3. The area is 4.3. This point is 4.3. This is what you find. Okay? So when we say that Llama is 4.3 on natural knowledge, we are not saying that the model is solving all the problems below 4.3. What we are saying is that the probability of success is 50% when the level is 4.3. Okay, this is a typical misunderstanding, especially for people who are not familiar with psychometrics or IRT, where this is quite common. Okay, so we do that for all the models that we explore here. Yeah, you have some of the names there. I don't think you can reach, but some of the typical families, GPT families, and things like that, as when this was done, was the beginning of this year. And you find that some curves are steeper than others. This comes back to the original slides about the performance going down as the difficulty goes up. Of course, that's what we find. Some cases, the curves are flatter. What does it mean? Maybe because the results are better, and then you don't see a point where these the results go down so quickly. But when you have a high slope, that means that around those levels, for this family of models, that dimension is quite discriminating. Okay? It is quite useful to predict success for those models. Okay, so this is ugly. For me, this is beautiful, but you need a lot of time just to look into these plots. Can we summarize for each model, which is one color here, taking the area, can we summarize the capability profiles? That's what we do here. So here you have the Llama family with different number of parameters. Then you have some OpenAI models in red. And then you have some distilled DeepSeek, distilled on Qwen. DeepSeek R1 is distilled on the Qwen models. And we see different profiles. So they are roundish. First, because they are all large language models. And we know that for the first time in AI, we have some kind of generality. So it's quite unusual to find a model that is very good at something and very, very bad at something else. But we find these things. But if we go a little bit general, we find that. Another reason why these are roundish is because this kind of interference where we try to extract one dimension out of the other dimensions, because the questions, they are not completely pure. So it is, even if we do this trick with a curve, still you have some kind of an interference between the dimensions. But still they are not completely round. That's the interesting thing. And they cross, and that's more interesting even. Some of them, they cross. If you don't change the architecture, you just modify the number of parameters, what you get is an onion picture. Each of these models basically is better than the previous model in all dimensions. Okay? That's quite expected. The interesting thing here is that when you mix maybe reasoning models with non-reasoning models, that some of these shapes, they cross. Some of these models, they get better at reasoning, as expected. Maybe mind modeling, quite surprisingly in a way. And for the still models, they get worse at knowledge because they're smaller. They cannot memorize everything, so they have forgotten a lot of knowledge. So they are worse at knowledge, but they're still good at reasoning. So you can find different profiles that explain a little bit the strength and the weakness of each of these models. How can you use this? And I'm going to stop very, very soon for questions. How can you use this? You can just compare a profile with a benchmark, or even with a question. You have a single question, you have a question here, you can say, okay, it's inside this. You can even calculate with these curves a little bit, just tries to predict the probability of success with these curves. So just by inspection, you can see a lot of things. You can anticipate whether this model is going to work well for this kind of domain in the workplace, or it's going to work well in this other domain. You need just to calculate that, which is quite fast, just a matter of minutes on any benchmark that you give me. And then you can compare this model with that. And I can say, okay, it's going to go well, it's not going to go well. Okay, that's inspection. Can we do better than inspection? Of course, we know machine learning. But actually, this is one of the easiest problems that you can do in machine learning. It's just a tabular data set with 18 columns. It's just that. Can we do that? Can we do well? Well, we can. We can get predictive power. So this is just I think this is a random forest. You remember what random forest is? Some of you, okay, still used. With these 18 dimensions, it's just a split on the data, cross-validation, and this is a refinement measure, the error and the error curve, and this is a calibration measure. And when we look in distribution, we see that we get high or decent AUC. These are the level of instance. Take one instance out of the same distribution and try to predict with this random forest whether the model is going to succeed or not. This is, for instance, a GPT-4o. This is some of the O models, maybe some of the llama families. You get more predictability the better the models are, which is interesting as well. In terms of AUC, which is a little bit independent of how good they are. And in calibration, you get good calibration. What are the baselines? The baseline is a predictor based on embeddings on the questions. We had to try that. It is worse. And the other is just a language model trying to predict whether another language model is going to succeed. Yeah, we've been using that for quite a long time. And it is better, a little bit better, at least in terms of IRC. Okay, nice, yeah. You can overfit. You can overfit to the data if you are in distribution. The interesting thing is when you go out of distribution. When you go out of distribution, we train these meta models on some benchmarks and then some tasks, and then we evaluate them on new tasks. Okay? That's a drop in all of these values, but the drop is much worse on these two approaches, and this the method based on the capabilities is more robust to this out of distribution evaluation. Even if we go to benchmark out of distribution, the whole benchmark, you haven't seen a question of that benchmark before. We are talking about the meta models. We are not talking about the models behind that. Okay? We are talking about two levels here. We're talking about the predictor of success of any of these models. We get that, of course, this goes down, but still resists. And the other models, they perform quite poorly. Why? Because they overfitted. Because we are using general capabilities, our tendency to overfit is lower. Okay? So Yeah, I'm going to just close here so that we can have maybe at least 1 or 2 questions, sorry. Yeah, but the summary is that we can do these things, we can have the levels, we can extract a profile from benchmarks, we can extract a profile from AI models. You have the code, everything here if you're interested. It's quite easy to apply. Just annotating 16,000, you can use these annotations already, but you can annotate your benchmarks if you like. This is quite fast. And yeah, that's something if you want to use it, please use it and report. And yeah, thank you.
Any questions?
Not really a question. This is really beautiful work. And I think one of the things people should notice is it's not comparing against human performance. It's defining performance using the dimensions that we understand from human performance, but then measuring them in some sense, just absolutely in terms of probability of success, right? So I think that's such a big advance over what we have right now. Maybe a question is, so I'm a practitioner, I'm trying to apply LLMs to some problem. What's your advice for how I should evaluate different possible LLMs or evaluate the system that I build out of those LLMs?
Yeah, my suggestion would be take representative examples from the distribution that you want to apply your model to. So like creating as kind of a benchmark, you go to a company, you want to apply this for these kind of problems, okay, customer service, give me maybe 100 examples of the things that you want to solve, and then you annotate them with this. You can also keep some of them as for testing how good, and then you annotate them, you build a model of predictability, you get these plots, and you see if the plot basically subsume or not your distribution. You can even analyze what kind of examples they have higher demands that your models are not going to be. Maybe you can detect these are going to go for humans. You can do all of this. And note that we don't need anything else. You just give me the example because they are general properties. We apply the rubric. We just need just an off-the-shelf LLM to do that for you. And in a matter of seconds, you're going to have all your examples being annotated. And even you can build a model with a random forest. That is just a matter of seconds or minutes. So that's what I would suggest. Problems. Of course, not everything is fantastic. Problems. Maybe for this problem, you realize that you don't get high predictability because these dimensions are too general for your problem, and maybe the variance that you observe in the performance of your models is not explained or not predicted by these dimensions. Then my suggestion is, okay, this is a methodology. You can adapt that methodology. You can even create some kind of a specific dimensions for your domain that maybe they are useful to give you more predictability. But I think that this is not the first time IRT in psychometrics, some other areas, they're basically saying evaluation should be evaluated. So evaluated should construct a model that we would need to go to somewhere and say, okay, is your evaluation doing right? So with this, you can do that. That's the second step, that we are building a model and see how well these dimensions are predictive or not. If they are not predictive, you can remove them. That's fine. But you can do all of that a posteriori because a priori, and that was related to your first comment, we didn't take the dimensions that we think they are good for LLMs or good for humans because we don't know a priori. Maybe there's a new revolution in an algorithmic improvement this year on large language models. And then maybe it's a new dimension that people are talking about. Should we include hallucination as a dimension or resistance to hallucination or something like that? Maybe we should. Something that we need to explore because we are in terra incognita. In terms of the capabilities of the systems, we can get some inspiration from humans because we want at least that humans can understand these words. Oh, reasoning, okay, I know a little bit what you're talking about. But yeah, I think that it's going to depend on the problem, and we are going to be adapting more and more to the capabilities that are going to be more predictive and explanatory for AI systems of the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jose. Well, as he's so well known here at the UPV, and I know him well as well, I forgot to introduce him. For those of you who don't know José Hernández Orallo, he's full professor at the UPV here at the Universidad Politécnica de Valencia. He's researcher at BRAIN, the Valencia Research Institute for Artificial Intelligence, and he's also senior research fellow of the Leverhulme Center for Future in Intelligence in Cambridge, and a research affiliate in the Center for Study of Existential Risk of the University of Cambridge. As you have seen, he's expert in AI evaluation, and he's also leading the predictable AI community. And something that everybody will understand is that he's collaborating with OpenAI in the evaluation of ChatGPT and other LLMs as part of the RED team. And well, we are proud to say that he's also a senior research fellow of ValgrAI for our joint research unit. And well, thank you very much, Jose. And now we are going to start with the next talks. Okay. Sí, está. Okay. So now we are going to start with the next session, the future of AI. Here it's going to be a very dynamic session with short presentations of only 5 minutes, where you will get an overview of what's going on in the research, and specifically in the PhD thesis of many predoctoral researchers and postdoctoral researchers that are now working in the Valencian public universities. So they will, as this is going to be very quickly, they will introduce themselves, and so a 5-minute presentation. If you can all come here, the 10 of you, and you just come to the front so that we go quickly. And well, the first one is Besat from the UPV. Your turn. Yes.
Hello, everyone. So the work that I'm going to present is the paper that is being accepted at ICHCAI 2025. It's on contamination problem in AI evaluation. Fortunately, I don't have to explain why AI evaluation is important. Jose did it for me. Thank you, Jose. Data contamination, you know better than me. It happens when there is a leakage between train and test set. This usually happens accidentally, but it can happen deliberately for different reasons. It might happen because we want to get better, show that our model performs better than what it actually does. Or sometimes we want to fix some crucial mistakes that the model makes. For example, in a medical area, the model gives a response that is wrong, and we want to fix this. So these are the reasons sometimes we want to fine-tune these models in order to get either better results because we want to fix a crucial problem, or we want to show that our model is better than what it really is. So the question is, what's the best strategy to do this fine-tuning? The question is, if we have a limited budget, how will we do that? There are good reasons why we want to suppose that the budget is limited. I'm not going to explain that in these 5 minutes, but the problem that we're going to look into is whether, if we have limited budget, we spend this budget on a variety of items and put them few times or even one time in the training set. Or no, we want to choose limited numbers and add the frequency of these limited numbers of test items in the training. Here we can see an image that illustrates this. In the first scenario, we put all the items in the test set that in this case are 2, x1 and x2 in the training set. In the second scenario and the third scenario, we only pick one of the items and we put it twice in the training set. But then the question is, if we want to pick items for training, which one we pick? Should we pick the easy one or the difficult one? And how this affects the results. So we set the contamination budget to 500, and we trained 9 models from different families. We used 4 benchmarks, 2 of them multiple choice questions and 2 of them open-ended ones. And we calculated the difficulty of the items from level 1 to 5, 5 being the most difficult. And in the table below, you can see the different scenarios and the strategies that we examined. From putting these 500 test items once only in the training set to putting only 5 items, each one 100 times in the training set. And the results, maybe I don't have time to explain everything, but if you only look at the blue and orange bars, the blue bars show the performance of the model after fine-tuning of those items that we put in the training set, and the orange bar show the performance of the model on the items that we didn't put in the training set. As we can see, for fixing the items, meaning getting 100% accuracy, we need more repetitions as it is expected, but it comes with the cost of losing performance on the items that are not in the training set. It means that the model loses its generalization. But if we want to get a good result on the whole data set with the frequency up to 10, the performance increases, but later we can see a drop in the performance. In terms of difficulty, maybe the plot on the top left shows it's better that easy instances need fewer repetitions and more difficult ones need more repetition to be solved. So if we want to optimize, it's better to pick easier instances. Thank you very much.
So, hi everyone, I'm Lucia Gomez from Lab Leni at the Human Tech Institute, and I'm going to present my work on multimodal depression detection in conversations with virtual humans. sorry. So I'm going to start with a brief introduction of the problem, then the data we collected for this project, the methods to create depression detection models, and finally results and discussion. So depression is a major public health concern that affects more than 200 million people globally, and traditional diagnosis methods include interviews and self-report questionnaires, but these methods are prone to bias. However, nowadays, with the new advances, there are more and more digital tools that use AI and biomarkers to detect depression. And among the different biomarkers used in the literature, speech is a very powerful alternative because it provides information into the individual mental states. Previous works have used datasets for depression detection, but clinical data is often sensitive and not widely available, and that's why these datasets are private. And they have mainly used semi-structured interviews where the clinician conducts the interview, but these human-driven methods have limitations such as psychological biases, and they also present challenges in replication and scalability. So that's why I decided to collect our dataset called Depressive Indicators During Casual Talks dataset, which is a fully automated AI system that simulates casual open-ended conversations to recognize depressive symptoms. We collected data from 100 participants. We used the patient health questionnaire to evaluate the depressive symptoms, and we had a balanced sample in terms of these controls and subjects with depressive symptoms and gender. And they completed 6 conversations with virtual humans. And this is the architecture we use for the virtual humans. And we have published a technical validation of the system. So very briefly, when the participant speaks, we have a silent detection module that detects when the participant stops speaking. We transcribe this into text. Then this goes to the conversational module, which has access to the previous conversation, and also each avatar has a different narrative with different, I don't know, they have a name, gender, job, a motivation, and emotion. And we use that to create a prompt to the LLM, and we use GPT-3, and I want to remark here that we conducted the experiments before ChatGPT, so that's why we use GPT-3. And with this answer, we use a text-to-speech system to create a voice for the avatar. We use lip synchronization to move the virtual human lips, and these virtual humans, they have different facial expressions according to their emotions, and they have breathing movement, and eye blinking, and they have different gender and outfits. So the participants, they engage first in conversations first with 2 neutral avatars, and then with a happy, relaxed, sad, and angry avatars in a counterbalance order. And while they are having these conversations, we monitor different signals. But I'm going to briefly mention the results we got for speech. And by speech, I mean both the acoustic and the linguistic parts of speech. So again, I'm not going to go into the details, but we took each participant turn, and we concatenate everything in a single audio, and we did the same with text. We created a single text, and we used different pre-trained models to extract speech and text embeddings. I'm going to explain that. And then for the multimodal model, we applied early fusion by simply concatenating these 2 embeddings. And we used these embeddings to train extreme gradient boost models using Nestron cross-validation. And we trained separate models for each conversation and a single model including all conversations. I'm sorry, this is not the presentation. But yeah, okay. So just the results, you can see here the top performing models, results for each of the speech, text, and multimodal model. You can see the first column is F1 score and accuracy, and the speech models outperformed the text models, so that means that the prosodic part of the communication is more informative about the depressive symptoms, but the early fusion improved performance up to 74% accuracy. And I'm presenting here the results only for the model trained on all conversations, because they got better results, and that also means that these cross-conversation interaction patterns are more informative for the task of detecting depression. And in future work, we want to increase the number of participants. We want to implement dynamic facial expressions for the virtual humans. We want also to update the text-to-speech system and the LLM, and we can do that because we use an architecture, a modular architecture, so we can update each component independently. And of course, we want to improve the depression detection models with some more complex architectures. But in summary, this work proved that we can use speeds to detect depression in our system, and speeds has many advantages, such as it's non-invasive, easy to collect, we can convert it to text with automatic speech recognition. So this work presents a promising approach to help clinicians to detect depressive symptoms. So here's a QR code with a video of the project where you can see the virtual humans if you want, and that will be all. Thank you.
Voy pasando el resto, ¿no? Sí, puedes pasar. Hello, everyone. My name is Salvador, and I'm going to present how to apply artificial intelligence in the perception model of an underwater manipulation system. So, very brief, the outline of the presentation, I'm going to talk a bit about the applications of underwater robotics, the project that we are developing in our research group, and then the methodology on how to approach the problem of 2D grasping and a 3D grasping and post-estimation using artificial intelligence. Then I'm going to show some of the results of the experiments. So very briefly, the introduction. The applications of underwater robotics can be from mapping the sea bed or monitoring underwater structures such as bridges or more complex structures such as oil and gas industry structures, or even in fish farms. So the motivation is to provide safety and comfort to the divers and the operators, try to prevent accidents and automatize the processes to increase the production and reduce cost. So these are some of the projects that we are working in our research lab. Is the OptiRob, the Thinking Azul, the Cooperamos, and the Artemisa. Most of these projects are based on the communications architecture and also in embedded these robots with artificial intelligence, trying to make the robot intelligent in order to make this robot to take real-time decisions and perform some specific tasks. So for the methodology, we have a control station where we can connect to a surface vehicle, and this surface vehicle will be connected to an underwater robot. So this underwater robot, using a communication architecture based on acoustic communications and visual light communications, will be able to follow some instructions or some missions that the operator will launch. So we want to embed this robot with autonomous behaviors. So as I explained before, we have the surface vehicle, the ground control station, we have the underwater robot, and the communication architecture. So we want to merge all of these components in one system. And we use artificial intelligence as a high-level controller and a low-level controller to merge all of these components. The high-level controller can be taking decisions of the mission, whether to follow one robot or follow the other robot, or deciding if the mission is on risk and abort the mission. But we can also use this as a low-level controller. What I mean with a low-level controller is that we can use artificial intelligence in order to increase the communications layer, or can also increase the localization accuracy, or in this case, use artificial intelligence to the perception model. In robotics, these markers is called Aruco markers. Is basically that if you have a well-calibrated camera and you know the size of this marker, you can know the pose and orientation of this marker with respect to the camera. So this is one traditional way of detecting the objects in underwater environments. So what we have done here is use artificial intelligence to create a data set and then train a model. So we have a camera on the gripper of the robotic arm, and we take a bunch of images, we create a data set, we label all these images, and then we train the model. We launch the model on the robot, we determine the grasping points in 2 dimensions, and then we develop the kinematic controller. The next approach will be in 3D. So we use a multi-camera system with a stereo camera, on-hand camera. Then we launch the model in the 2 cameras. We create a mask image of the object. And then with this, we are able to filter the depth image. And with this filtered point cloud, we can estimate the pose. And if that is correct, we can test it in air and in water. With this, we can determine the grasping points, develop the kinematic controller, then we tune the controller, perform the grasp, and, well, here you can see some videos. Well, there's no videos available, but the last image is, you can see 2 robots collaborating and cooperating for pipe assembly application. And in the other video, in the other image, you can see a robot grasping the pipe. Thank you.
¿Es una presentación también?
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Carlos Galindo. I'm working here at the UPV, and I'm going to show you some work we've done in the past and we're currently doing now on main content and comments extraction. So I'm going to just show you a very brief outline of what we're going to talk today. And the first question is, of course, why? Right? Because nowadays you can just go to you can search up any scraper website and you can get lots of news, you can get data sets from Kaggle, from everywhere, right? But if you actually go to a raw web page, you're not easily able to distinguish what is the main content, right? Where are the comments? What's the relevant content I need to extract from this website? Of course, if you know the website or if you have a human, on hand, you can just ask, okay, human, what's the relevant part here? And the human will easily be able to move past any extraneous objects and say, oh no, these are just related news. This is just, a call to action for a newsletter. I can just, skip that in my mind. But we need a reliable method for non-humans, aka computers, to be able to feed data to machine learning models and other algorithms. So there's 3 main ways we can actually see the web. As humans are just used to the pretty pictures we see on our phones and computers, but we can also represent each website as HTML code, and you can use that code to do some semantic analysis, some statistical-based analysis. But a really interesting way to represent websites is as graphs, and you'll be familiar with DOM trees as a way to interact with a website. So our approach actually takes this DOM tree and converts this into a way we can extract the main content or comments from it. In this case, I'm just going to show you the comments extraction technique, which is newer. But both are interesting, and I'll show you links to both papers at the end if you're interested in the other one. So we start with a DOM tree from our website, and you can see that, you know, on the beginning we could say, oh, we should use, you know, a specific tag for every structure we use, and we should use the footer tag and the article tag, and, you know, specific semantic tags to show meaning. But that's not the case, right? And nowadays, every website is coded with divs, tables, and span elements, right? With randomly generated class names, and if you're lucky, some IDs, right? But we cannot rely on that, right? Because maybe the IDs are written in French, or in Spanish, or English, or in Japanese, right? And unless you have a system that is able to seamlessly switch context and do so in a really efficient manner, then our technique still outperforms those. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a topological analysis of the graph. And with that, we're going to add some scores to a few nodes, right? These scores are going to be based on the number of children they have, on the depth they are on the graph, and on the amount of text they contain. And so we can, you know, make up a score. These are just made up, but of course you would have real scores composed of these three factors. And then we're going to group these three blocks that share the exact same scores. And thus, if we're looking for comments, we can imagine that each of these nodes that have been grouped could be one of the comments that repeats its structure if there are multiple, right? Of course, this technique does not work if you have no comments or if you have just one comment. But if you go to Amazon and go to any phone, you'll see there's, you know, tens of comments immediately visible, and you can even load hundreds more, right? And so with these blocks, we first remove the groups with fewer than a given number of members, and that's because experimentally we found that if you include these low count groups, you would end up with a huge amount of noise at the end. If you want more details on the experimentation and how we found that out, sadly I have to say you'll have to go read the paper. And after this, we can go look up the full group this set of nodes represents. So we're going to look for the parent of each of the groups and all of the nodes contained within that subtree. And so we select these new root elements, and now we take into account the full word count. So before we were just taking into account the number of text nodes or the blocks of text we had. Now we're counting number of words. We also count how many groups overlap within each of the groups. In this case, there's no overlap, but in most cases there is. Most websites are more complicated than this. And we also take into account, again, the depth and the number of images, but that counts against the score we're going to give them. And we give scores to both of these groups, and we just pick the highest scoring one. And in the end, we obtain what we believe, of course, this doesn't always work. We'll see with the experiments, the comment section. In the experiments, we saw really high accuracy, and compared to other techniques, we have either much better accuracy, at least 10% more, much better time results, or there are some techniques that just say, okay, we're going to give this to a human, and, you know, bbc.co.uk, we're going to ask a human to solve that and then give you the results back. And if you're curious, you can even run it on your own laptop, and you can follow this QR code to see the papers and all the tools you can use. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Vicente Quiles. I'm a researcher at Brain-Machine Interface System Lab, and today I'm going to introduce NeuroRunner, a window into the future of rehabilitation. The development of neurotechnology is driven by the need for effective rehabilitation therapies for motor control disorders such as stroke or spinal cord injury. therapies that can be delivered in a repetitive, controlled, and objective way, offering advantages over traditional manual rehabilitation. Therefore, we propose new approaches based on measuring the patient's active cognitive engagement in the task while making the experience attractive. So, through the brain-machine interfaces, we can register the user's brain electrical activity. We then filter that signal, removing the noise, and later we processing those signals, identifying the most relevant patterns. Later, with those signals, we make a classification of the patterns and try to separate those patterns. Later, with that model, we try to predict the intention of the user and also control the interface. So we are providing real-time feedback to the user. Originally restricted to gel-based lab setup, this technology can now be deployed in more portable and reliable solutions with less electrodes and without gel. So, why perform motor imagery? To control the interface, we are using motor imagery because it actively engages the user in mental movement tasks. While they imagine movements, we record and decode those signals to provide real-time feedback to reinforce the same neural pathways involved in the real movement. No? So we are activating the same pathways with motor imagery and with the real movement. In this way, we are promoting the neuroplasticity mechanism to improve the neural activity and consequently improve also the motor function of the patient. So, we are developing a game called NeuroRunner in which the user controls the main character performing relax and motor imagery. They should perform motor imagery to complete the game. So, the game has two stages. In the first calibration state, the user follows the instructions and doesn't control the character. In this first step, we are building a neural model with the data of this first calibration state. Later, with that model, the user should control the character performing relax to stop and motor imagery to start running. No? So with the previous model, we are controlling now the character. When the enemy on the left appears, the player should perform motor imagery to start running, to avoid the enemy. And later, with the right enemy appears, the player should relax to stop and kill the enemy, and later moving on. At the end of each game, we are reporting metrics on the performance of the player to motivating the user to keep trying and continue with the rehabilitation. No? This is the point. So here, I don't know. I'm going to the presentation to see the, okay. Okay. Here, one of the games, the player is controlling with relax command and with motor imagery. This game was initially tested in 5 healthy volunteers, and later was fine-tuned to start with the patient validation. Five patients at Hospital de Parapléjicos de Toledo test the game with so positive outcomes. She is performing motor imagery, the player is moving, the character is moving, and now is relaxing, kill the enemy, and continue moving. This game now is, we are trying to transfer this to the market. No, this is the point. So thank you for your attention, and this is all.
Well, hello, I'm Carlos Alea Torró. I'm from the Vertex Lead group of Brain at the UPV campus of Alcoy, and I will talk about the adaptive multimodal architecture with intelligent agents for educational purpose optimization. This is my PhD project I'm starting with. So here we have a table of contents of what we are going to talk about. So first of all, we are talking about intelligent tutor systems that are software that use artificial intelligence in order to help a student to learn a concept, to assess, and keep a feedback loop in order to make that student more capable of learning things. So the objective of this PhD project is to convert this traditional ITS system to use artificial intelligence with multi-agent architectures that can learn in real time about the analytics of the student, automate course creation and continuous content generation, always taking into account the role of the teacher, and also taking into account the new European AI Act that will classify education as a high-risk field. So here we have the architecture. This is the main part. We have two main systems, as you can see, System 2 and System 1. This is based on DeepMind Talker Reasoner paper that talks about we have a system that we must need continuous interaction, real-time interaction with the user. So this is the System 1. And we have another part that is the System 2 that has to think and analyze all the information that we got about the conversation. So in this second system, we will get like analyze everything that is happening, take a decision, and modify what we need. So we have the learner model that it's, we have the information of the student. We follow with the learning pathway engine that will take the course materials and the concepts that has to be learned, combined with the learner model that has the concepts that the learner has already mastered, and craft the new pathway of learning for the student. We also include the adaptive learning engine that will take the information of the student to adapt to special needs. Or, for example, if you are a learner that you prefer visual thinking, visual memorizing, so the system will analyze that and adapt the content to that specific thing. This information, this content, this material is provided to the real-time system. That is the interaction, is a tutoring system and an AI that will, with different tools like function calling, analyzing what kind of things you can do. It will interact with the student in real time without stopping. And all this information will be provided to the knowledge assessment engine that will evaluate the concepts that the course must be learned in order to pass it. So it will continuously adapt the student's interaction. So this is the global view of the final system that will include also a curriculum initialization system that will craft the course. So the teacher will provide the laws what he wants to or she wants to teach, and some extra information, and the system will start working with the structure of the course and the content generation. In a feedback loop, the teacher can give whatever thinks about it and modify in real time. So this information will be provided to the system. And also we have the guardian system that will be another module to see some learner problems that may have when trying to memorize or to learn some specific concept. So the system will adapt it in real time. So the core AI technologies that we will use is multi-agent architecture. We will use large language model and reasoning learning language model, prompting techniques, a knowledge graph for concept structure and organization, and continuous adaptive learning. In the pedagogical part, we have the multimodal interaction, metacognitive prompting, continuous feedback, the importance of the teacher still in the class, as provides extra help and the emotional affective that the students need, and the stealth assessment, that it's a type of evaluation during dialogues that the student didn't notice. So in the counterpart, we have the European AI Act that classifies the systems as a high risk. So there are several things that we have to take into consideration. We have to continuously monitor the risk. We have to store everything. All the decisions that the AI took has to be recorded. And if we train any model, we have to be sure that the data is fair, is not biased, that it's quite hard to do. And also we need transparency of the algorithms used, and always must be a human controlling the system. So at the end, we have a dual system intelligent tutor system that we include the teachers in this loop. So it will evaluate and assess the student and compliance with the European AI Act. And for future work, we will try to expand the multimodal interfaces, refine the algorithms, develop collaborative learning with several students working with their own, trying different methodologies like Socratic or gamifying things, and embed formative assessment cycles like, as I said, the stealth assessment, but other techniques of assessment. So that's all. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sergio Gomez, and I'm going to present you a bit of the work of the team I work in about evaluating LLMs or conventional models. So those are the contents I'm going to explain. So let's go. I work in the Archer project that is European funded and promotes human language technologies. This means technologies that enable machines to interpret, generate, and understand human language. This is to enhance communication between humans and the accessibility of information. So Archer means advancing robust and creative human language technologies through challenge events and research. So this basically means to bridge the gap between human speech and digital systems, making interaction with technology more seamless, natural, and accessible for everyone. So this is done through 4 annual challenges: automatic speech recognition, machine translation, name entity recognition, and document recognition. And we are mainly involved in the evaluation of the proposals of the participants. So this is how we build the evaluation pipeline. So we receive the ValgrAI systems from the participants. We run them and measure the computation time that they need. And finally, we obtain the predictions of those systems. Next, we measure the metrics of those references with the we compare our reference with the predictions from those systems and obtain the metrics. And finally, we use an automated randomized test to assess the differences between the systems and assure that they are statistically significant. This is the step in which we group them by clusters, in which a cluster is a group of systems among which the differences are not enough statistically significant. We also provide a visualization tool to watch all the results of the competition, and it shows a leaderboard, and it's interactive, so you can select the metric, some charts, and finally the possibility of downloading the data. So this is the leaderboard of our demo. We want to know who has won the competition and which is the position of each participant. And also there are shown the clusters that they are in. Next, some charts. First, the main metric, of course, colored by the cluster of the participant. And we also show the baselines with that red dot line. Another chart shows the computation time that the system needed against the metric that it obtained. So we have that sweet spot at the left top corner. We also show the average metric, the interactively selected metric per cluster. And we also show the baseline with the red dot line. It's all the participants that are in the baseline cluster. So that it's all, and thank you for your attention.
Hello, my name is Anna. I'm doing my thesis in the Neurorehabilitation and Brain Research Group in the Humanities. And the project where I'm working on is about disorders of consciousness with my colleague Sandra, that is going to present right after me. So in my case, it's about the electrical and hemodynamic brain activity of these patients during motor imagery. Okay, so to start, a brief introduction about disorders of consciousness. Is a clinical condition due to a brain injury that include patients in coma, the irresponsible wakefulness syndrome, that are patients with unclear awareness and only reflexive behaviors, and the minimal conscious state that are patients that present some signs of consciousness but inconsistent responses. These patients are commonly assessed with the coma recovery scale, that is a scale that evaluates the patients depending on their responses to different stimulus. For example, if they respond to a sound like that, or maybe if they are capable to follow an object. But maybe the patients don't do these things, not because they don't understand the orders, maybe because they cannot move or they are blind. So additional methods are recommended to do to complement this coma recovery scale diagnosis. Is the case, for example, of the neuroimaging techniques that have been proposed to analyze patient responses to different stimuli, like, for example, motor imagery. You can ask the patient to imagine the movement of the hands and then measure the brain responses with, for example, for MRI. However, these conventional techniques have to be expensive and have limited accessibility for these patients specifically. So we propose the use of EEG and FNIRS that are more affordable and portable. All of you know that this is an EEG, and FNIRS, in case of do you know, it's an you have to put over the head and optodes. Some of them are sources that emitting lights to the head, and the others are receptors that detect the light. So depending on the quantity of light that you are receiving, you can calculate the level of oxyhemoglobin that there are in some specific areas of the brain. So in my case, my project, I aims to explore how combining EEG and FNIS with motor imagery and artificial intelligence analysis can improve the diagnostic accuracy of DOC patients. So I'm going to tell you quickly an ongoing study. Now we have 29 healthy controls and 11 patients, and we put it a 32-channel EEG with 16 optodes of FNIS. And the participants, as you can see, sitting in front of a screen, and they have to imagine the movement of both hands during 20 seconds and then rest during another 20 seconds. They have the instructions visually, and they have to they listen instructions too. So the EEG and FNIS have been preprocessed with a standard pipeline, and then we apply a machine learning classification that classifies each preprocessed epochs into motor imagery or rest. For both signals, we make a feature illustration. We use a linear discriminant analysis as a machine learning model, and then we evaluate the model with the accuracy. So, as a summary, for each individual, we obtain an EEG accuracy, an FNIS accuracy, and then with combining the data of both technologies, an hybrid accuracy. You can see the results of healthy controls. The accuracies are very higher. Some of them have 100% of accuracy. So the algorithm it's capable of classify between motor imagery or rest. Then we apply this algorithm to disorders of patients, consciousness disorder patients. The accuracies are lower, but if we analyze individually each patient, we can see that 4 patients advise significant accuracy levels. One of them, the first one, is a vegetative state patient, what means that it has very lower responses, but maybe it has covered awareness because they imagine when they have to imagine, and he rest when they have to rest. So as a conclusion, we can see that the algorithm works because of the healthy controls. We need individual analysis in DOC patients, and this individual analysis say that this method can, with artificial intelligence, can complement the coma recovery skill diagnosis. So this is.
Es una presentación PowerPoint.
Sí. A ver, dale a aceptar si debería averiguarlo. Sí.
¿Tienes algo mío luego?
No. Es como... Ay, pero... ¿Cómo se puede?
¿Le das aquí? ¿Vale?
Ah, vale, que se vea así. Vale. Hello everyone, I'm Sandra Goizueta. I'm doing my PhD at the Neurorehabilitation and Brain Research Group of the Human Tech Institute here at the Universitat Politécnica de Valencia. Together with my colleague Ana Sierra, who just presented her research, we are working together in developing neurotechnological tools to assess consciousness in patients with severe brain injuries, in patients with disorders of consciousness specifically. So I don't need to introduce you disorders of consciousness again. I'll just say that we share the same challenge. How do we detect consciousness when patients cannot communicate through speech, through movement, not even eye blinking? So while Anna just presented an active paradigm for this purpose, where we were asking the patients to imagine they were moving their hands, This could be a very challenging task for some of these patients as it requires a lot of concentration. That's why we propose an alternative passive paradigm that requires no active participation from the patient. They just have to stay there, and we present them a set of stimuli, and then analyze the brain responses to these stimuli. But how can we stimulate these patients? Our approach is based on the MAM effect. This is, there is scientific evidence that these patients show stronger brain and behavioral responses when they hear their mother's voice, when they listen to a song they like, when they see someone they love, or when they hear their own name. So taking all this into consideration, we hypothesize that the brain responses of the patients in disorders of consciousness, when they are presented affective stimuli, would vary along with the level of consciousness. And if so, it could potentially complement these clinical diagnostic tools like the Coma Recovery Scale Revise, which is based only on behavioral responses. So our objective is to apply artificial intelligence to explore differences in brain responses when these patients are shown different personalized stimuli, and to use it to detect covert consciousness. So this is our methodology. We do experiments with healthy controls as well as patients with disorders of consciousness, of course, and we create immersive virtual reality videos. These videos are featuring a relative of the patient, addressing directly the patient and talking about good memories, about future plans, about positive characteristics. And also we alternate these videos with videos of strangers, of people they don't know. And of course, all these videos are normalized in terms of volume, light, position, sex of the person who is talking, and so on. This is an example of what a video would look like. And while these patients are watching these videos in the immersive virtual reality environment, we record the electrical brain activity using a 32-channel system electrocardiograph, and also the metabolic activity. So the oxygen use of the blood using functional near-infrared spectroscopy on the prefrontal area. Here you see an example. This was a patient doing an experiment. He's wearing the cap with the EEG electrodes and FNIS optodes, and also he's watching maybe his mother talking to him through the virtual reality glasses. So we've started exploring the electrical brain responses of the healthy controls and the patients. We've started with the spatial information. So after we acquired the signals and applied a standard preprocessing pipeline, we extracted the gamma frequency bands of these signals, as they are known to be related with emotional processing. And then for each subject, we extract a set of common spatial patterns. Those are spatial filters that maximize the variance between two classes, no? In this case, between to know if they were watching a familiar or a stranger. And then for every single subject, we train a different model. We train a support vector machine using these common spatial patterns to classify both responses. Now I can show you some preliminary results on this analysis. So far we've collected data from 19 healthy controls, 2 patients who had already emerged from the disorders of consciousness when the experiment took place, although they were severely impaired, and also data from 13 prolonged disorders of consciousness patients. 6 were in a minimally conscious state, and 7 of them were unresponsive. This graph shows the EEG classification's performance, so the classification accuracy of every subject's model grouped by the level of consciousness. So you see on the right, the models could correctly classify, in general, responses of healthy controls and those patients who had emerged from the disorders of consciousness. But accuracies drop when we talk about patients. Although we can see that the models of the patients in minimally conscious state had higher accuracies. This brings us to the next analysis. We also assessed the correlation between the traditional clinical scales, like the Comarch recovery scale revised, and the performance of our models. And we found a strong correlation of 0.71 between those two variables. So here, this graph, every dot represents a patient, and on the y-axis, the clinical scale, and the x-axis, the accuracy of the model. So what does this mean? It means that the model could better distinguish between the responses of the patients when they were diagnosed a higher level of consciousness. But if we look at the patients who had an acceptable classification accuracy, above chance, we see that 2 of them were the patients who had already emerged from the disorders of consciousness. 2 of them were minimally conscious state patients who, after 6 months, had emerged from the disorders of consciousness, but one of them was an unresponsive wakefulness syndrome patient who remained in the same state, and actually today he is in the same state. What does this mean? This means that there's not a perfect match between our model's performance and the clinical scales, and that both methods could be capturing different aspects of consciousness. To conclude, we built EEG-based artificial intelligence models that have the potential to assess emotional processing in patients with disorders of consciousness. And these findings might help improving consciousness assessment in clinics, and also detecting covert cognition cases. We've just started. We still expect to have a larger sample size to explore other EEG features like connectivity, to combine them, and also, of course, analyze the functional near-infrared spectroscopy signals. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hi everyone, my name is Rodrigo Barriga, and today I'm going to talk about traumatic brain injury, which is defined as a disruption in brain function or another signs of brain damage, and it's always caused by external force. Okay. Okay, it's estimated that each year around the world, this injury is being suffered by around or between 27 and 69 million people. And the consequence for the survivors are long-term and wide-ranging. They will suffer a lot of difficulties, in their daily life, and they also will have a higher risk of developing some neurodegenerative disease like Alzheimer or Parkinson. Okay, so as a result, they will experience less quality of life, more reliance on others, or less independence. So we aim to predict the level of functional independence that these patients will have after 1 year in a neurorehabilitation center. In this study, we, sorry. Okay, in this study, we have 2,020 patients that were not admitted in a state of post-traumatic confusional state, and all of them were 18 years old or older. Okay, we have a bunch of clinical scales. We measure motor and cognitive functions, communication abilities, behavioral ones, and we also measure the functional independence with the FIM and the Bartel index. The important point is that all of these scales, that we have all these assessments made at 3 points, at admission in the neurorehabilitation center, at 6 months, and at 12 months. And the data analysis is made by 5 different machine learning algorithms and they all are trained incrementally because we are adding each time more variables, so the complexity increase. At first, we just have demographic data, then injury-related one, and then global neurological outcomes, and finally, the clinical status first at admission and then at 6 months. So here are the results. At 6 months, we just trained, obviously, the first 4 models. And as we can see, all the model metrics are improving. The R-square is increasing, and the RMSE is doing the opposite. We achieve some good numbers, around 70% in R-square and 10 points for both scales in RMSE. And the most important predictors are always the functional independence measures or the Bartel index in each study, in each one. And then we have some motor scales as the COPS, or etc. So for 12 months, now we could train the 5th model. That's the most complex one, the one that has more variables, more predictors. And now we achieve really great numbers, around 90% in R-square, and 6 points of error in the film out of a total of 1,026, and 4 points in the Bartel index out of a total score of 100. Now again, the most relevant predictors are the film and Bartel index, and then we have some motor functions. It could be the COPS or River-Met index, Berg scale, etc. So the conclusions that we have in this study is that the data collected in the acute stage does not have a lot of predictive power for a long-term, in a long-term way, but if we use the motor, well, if we use the assessment that is made 6 months before, our predicted value increase a lot. So these findings highlight the value of continuous assessment and support the use of machine learning tools to improve the treatment for this type of patients. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we have a coffee break. You just have to go outside on the right, and outside the building you will find that we have there everything prepared. See you here at 12:20. Thank you very much. este ratón? Por ahí. Vale. Entonces, aquí, a ver, Windows K. Ah, no. ¿Cómo lo habías puesto?
Windows P.
Ah, Windows P.
Pero eso era solo para
compartir.
O sea, ahora vamos a ver esto. Tú dale a ampliar, vale, y así donde ellos solo están viendo esto. Cuando tú presentes y tal, y acabes, le das otra vez a Windows P, le das a duplicado. Y cuando estés en duplicado, le das a ver, ampliar pantalla y ya está.
Ya, vale, lo que pasa es que cuando termine la presentación no voy a poder poner el Windows P.
Vale, pues yo lo hago.
Vale, vale.
Simplemente vas a presentar al chico, ¿no? O sea, ¿cómo está? Vale, pues eso yo lo hago, no te preocupes. Solo le dices, mira, pues
Vale. A ver, voy a dar la vuelta a esto.
lo que tienes es...
Hola, buenos días otra vez. Ahora vamos a seguir con la sesión de charlas de casos de éxito de empresas. Van a ser 6 charlas muy interesantes donde vamos a ver cómo se están aplicando en diferentes empresas y en áreas muy distintas la inteligencia artificial, y esperamos que sean inspiradoras para los que estáis aquí también trabajando en el entorno empresarial. La primera charla la ofrece Luis Búrdalo, de S2 Grupo, que es el director de I+D de la empresa. Va a hablar sobre simbiosis, seguridad e inteligencia artificial.
Venga, Pablo. Hola, buenos días. ¿Se me escucha bien? Vale, pues como ha dicho Ana, yo soy Luis Búrdalo, soy director de I+D de la empresa S2 Grupo. Y nada, pues voy a comentaros en unos minutitos una situación que se da ahora mismo, que es básicamente la estrecha convivencia y la simbiosis y beneficio mutuo de dos disciplinas, 2 tecnologías, como son la inteligencia artificial y la ciberseguridad. Por poneros en contexto, bueno, S2 Grupo es una compañía de ciberseguridad, somos lo que se llama un pure player, jugador puro, solamente hacemos ciberseguridad, pero cubrimos todos los aspectos de la ciberseguridad, desde lo que es cumplimiento de normativas hasta lo que son servicios de seguridad gestionada, servicios de caza de amenazas, incidentes, hacking ético, Desarrollamos también nuestras propias soluciones de ciberseguridad para poder utilizarlas nosotros y para poder ser más competentes en un mercado que es competitivo, por definición, como ahora veremos. Pero bueno, esto que tenemos aquí no lo tengo que decir precisamente en este foro. Ya sabemos perfectamente que la inteligencia artificial ahora mismo no es algo que estaría bien tener, sino que es algo que sí o sí debemos incorporar a nuestros procesos, a nuestros productos, a nuestro día a día, sobre todo si estamos hablando de hacer negocio, optimizar o abrir nuevas fronteras. ¿De acuerdo? Si los primeros 3 argumentos no os convencen, que ya de por sí son lo bastante convincentes, hay que pensar que el cliente que vas a tener, la persona que vas a tener delante, espera que tengas inteligencia artificial, porque en realidad los seres humanos funcionamos así, y si no, vas a ser el que no tiene inteligencia artificial, con lo cual te quedarás atrás porque no tienes la etiqueta, y además, como las 3 primeras ventajas y razones por las que la gente de verdad lo adopta sí que son de verdad, pues te quedarás atrás tecnológicamente. ¿Problema que tenemos con la inteligencia artificial? Bueno, pues que como todas las tecnologías también tiene unos riesgos, pero tiene unos riesgos muy, muy particulares. Al final, todo lo que desplegamos con inteligencia artificial no deja de ser un sistema informático que depende de unos datos, depende de unas infraestructuras. Lo que pasa es que este tipo de herramientas tiene unas particularidades que nos llevan a lo que viene siendo extender la superficie de ataque. Aparte de la red de comunicaciones, que se utiliza como tantas aplicaciones, dependen muy fuertemente de los datos, de muchas cantidades de datos que generalmente están almacenados en remoto, en la nube. La nube no es más que el ordenador de otro señor o otra señora, no nos tenemos que olvidar de eso, ¿de acuerdo? Generalmente se accede de manera distribuida, es decir, tenemos endpoints, usuarios, PCs que están en su casa, están en el supermercado, están en entornos que no podemos controlar y no podemos securizar. Dependemos de un software de terceros, de bibliotecas que ha hecho una comunidad que no sabemos si tienen un bug, no sabemos si alguien ha decidido básicamente ensuciarlas y hacer el mal con ellas. Y luego pues estamos hablando de una serie de aplicaciones generalmente abiertas que acceden a unos datos y que tenemos también que gestionar quién accede, cómo accede. Si yo tengo en mi empresa un servicio concreto o hago uso de una herramienta de inteligencia artificial y están accediendo desde casa, ¿qué pasa si se conecta el hijo de mi empleado? ¿Va a pasar algo? En fin. Pero bueno, más allá de todo esto que viene ligado a lo que es el soporte de la tecnología como tal, la misma inteligencia artificial tiene una serie de aspectos que lo hacen especial en lo que a riesgos se refiere. El primero de ellos, los datos. Los datos que alimentan la inteligencia artificial pueden ser un problema porque suelen tener dueño. Los datos no son de la nada. Si estamos cogiendo y entrenando con fotos, esas fotos las ha hecho alguien. Esas fotos pueden ser de alguien el que esté en ellas. Pueden ser datos que pueden tener unas restricciones que nos llevan a que no abandonen suelo europeo, por ejemplo. Pueden ser datos que tienen restricciones en las que el dueño de esos datos que nos ha cedido tiene que tener derecho a retirarse de esos datasets. Y si no cumplimos con todo esto, aparte de ser sancionados, nos podríamos encontrar con que nuestra herramienta de inteligencia artificial no podemos comercializarla fuera de Europa o no podemos comercializarla en Europa. Es decir, hay un marco normativo que tenemos que contemplar y que puede poner en riesgo tu negocio al final. Claro, esta fuerte dependencia de los datos nos lleva a algo de lo que hemos oído hablar un montón. Podría ser que estos datos tengan unos sesgos. ¿Por qué? Pues porque, mira, son los datos a los que podía acceder porque es un dominio muy, muy concreto, o no me di cuenta de que ese sesgo estaba ahí hasta que vi cómo funcionaba mi algoritmo. Claro, podemos encontrarnos con que nuestra herramienta, nuestra aplicación, está funcionando de forma no deseada. Está siendo racista, está siendo machista, está funcionando con parámetros de la edad media. Esto podría pasar. Y bueno, luego aparte hay una serie de ataques y de riesgos asociados a los modelos de inteligencia artificial que son ataques directos a los modelos como tal. Hablamos de envenenar los datos, yo intervengo en el conjunto de datos para que tú todo lo que aprendas de ese conjunto de datos después no sea lo que es la realidad. Aquí podemos ver como etiquetando un gatito con la etiqueta perro, pues a saber después cómo funciona ese clasificador. Después hay ataques adversarios, podemos aquí un ejemplo. Son fotos de un monumento, un tigre que no se ve, ¿de acuerdo? Y un camión, aplicándole una pequeña máscara de bits que no es apreciable para el ojo humano, resulta que esas 3 imágenes son clasificadas como un avestruz. Y bueno, en general lo que viene siendo los problemas derivados de que estos modelos muchas veces son una caja negra que es difícil explicar qué es lo que hace, por qué lo hace. Entonces, asociarlo a según qué tomas de decisiones puede ser peligroso. Vale. Luego ya hemos visto por qué es importante la ciberseguridad para la inteligencia artificial. Pero ahora vamos a ver de qué va esta simbiosis, por qué es al revés. Esta es la situación actual de los ciberataques, parcialmente. Aquí estamos viendo el coste medio de cada brecha de datos a lo largo de los años, desde 2018 hasta 2024, en millones de dólares. Como no se ve muy bien, os lo leo, en 2024 el coste medio era de 4,88 millones de dólares. Estamos hablando de las brechas de datos, coste medio de las reportadas. Solo se reporta en torno al 20%. ¿Por qué? Pues porque cuando te roban datos de tus clientes, cuando te ha pillado el carrito del helado, pues muchas veces no confiesas. Y luego, aparte, estamos hablando aquí de unos costes medios que están obviamente tirados hacia arriba porque las grandes compañías, que son las que probablemente tengan que denunciar porque les conviene, porque por ley tienen que hacerlo, son volúmenes muy altos de datos. Pero aquí está también Mercería Loli, que a lo mejor ha perdido todo lo que tenía y desde luego está lejos de los 4,88 millones de dólares, pero a lo mejor ha tenido que cerrar. Si vemos por sectores cómo se ha distribuido estas brechas de datos, ojo, denunciadas, vemos que no se escapa nadie y que además la tendencia es creciente de 2023 a 2024 en todos los sectores, menos en el sector salud, que parece que ha decrecido, y el sector educación. Pero bueno, esto podría ser casual realmente. La realidad es que, como podemos ver, afecta a todas las áreas de la industria y de la sociedad. Y aquí estamos observando costes de lo que le cuesta a la empresa, pero no estamos observando un montón de costes hundidos como ¿qué supone que se pare un hospital? Ahí hay algo más que dinero. Es decir, al hospital, a la aseguradora le va a costar algo, que es lo que sale en estas gráficas, pero resulta que después hay personas que no tienen un servicio. ¿Qué puede suponer esto también con otros servicios críticos como puede ser la electricidad o el agua? Es en plan, vale, esto le ha costado a la compañía un montón de dinero, pero además hay una región que estuvo sin electricidad o que no ha tenido, que ha estado expuesta a agua que no era lo suficientemente potable dentro de los parámetros que tocaba, en fin. Cosas que puede pasar cuando falla tu sistema. ¿Tiene un impacto la inteligencia artificial en todo esto? Sí, y además un impacto bastante heavy. Lo que podemos ver aquí es la diferencia en costes por brecha de datos cuando en la empresa, en la ciberseguridad, tenía implantadas capacidades de automatismo y de inteligencia artificial o no. ¿Y en qué grado? Desde no tener ningún uso hasta tener un uso extensivo. Como podemos ver, la diferencia en el coste medio de una brecha de datos entre tener un uso extensivo de automatismos y de inteligencia artificial o no tener absolutamente nada, tiene la friolera de como 2 millones de dólares. Vamos, da para pensárselo. Si además vemos lo que nos cuesta tanto detectar que hemos tenido una brecha de datos como reponernos y volver a restaurar el sistema, también el hecho de que tengamos tecnologías de inteligencia artificial desplegadas y automatismos desplegados cambia muchísimo la situación. ¿De acuerdo? Luego es importantísimo, hoy por hoy, para la ciberseguridad, contar con capacidades de inteligencia artificial. ¿Capacidades como qué? Pues desde el punto de vista de motores de ciberseguridad, para detección de anomalías, para modelado de tráfico de red, modelado de entidades, modelado del comportamiento de usuarios, del comportamiento de una red, pero también modelado de entidades maliciosas, patrones de ataque, etcétera. Correlación de información, la cantidad de información que se tiene que analizar en una empresa mediana en su día a día es imposible de sobrellevar solamente con capacidad humana. Es imposible. No hablemos ya si intentamos todo esto aglutinarlo en un centro de seguridad, en un SOC como el que tenemos en S2. Muchas empresas, grandes empresas, no puedes estar encima de todo. Necesitas automatizarlo. Pero también, no solamente como motor de detección y de correlación, sino para extraer y generar inteligencia de amenazas. Inteligencia de amenazas que viene siendo, pocas palabras, saber qué es lo que es peligroso, cómo nos atacan, para qué nos atacan. Si yo sé que lo que buscan de mí es la cartera, lo que hago es meterme en el bolsillo de delante. Si lo que buscan es los planos de un proyecto en el que estoy trabajando porque lo que quieren es hacer espionaje industrial, pues saberlo hace que yo cambie el password regularmente, etc. Entonces, correlar información de este tipo que muchas veces mezcla conocimiento industrial con conocimiento geopolítico, porque muchos ataques y muchas campañas vienen dirigidas por intereses geopolíticos, vienen dirigidas por intereses comerciales, competencias. Entender nuestro entorno es muy difícil también si no tenemos hoy en día inteligencia artificial. Y bueno, ya para concluir, y no extenderme más, aunque seguiré por aquí por si tenéis más dudas o queréis que os hable de paranoias. Os gusta, ¿eh? Qué fuerte. Bueno, en fin, que la inteligencia artificial y la ciberseguridad hoy por hoy son aliados necesarios el uno para la otra y para todos los demás. Es decir, es una simbiosis entre ellos, pero es también una simbiosis que nos viene bien a nosotros. Tal y como están escalando las amenazas hoy en día, sin inteligencia artificial no podemos hacerle frente, pero además pensar en desplegar sistemas de inteligencia artificial sin contemplar no solamente los riesgos asociados a esa superficie extendida, sino los riesgos específicos de tu sistema, con tus datos, tu propósito y en el momento en el que recogiste esos datos y en el que vas a desplegar el sistema, es garantía de fracaso y de consecuencias, ¿vale? Bueno, en un futuro próximo, de verdad, ninguna de las dos cosas tendrán sentido una sin la otra. Ahora bien, no estamos hablando de balas de plata, no existen las balas de plata, siempre habrá que estar encima de lo que estamos desplegando. Al final, los responsables de las herramientas somos los que las desarrollamos, los que las usamos. Eso tampoco va a cambiar. La inteligencia artificial no es un billete en primera clase, tú te sientas, te ponen una Coca-Cola y cuando llegues te han avisado. Es un cohete, te lo atas a la espalda y vas más rápido, pero los cohetes hay que saber cómo dirigirlos. Y hasta aquí, para cualquier duda.
Muchas gracias, Luis. Bueno, y ahora la próxima presentación viene de Pangeanic, a cargo de Manuel Hernández, que es su CEO, y nos va a hablar sobre la IA funciona. Pequeños modelos para grandes problemas. Correcto. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Ay, seguir, hombre, sí, aplaudir es bueno. No, no es esta.
¿Es esta, no? La de
Sí. Muy bien. Vale, y esto supongo que es delante y atrás.
Exacto.
Vale. Hola a todos. Normalmente hago esta presentación en inglés cuando hablo en audiencias, bueno, no esta, una parecida a esta, pero hoy por eso está en inglés. Pero hoy vamos a hablar en castellano, ya que aquí el 90% de la gente somos castellanoparlantes. El enfoque de mi presentación no es tanto hablar del estado o de los resultados de proyectos de inteligencia artificial, sino hacia dónde vamos, hacia dónde va el camino, dónde nos enfocamos en el futuro. Todos hemos experimentado lo que son los LLMs. Los LLMs se confunden generalmente con inteligencia, como si fueran lo mismo, no son lo mismo. Un LLM hace una función, la inteligencia artificial otra. Bueno, este soy yo, para el que no me conozca. Varias publicaciones académicas, muchas con la Politécnica, y bueno, está involucrado en varios proyectos europeos. Y también he sido y soy evaluador de proyectos. Uno se ha presentado aquí hoy, del que me tocó ser en segunda ronda evaluador, y os felicito mucho. Entonces, ¿cuál es el problema que tenemos con los grandes modelos que todos estamos utilizando hoy en día? Número uno, la propiedad. No somos dueños de los datos ni de los algoritmos que se han metido ahí. No somos dueños ni podemos segregar, no podemos combatir el sesgo, el bias ahí. Y luego, evidentemente, la enorme cantidad de potencia de electricidad que se necesita para estos modelos. El presidente Trump en Estados Unidos, y Meta también, estaban invirtiendo ahora. La pasta no está en los modelos, la pasta está en las grandes centrales eléctricas que necesitas para ejecutarlos y en su refrigeración. Pero para mí lo que es más importante es que esos modelos no son culturalmente relevantes para la mayoría de la población. Si le pides a cualquiera de los grandes, a Claude, a ChatGPT, o a DeepSeek, o a Quent, organízame un cumpleaños para un niño etíope, ¿vale? O de Ayelo de Malferit, pues te va a decir, oye, pues te recomiendo que vayas al McDonald's, que hinches muchos globos, que venga papá y mamá y todos los amigos, tal. El etíope va a decir, nosotros no celebramos bueno, igual aquí en Valencia sí que te llevas a los niños al burger, pero en Etiopía yo os garantizo que no se celebran así los cumpleaños. Entonces, esa relevancia cultural resulta incluso más chocante. Bueno, nosotros estamos dentro del mundo occidental, la influencia norteamericana, etc. Pero no es tan agradable cuando perteneces a otra cultura, ya sea japonesa, china, musulmana, etc. Y además tenemos el problema, creo que el ponente anterior lo ha mencionado, el problema de las alucinaciones, que te llevan a mayores problemas que simplemente equivocarte con esto es un burro y esta decisión yo veo que es errónea. Te llevan a introducir sesgo, te llevan a tener malas prácticas, porque los modelos están fuera de ti, no tienes control. Entonces, hoy en día, básicamente dependemos de 5 modelos en el mundo: OpenAI, Gemini de Google, Claude de Anthropic, DeepSeek y Quent. Esos son los 5 grandes que hay. No sé si me he dejado grande, por supuesto, yo creo que no hay más. Todos los demás son cositas pequeñas. Y de las cositas pequeñas es de lo que quiero hablar hoy. Las aplicaciones que están teniendo más éxito en la industria, en el mercado, no vienen por la aplicación a escala de los grandes modelos. Y esto no lo digo yo, que podéis decir, bueno, Manuel Vanjani va a vender su moto y va a hablar de su libro. Lo dice Gartner. Los pequeños modelos, y pequeños hablamos de cualquier cosa por debajo de los 10 billones de parámetros, hacen que sea posible customizar esos modelos para soluciones concretas y que no pase esto. Es decir, que sea el robot el que pilla mi trabajo. ¿Vale? Desde luego eso es una forma fatal de vender la inteligencia artificial. La IA está para aumentarnos a nosotros, para que podamos tomar más decisiones informadas. Pero claro, no podemos tomarlas si los datos no son nuestros datos y son datos generales, no son fiables. Entonces, esto le interesará mucho a los que se están graduando ahora. ¿Dónde está la pasta? ¿No? El show me the money. ¿Dónde está la pasta? La pasta, y en donde está todo el mundo trabajando, ahora incluido Pangeanic, es en los pequeños modelos customizados, lo que Gartner llama Domain Specific Small Language Models. Y los casos de uso ya existen, no son a ver qué pasa, son casos que ya están sucediendo. Es cierto que si vas a customizar un pequeño modelo para tu solución de jurídico-legal, de toma de decisiones, de todo el histórico del archivo de Indias, de soluciones para el agua, por ejemplo. Claro, va a haber una pequeña inversión antes. Si lo que estás pagando son $100 a ChatGPT, pues esto te va a costar bastante más caro. Pero la economía de escala llega a un punto de equilibrio muy rápidamente, sobre todo porque el pequeño modelo, a ver, yo en casa tengo en un iMac del año 22, tengo un DeepSeek y me funciona bastante bien. Escupe tokens a unos 20 tokens, 30 tokens por segundo, que es muy aceptable. Y eso es un ordenador personal. Claro, esta economía en una empresa tiene sentido. Si lo pones en un servidor, muchísimo, muchísimo más. Entonces, hay varios mitos de los que hoy me gustaría hablar. Ese es uno, que es, oye, esto va a ser caro, me va a costar 1 kilo, hacer un pequeño... No cuesta 1 kilo. Sí que necesitas datos de calidad. Cierto es que luego el modelo va a hablar de tu libro, pero bueno, va a solucionar tu problema. No dependes de un modelo externo que soluciona miles de problemas, mejor o peor. Número 2, los pequeños modelos, al estar fine-tuneados, superan a los grandes modelos. Y hay estudios que lo demuestran. Un Mistral 2B, 7B, Barcelona ha sacado ahora un modelo Salamandra que está bastante customizado para idiomas peninsulares, catalán, vasco y tal. Funciona muy bien, aceptablemente bien en traducción, pero lo han sacado a un nivel muy básico. Requiere un fine-tuneo para NER, para anonimización, para otra toma de decisiones. También hay otro mito por ahí que dicen, bueno, ya, pero es que bueno, son 4 modelos que hay por ahí, claro, un lama... Chico, tampoco luego en castellano igual pues tiene poco, no se expresa muy bien lo que quiero hacer. No. Hay un montón de modelos open source, gratuitos, 2B, 7B, 10B, 9B. He visto, hay incluso modelos en lenguajes africanos que sirven perfectamente para la tarea en la que tú quieres entrenar y el problema que tú quieres resolver. Y hay muchos, desde clasificación de noticias a anonimización de datos, etc. El fine-tuneo no os lo tengo que explicar, porque los han explicado brillantemente algunos estudiantes aquí esta mañana. No es complejo. Hombre, mi madre no sirve para hacer fine-tuning de modelos, pero vosotros sí, estáis para ello, estáis muy bien preparados. Hombre, requiere ciertos conocimientos técnicos. Un chiquito, una chiquita que acaba de salir de la FP, pues no es la persona más indicada. Pero cada vez esto es tecnología, vamos a llamarle, asequible. Bien, y el último mito que me gustaría desmontar es que para hacer esto necesitas bajarte la Biblioteca Nacional y todas las fotos del Museo del... No. Incluso no necesitas ni acceder a los datos. Supongo que muchos de vosotros ya habéis oído hablar del Federated Learning, del entrenamiento federado, etc. Necesitas los parámetros, con lo cual las empresas que tienen problemas de privacidad compartiendo sus datos no tienen por qué hacer un entrenamiento, es del lado de la empresa y solo se comparten los parámetros. Bien. ¿Para quién estamos haciendo cositas de estas? Una empresa que me gustaría mencionar es una pequeña agencia de noticias que está en Lanzadera, se llama Indux, y tenemos un pequeño modelo customizado para ellos que hace todas estas cosas. Clasifica las noticias, esto antes lo hacían a mano, tenían 4 o 5 periodistas que se encargaban de decir relevante economía India, no relevante tal... Imaginad a qué velocidad iban. Esto se hace automáticamente, no se ha despedido a los periodistas, porque los periodistas de lo que se encargan ahora es de, no lo he puesto ahí, de redactar más información de una forma mucho más informada. Y para BYD, que es una empresa china de coches, como sabéis todos, ahí tenemos un modelo customizado de traducción. Y les ganamos a los chinos y le ganamos a los japoneses. Para ellos solo hacemos traducción chino-japonés y chino-inglés. Es la prueba de que los pequeños modelos customizados, en este caso de traducción automática, funcionan. Y ya por daros una idea a los futuros fundadores de startups megamillonarias, en algunos circulitos, cuando se implementen los pequeños modelos con 5 y 6 Gs y sean estén en abierto en la calle, podemos ir hacia algo de lo que se discute que se llama ubiquitous AI, es decir, la inteligencia artificial en todos los sitios. Redes de inteligencia artificial y soluciones a las que me puedo ir conectando por aquí y por allá. Y hasta aquí hemos llegado.
Muchas gracias, Manuel. Bueno, la siguiente presentación la va a dar Catherine Orozco, de Nunsis, está aquí, y nos va a hablar sobre Narrate, Intelligent Manufacturing Custodian, industria resiliente y eficiente. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Catherine Orozco, vengo de Nunsis Group, efectivamente como nos han presentado. Vengo a hablarles sobre Narrate, Intelligent Manufacturing Custodian. Este es un proyecto europeo en el cual hemos estado trabajando desde nuestra área de innovación de productos. Les voy a poner un poco en contexto sobre qué es Nunsis Group, porque estamos trabajando en este tipo de iniciativas. Es una empresa, un grupo valenciano que tiene más de 2.800 profesionales a lo largo de España, incluso a nivel internacional, por ejemplo en Colombia y en Portugal. Tenemos presencia en más de 45 países, más de 8.000 clientes y hemos ido incluyendo diferentes compañías a este grupo que hoy conforma Nunsis Group. Entre esos, brevemente, en los últimos 2 años, estas han sido las diferentes compañías que han ido incluyéndose en este grupo. Tenemos algunos grandes referentes, tales como Sotis, tenemos Inicom, que se incorporó en el 2023, y bueno, allí pueden ver la serie de compañías que hoy en día hacen parte de nuestro grupo. Lo que queremos transmitir con esto es que son más de 30 compañías especializadas en tecnologías de nicho, con lo cual aseguramos la correcta implementación de soluciones con expertos y profesionales seniors para dichos proyectos. Bueno, lo que les había mencionado previamente, este es nuestro alcance a nivel de la península e incluso en Sudamérica, con una de las primeras oficinas que tenemos en Medellín, en Colombia. Luego tenemos diferentes partners tecnológicos, con más de 100. Lo que podemos ver en pantalla es una pequeña muestra de ellos, algunos que en este momento tienen mucha relevancia, tales como SAP, Microsoft, Siemens, Aura Quantic, etcétera, etcétera. Las diferentes áreas en las que nos especializamos, y ya con esto cierro este primer contextualización de dónde venimos y quiénes somos en Nunsis. Tenemos diferentes enfoques, áreas de laboratorio, áreas de salud, impresión contenidos, transversales, entendiéndose como todo lo que fuese formaciones, talleres para la transformación digital, comunicaciones, en fin, abarcamos muchos de las necesidades de digitalización actualmente requerida por el mercado. Dentro de Nunsis existe el área de innovación de producto en el cual estamos trabajando en las iniciativas tales como Narrate, del que les vengo a compartir. Así que hemos terminado la primera parte, vengamos ahora sí a lo que puede ser más interesante para todos. Narrate Regenerative Resilient Smart Manufacturing Networks, que traduce esto. Básicamente, este proyecto europeo lo que busca es poder generar esa resiliencia en las diferentes compañías de manufactura que tenemos a nivel europeo. Se ha detectado una serie de retos que se intenta resolver y precisamente ese es el enfoque de Narrate, que lo vamos a ir mencionando en estos 6 puntos. La fragilidad de las cadenas de suministro europeas. ¿Esto qué significa? Interrupciones, bien sea por crisis, por problemas ambientales o geopolíticos. También tener tanta dependencia de proveedores extranjeros hace que al momento que algo falle, tienes poca capacidad de reacción. Otro de los grandes retos es la falta de resiliencia y flexibilidad en la productividad, en la producción. Esto significa que al momento que necesites reconfigurar alguna línea de producción, no lo puedes hacer con la agilidad que se requiere y surgen muchos imprevistos, con lo cual dejas de entregar los productos a tiempo en el cliente que lo necesita. El tercer reto que busca cubrir o resolver Narrate es el desaprovechamiento del conocimiento experto. Imagino que en muchos de los casos, y lo hablo a nivel corporativo, en la vida estudiantil, hemos vivido esta situación en la que ciertas personas tienen el conocimiento y por cualquier motivo no se ha compartido con el resto de las personas. Esto genera un atraso, un cuello de botella en cualquier línea de producción o proyecto que se esté desarrollando. Lo que se busca es poder aprovechar ese conocimiento y hacerlo extensivo al resto del equipo o la cadena de producción. El cuarto es la baja integración de tecnologías avanzadas. ¿Esto qué significa? Se necesita, si bien se tienen varias herramientas, aplicaciones que trabajan, muchas de ellas lo hacen en silos y es difícil la conexión entre estas. Eso es una de las cosas que busca solucionar Narrate, combinando tecnologías tales como gemelos digitales, IA generativa, IoT o Big Data en un único sistema. Altos costes y barreras de acceso para pymes. Es el quinto de esos retos que busca solucionar y es la falta de soluciones asequibles y escalables que permita a empresas medianas y pequeñas beneficiarse de este tipo de tecnologías. Y el sexto es la sostenibilidad y eficiencia energética, la necesidad de optimizar estos recursos, minimizar residuos y reducir la huella de carbono en estos procesos. ¿Cómo lo hace Narrate? El IMC, entendiéndolo como Intelligent Manufacturing Custodian, viene siendo esa solución innovadora que se propone con Narrate. Es un núcleo inteligente, llamémoslo como el cerebro, que va a coordinar, anticipar y optimizar lo que se necesite en esta cadena de producción. Un poco más a detalle, ¿qué es el IMC? Es un sistema de inteligencia digital avanzada que, como mencionábamos previamente, centraliza la información de toda la red de fabricación. A eso me refería, a esa dificultad de unir las diferentes herramientas o aplicaciones que suelen trabajar en silos. Lo que busca el IMC es unificarlo y poder sacar el máximo provecho de esto. Orquesta también gemelos digitales, toma la información de IoT, Big Data y utiliza inteligencia artificial. Esto proporciona visibilidad, simulación, toma de decisiones. Lo que se busca con Narrate es poder ayudar a las personas en la toma de decisiones frente a diferentes supuestos y situaciones que se pueden presentar a lo largo de una cadena de producción. En otras palabras, es el centro nervioso que permite transformar una cadena de suministro tradicional en un ecosistema auto-orquestado y resiliente. Un poco más sobre el IMC. Aquí tenemos una serie de características claves la visibilidad en tiempo real, poder conectar todos los sistemas, y con esto me refiero bien las aplicaciones tales como el ERP, datos logísticos, conectar sensores y poder canalizar todo esto para un modelo digital en vivo. Los gemelos digitales avanzados simulan escenarios y los riesgos antes de que ocurra. Esto es uno de los factores determinantes en la eficiencia en una cadena de producción, de poder llegar o no llegar, bien sea a la entrega en puerta del cliente o poder tener el suministro adecuado para ese día de producción, o diferentes escenarios y situaciones que suelen doler en esta industria. Analítica predictiva y prescriptiva, poder detectar las vulnerabilidades, poder optimizar y proponer acciones. Por eso mencionábamos que Narrate busca ser un ayudante que ayuda a tomar esas decisiones, valga la redundancia, y darle esa facilidad al colaborador de decidir qué debemos hacer y que la persona tenga más facilidad en esa decisión. Lo que continúa con decisiones humano-máquina es poder guiar a los operadores y directores de planta con recomendaciones aplicables y explicables. La resiliencia adaptativa, y es poder reconfigurar los proveedores, rutas y volúmenes de producción frente a diferentes crisis o situaciones imprevistas. En resumen, este es un sistema que ayuda a la toma de decisiones frente a una situación dada en la cadena de producción. Con la monitorización de todo el proceso end-to-end, se dan alertas y se proponen soluciones en tiempo real para que las personas puedan prever y tomar acción en un tiempo mucho más rápido. El valor tangible para Europa, ¿cuál sería? Contamos con un aumento del 30% en la detección temprana de riesgos y disrupciones, una disminución del 20% de tiempo de recuperación ante crisis, la capacidad de respuesta es mucho más rápida, 15% más de puntualidad en entregas, al momento que tú puedes prever y solucionar aquellos inconvenientes de manera anticipada, te puede facilitar llegar a tiempo a ese cliente, y menos consumo energético y huella de carbono estimado en un 10%. Se tienen 3 pilotos en los cuales se está trabajando desde esta iniciativa: industria del mueble, con la automatización inteligente; red de impresión 3D como servicio, donde la producción distribuida baja demanda, respuestas a disrupciones; y la tercera, la de semiconductores. Hoy en día les vengo a contar un poco, y quiero utilizar como principal ejemplo el de la industria del mueble. En esta slide podemos ver la arquitectura que hay detrás de Narrate, cómo funciona para poder brindar esa información en tiempo real a los usuarios o los operarios de nuestras diferentes industrias, en este caso esta fábrica de producción de mobiliario. Como vemos en la parte superior está parte todo del usuario, ese operario que está trabajando en la producción de, llamémoslo, una cuna. Este usuario quiere alguna información y le va a preguntar al sistema que, por ejemplo, me lo invento, ¿qué suministro me hace falta para poder suplir la demanda del pedido para la semana 30? Entonces, toda esa información llega al IMC, y el IMC va a recurrir a los diferentes puntos de esta arquitectura para responderle. Bien, llegando al NSQA, contando con los LLMs, para el tema de ese lenguaje, va a abstraer cuál es la información que requiere el usuario. Vuelve al IMC, donde con el planner, bueno, esto está en esta otra slide un poco más fácil y resumido. El IMC tiene un planner que va a determinar cuáles son las actividades necesarias para poder contestar a este usuario. Decide 5 tareas, por poner un número. Luego el orquestador, incluido en el IMC, va a gatillar todas las preguntas o las consultas que deba dirigir a los diferentes organismos de esta arquitectura, y vuelvo a la slide anterior, para mencionar cuáles son esos organismos de los cuales va a traer la información. Tenemos, por ejemplo, la parte del gemelo digital, en el cual va a poder abstraer la información y responder esa necesidad del usuario. También tenemos toda la información que se abstrae de IoT, de todos los sensores que pueda estar en fábrica, toda la data en su ERP, por ejemplo, y toda esta información se utiliza para poder contestar a la pregunta de este usuario. Sin embargo, como bien mencionábamos al inicio, el objetivo es poder también resolver de manera anticipada y con una constante registro y, en su defecto, alertas al usuario de aquello que puede estar fallando. Y esto funciona de otra forma. Con esta misma arquitectura se han establecido ciertos parámetros dentro de los cuales, en el momento que se sobrepasa alguno de los parámetros, salta una alerta que de manera automática, si ven en la parte superior, al lado de los usuarios, hay un pequeño monitor. Llamémoslo este monitor, donde el usuario va a poder visualizar en tiempo real aquellas situaciones fuera de parámetro que el IMC ha detectado, y con esto no solo va a detectar cuál es el posible problema o el punto de riesgo, sino las soluciones que el IMC propone. Por ello, volvemos a recalcar que Narrate busca ayudar a la solución de problemas y les sugiere de una forma fácil y rápida, avisando cuál es el riesgo, cuáles son las posibles soluciones para estos. Por ello, al final, lo que buscamos es que a las preguntas de los usuarios se obtengan respuestas muy fáciles, rápidas, concentrando toda la información en un mismo lugar, y que el cliente o el usuario pueda resolver sus necesidades, así como también tener alertas de situaciones que no ha contemplado y poder resolverlo de manera anticipada. Esto es otro ejemplo, y con esto voy a finalizar. Hablando de este piloto de la fabricación de mobiliario, en este caso tenemos una cuna. El usuario quisiera saber cuál es la cantidad de componentes que conforman esta cuna, considerando que la cuna tiene 3 proveedores. Proveedor A, que es quien entrega el chasis y la estructura principal; el proveedor B, que es quien entrega el colchón; y el proveedor C, que es quien entrega las ruedas. Entonces, este usuario, con su pregunta, se lo hace al IMC, quien se despliega por los diferentes puntos de la arquitectura para poder responderlo. Acude al ERP, en caso tal de que sea necesario acudir a la información de los proveedores, también lo haría. En el caso de la pregunta del ejemplo, solo con el ERP puede bastar, y le va a responder cuál es la cantidad de ítems o partes que conforman este producto. Y aquí tiene su respuesta en tiempo rápido, sin tener que acudir a múltiples fuentes de información para poder entender esa que en este momento era su consulta. Así como ello, lo podemos extrapolar a muchos otros usos y casos críticos para poder asegurar la entrega a tiempo y poder responder a cualquier adversidad que se presente en una cadena de producción, y asegurar que ese end-to-end esté completamente cubierto y tengan la capacidad de cambiar el rumbo o tener alternativas que solucionen algún impedimento. Eso es Narrate. Si tienen alguna duda, nos pueden contactar. Lo que también vamos a estar por aquí en el resto de la jornada. Y bueno, muchas gracias a todos.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Catherine. La siguiente charla la va a ofrecer Cristina Balsauli, que es la directora de Dinapsis Valencia y viene representando a Hidraqua. Su charla se titula Inteligencia Artificial al servicio de la sostenibilidad en la gestión del agua. Muchas gracias, Cristina.
Hola, ¿se me oye? ¿Sí? ¿La tenemos? Bueno, hola, buenos días, bueno, casi ya que buenas tardes a todos. Soy Cristina Balsauli, como comentaba, no soy la directora de Dinapsis Valencia, pero además también la directora de Transformación e Innovación de Hidraqua en la Comunidad Valenciana. Hoy quería explicaros un poco qué estamos haciendo como una gran compañía que somos en el ámbito de inteligencia artificial aplicado al sector del agua. Pero previamente, por favor, dejadme que presente un poco a la compañía que hoy represento. Hidraqua es una empresa valenciana del sector del agua y del medio ambiente que lleva operando en la Comunidad Valenciana casi 55 años. Pertenece a un gran grupo, a una gran multinacional, que es Veolia, que como veis aquí está presente en los 5 continentes, 56 países, con una cifra de empleados aproximadamente de 215.000 y aquí tenéis nuestra cifra de negocio, esta creo que es la del 23. El propósito de Veolia es impulsar lo que es la transformación ecológica de los territorios y para ello pues, tenemos un gran plan estratégico que se apalanca en 3 ejes, ¿no? Que es la descontaminación, la descarbonización y la reutilización de recursos. ¿Cuáles son nuestras líneas principales de negocio? Pues tenemos 3 líneas, agua, energía y residuos. ¿Dónde enmarcamos a la empresa Hidraqua? Evidentemente en la vertical de agua. Si hacemos un foco hacia Veolia España y Veolia Agua España, aquí tenéis todas las sociedades que forman parte del grupo Veolia y que actualmente a día de hoy operan a lo largo de todo el territorio nacional. Gestionamos cerca de 1.100 municipios en toda España, aproximadamente 13,5 millones de personas servidas en abastecimiento y somos una plantilla de poco más de 11.600 personas. Tenemos 7 millones de clientes servidos y bueno, gestionamos del orden de 849 plantas de tratamiento. Hagamos zoom a Comunidad Valenciana y nos encontramos ya con la sociedad perteneciente al Grupo Agbar que opera en la Comunidad Valenciana, que es Hidraqua. Pero además de Hidraqua, tenemos 2 modelos de negocio, ¿no? Por una parte, lo que es la concesión pura y dura, que es cuando nos presentamos a las licitaciones de servicio de agua y alcantarillado de los municipios, pero tenemos una segunda vía de negocio, que es una fórmula de empresa mixta, parte pública, parte privada, con los ayuntamientos que gestionamos. En concreto, en la Comunidad Valenciana, y conjuntamente con Hidraqua gestionamos municipios como Alicante con la marca Aguas de Alicante, que por cierto es la empresa mixta del sector del agua más antigua del mundo, porque ya ha cumplido 125 años. Aigües de Paterna en Paterna, Aigües del Horta con el municipio de Torrent, que además gestiona también 5 municipios del área del Horta Sur, Agamed en Torrevieja, Aigües de Cullera en Cullera y Aigües de Elche en la ciudad de Elche. Como veis aquí tenéis nuestras magnitudes, esto está publicado en nuestra web y hablamos en estos momentos de cerca, bueno, creo que son 79 municipios los que gestionamos. ¿Qué hacemos? ¿Cuál es nuestro core de negocio? Pues básicamente todos los procesos que forman parte del ciclo integral del agua, desde la captación, la potabilización, la distribución del agua, la recogida de las aguas sucias a través de todas las redes de alcantarillado de saneamiento para llevarlas a la parte de depuración y, por último, cerramos el círculo con la parte de reutilización del agua. ¿Por qué explico y me detengo aquí? Porque lo que os voy a explicar ahora ahora después, es exactamente dónde, en qué punto de esta parte del ciclo estamos aplicando soluciones de IA. Si algo nos ha caracterizado desde siempre a nuestro grupo, es que siempre hemos apostado por la tecnología y por la innovación. En el año 2007 abrimos el primer centro tecnológico dedicado al agua en Barcelona, nuestro centro Zetacua. A partir de aquí lo que buscábamos es cómo a través de la I+D+I podíamos dar respuesta a esas problemáticas, ¿no?, que nos estábamos encontrando en el día a día de nuestra propia gestión. Tenemos un funnel de un servicio de vigilancia tecnológica que lo que hacemos es analizar todas las tecnologías disruptivas de mercado, buscamos caso de uso, hacemos proyecto piloto para al final industrializar esa I+D. Este centro se replicó posteriormente en Galicia, en Andalucía y recientemente, el año pasado concretamente, hemos abierto una delegación aquí en la Comunidad Valenciana. Pero además, ¿cómo hacemos para rentabilizar, ¿no?, esta parte de I+D? ¿Qué es lo que buscamos con la I+D? ¿O qué deberíamos de buscar haciendo I+D? Evidentemente, llegar a una industrialización, a un servicio, a un producto que realmente se pueda aplicar y que podamos utilizar, ¿no?, en nuestra propia gestión. Para ello, en el año 2017, una vez más, reafirmamos nuestro compromiso con la sostenibilidad a través de la innovación, abriendo el primer centro de innovación aplicado al sector del agua en España, en la ciudad de Benidorm, el centro de Inapsis Costa Blanca. Este centro a día de hoy se ha convertido en una red de centros conectados a lo largo de todos los territorios donde el grupo opera y el último centro en abrir sus puertas lo hizo en el año 23, que la tenemos aquí muy cerquita, en la Marina de Valencia, que es el centro de Dinapsis Valencia. ¿Qué hacemos en Dinapsis? En Dinapsis lo que hacemos es nuestra apuesta por digitalizar todo lo que son las operaciones del sector del agua. Comentábamos, Vicente, anoche, ¿no?, esa base, que sin esa base de digitalización poca IA podíamos tener, ¿no? Entonces, al final son unos centros que nos permiten tener centralizados todos los datos y a partir de ahí poder disponer de herramientas para poder explotarlos. Lo que os vengo a explicar aquí, y esta es una clasificación que hemos hecho, y os digo que creo que es ya la cuarta clasificación que hacemos de cómo clasificar nuestras soluciones de IA, pero bueno, básicamente os voy a traer casos muy concretos sobre lo que nosotros llamamos gestión de recursos hídricos, lo que es la gestión de infraestructuras críticas y resiliencia, y aplicadas ya a la última parte del ciclo, que para mí casi que es el primero, ¿no?, que son las biofactorías y la recuperación de residuos. No voy a entrar en detalle técnico de exactamente cuál es el algoritmo, cuáles son las tecnologías que utilizamos, porque seguro que todos los que estáis aquí sabéis muchísimo más que yo de todo esto, pero sí el por qué lo estamos haciendo. Y esto lo vais a entender muy bien, porque al final todo esto tiene un impacto muy directo en el ciudadano, porque todos los que estamos aquí somos usuarios de un servicio de agua y todos necesitamos el agua para vivir. En el ámbito de gestión de recursos hídricos, bueno, un paréntesis. Para nosotros, gestión de recursos hídricos implica esa gestión aguas arriba de lo que es un servicio de agua y alcantarillado. Es decir, hablamos de cuencas hidrográficas, embalses o incluso la captación, ¿vale?, antes de que el agua llegue a lo que es el municipio. ¿Qué problema nos estamos encontrando? Bueno, otra puntualización importante. Todas estas soluciones nacen desde nuestra propia operación, desde nuestro propio expertise y ese conocimiento experto que tenemos en la operación y para mejorar, optimizar y buscar esa excelencia en la operación. Por lo tanto, de todas y cada una de las soluciones os voy a exponer dónde nos hemos encontrado un problema y qué es lo que hemos hecho y qué nos resuelve, ¿vale?, a través de la IA. En este caso concreto, es una herramienta de alerta temprana para detectar lo que son los picos de turbidez en las captaciones antes de una planta potabilizadora. Una medición de una turbidez antes de una planta potabilizadora es un problema, sí o sí, en la calidad de lo que va a ser el agua que vamos a beber a continuación, ¿vale? Por lo tanto, ¿qué es lo que hemos hecho? Hemos hecho, a través de estas medidas y el historial y el histórico que tenemos de mediciones de turbidez, hemos hecho una correlación con los modelos de toda la información de las variables disponibles en los AIs de las cuencas hidrográficas. Por lo tanto, a partir de aquí, lo que pretendemos, ¿vale?, es intentar adelantarnos a ese pico de turbidez que vamos a tener a la entrada de una potabilizadora y que nos va a requerir que esa operación y ese mantenimiento, ¿no? o ese tratamiento del agua sea muchísimo más costoso y muchísimo más difícil, ¿vale? Intentar evitarlo. Con, además, disponiendo de un visualizador, ¿vale? Para poder ver todas las alarmas, un histórico de alarmas y, por supuesto, notificación a los operarios de planta para esa agilidad a la hora de reaccionar. Cuando hablamos a nivel de masas de agua, ¿vale? Fijaros en el contexto que estamos actualmente de cambio climático, qué importante es para nosotros poder predecir, ¿vale? qué cantidad de agua estoy teniendo o voy a tener en los embalses y qué nivel van a haber en los acuíferos, ¿vale? Por lo tanto, lo que hemos hecho es, hemos hecho una simulación de escenarios de cómo van alterando o cómo se están moviendo estas masas de agua y lo hemos mezclado, ¿no? con los índices de sequía y de escasez para adelantarnos a ese posible problema. A partir de aquí, lo que buscamos es equilibrar las fuentes de suministro para evitar que ninguna de las fuentes, ¿no? se queden con escasez. Si entramos en el ámbito de las infraestructuras críticas y resiliencia, tenemos distintas soluciones. Esta que veis aquí está muy vinculada con la gestión del alcantarillado, de las redes de alcantarillado. Aquí, pensar que nosotros, nuestras redes, están por bajo del suelo, es decir, no sabemos, no las vemos, ¿no? Por lo tanto, ¿cómo sabes tú qué tramo de la red de alcantarillado tienes que limpiar o no tienes que limpiar? Puedes hacer una planificación al uso de, pues mira, limpias cada 2 años toda la red, con lo cual es ineficiente y no tiene sentido, o puedes buscar técnicas, ¿no? que te digan exactamente qué tramos son los que tienes que limpiar y con qué periodicidad y cuáles tienes que priorizar. A partir de aquí, lo que hacemos es cogemos todas las inspecciones, bueno, os explico, para ver lo que hay dentro de una red de alcantarillado y cómo limpiarlo, pues hay varios sistemas, básicamente son inspecciones con cámara. Entonces, ¿cómo se hacía tradicionalmente? Pues mientras se está inspeccionando lo que es la visión del vídeo, pues el propio operador pues va etiquetando el vídeo sobre lo que se va encontrando. ¿Qué hemos hecho? Hemos desarrollado un sistema que lo que hace es visualiza de una manera masiva, imaginaros la cantidad de vídeos que se puede ver en una máquina en un momento, comparativamente con un humano, y lo que hace es clasifica el grado de suciedad de cada uno de los tramos. Una vez teniendo, los clasifican en 4 categorías, de muy sucio a limpio. Entonces, al final lo que hacemos es, tenemos un plano, un mapa, ¿no? que lo que hace es, te pinta las tuberías de color con un código de colores para priorizar dónde tienes que hacer esa limpieza de alcantarillado. Además, esta herramienta la tenemos ya integrada con lo que sería el propio sistema de gestión de activos. En la parte de la setup, vale, ¿qué pasa con los trialometanos? No sé si conocéis este compuesto, ¿vale? Este es un compuesto que surge cuando el cloro se mezcla, ¿no? o reacciona con la materia orgánica que hay en el agua. Sabéis que el cloro es el desinfectante universal, además reconocido que es el mejor desinfectante que hay para el agua potable, pero a veces podemos tener problemas en las plantas depuradoras porque se nos generan los triolometanos. ¿Qué problema tiene el triolometano? Que es muy nocivo para la salud y además es un compuesto que su ingesta, o sea, puedes adquirirlo tanto bien por ingerir agua, bien por aspirar del aire, incluso por contacto dérmico, incluso por el agua de la ducha, ¿no? Fijaros la importancia que tiene el controlar los triolometanos. ¿Qué es lo que hacemos? Lo que estamos haciendo es, con una base de correlación del resto de parámetros que siempre se miden de calidad de agua, intentar buscar y anticiparnos a cuándo se va a producir esa reacción química con la materia orgánica del agua para evitar tener los triolometanos en las plantas de tratamiento. Esta aplicación de aquí está muy focalizada en la parte de desalación. Sabéis que desde hace ya unos años, aparte de lo que sería la reutilización de agua residual, pues también estamos haciendo agua desalada, ¿no? agua del mar, y convertirla en agua potable. ¿Qué problema tiene el agua salada? ¿Qué problema tiene la salinidad? Pues que lo que está causando es que en las propias tuberías provoca un índice de corrosión muy alto y además la propia velocidad del agua y la propia agresividad química que tiene el agua lo que hace es erosiona muchísimo, sobre todo en los elementos de las juntas y los sellados, ¿no? Por lo tanto, lo que buscamos es tener una metodología, ¿no? Y sobre todo también una herramienta de visualización donde mezclamos los factores estructurales de las propias conducciones, ¿vale?, con las características del agua que está circulando por ellas. Y a partir de aquí somos capaces de detectar o de predecir cuándo vamos a tener un riesgo de corrosión y, por lo tanto, ser proactivos y hacer ese mantenimiento predictivo, ¿no?, y hacer ese cambio antes de que ocurra. Fijaros que en la mayoría de los casos que os estoy contando estamos pasando de un mantenimiento preventivo a un mantenimiento predictivo, adelantarnos a lo que está por venir. Esta solución de aquí está vinculado, igual que el anterior, a la limpieza de las redes de alcantarillado. ¿Qué buscamos aquí? Bueno, aquí en una coctelera pues metemos los datos de la propia operación, el histórico de limpiezas que tenemos almacenados en el GIS, los datos operativos que están repetidos y unos datos de contexto, es decir, qué está pasando en torno a las instalaciones. Y con ello lo que hacemos es hacemos una predicción de cómo se van a ensuciar las tuberías y, por lo tanto, hacemos esa planificación inteligente de por dónde tenemos que empezar a limpiar las tuberías de alcantarillado. ¿Pensáis que es importante conocer la edad de las tuberías de cara a renovarlas? Volvemos a lo mismo, las tuberías van por debajo. Y pensar que hay ciudades que las tuberías pueden tener, las de alcantarillado, 150 años, 200 años, una barbaridad. Y esto sí que os lo digo en cualquier empresa, entrar en el GIS de una empresa y mirar a ver la columnita del tramo de las tuberías, cuál es la edad de las tuberías. Ya os digo yo que en el 70% de los tramos pone 1900, así, raca, 1900, ¿vale? Cuando es un parámetro importante, no el único, pero sí determinante para tener en cuenta cuándo tenemos que hacer la renovación. ¿Aquí qué buscamos? Aquí lo que buscamos es intentar estimar la edad de la tubería, ¿vale? La edad de cada uno de los tramos de la tubería. ¿Cómo? Pues si tienes información de los tramos colindantes, buscando información de catastro y luego devolviendo, ¿vale?, a GIS esa información ya catalogada cada uno con una estimación de la edad. Y además nos hace también un cálculo de cuál puede ser el error de la estimación. Nos vamos a la última parte del ciclo, a la parte de biofactorías. Las llamamos biofactorías porque el modelo tradicional de la DAR, que era entra el agua sucia, la limpio y la devuelvo a medio natural, le estamos dando una vuelta, estamos haciendo una transformación digital del proceso. Lo que buscamos es reutilizar el 100% del agua, buscar esa autosuficiencia energética con los propios procesos, ¿no?, de cogeneración de biogás y, por supuesto, valorizar toda la parte de residuos. Aquí tenemos una planta de depuración, ¿vale?, de una planta de tratamiento de aguas residuales, y eso que veis ahí son filtros de ultrafiltración, ¿vale? Estos filtros son, pues, digamos, como la primera etapa por donde pasa todo el agua bruta, ¿no? ¿Qué buscamos aquí? Sabemos, bueno, el mantenimiento de estos filtros es muy costoso en tiempo y en costes. Muy costoso en tiempo porque al final tiene muchas etapas. Lo primero es que se hacen muchos contralavados de los filtros con agua y con aire. Después se pasa un proceso de sustancia química para eliminar todo lo que se queda impregnado en los propios filtros. Si al final no ha quedado bien, vuelves a aplicar un proceso con unos químicos especiales. Y, por último, siempre se hace una inspección visual para ver si hay alguna ranura o hay algún desperfecto en los filtros. Al final, es importantísimo saber cuándo tenemos que hacer toda esta operación. No me vale hacerla tarde, porque ya me carga el filtro y hay un coste, y no me vale hacerla antes, porque a lo mejor la estoy haciendo antes de tiempo y no estoy siendo eficiente ni operativa. Por lo tanto, lo que buscamos es que nos indique o que nos estime cuál es el momento óptimo para hacer esas membranas. Una vez más, aquí tiramos siempre de datos históricos, es decir, toda la operación que llevamos encima y cuántas veces nos ha pasado las dos casuísticas y, por supuesto, el conocimiento experto que tenemos en la materia. Intrusiones marinas. Aquí, además, justamente en la Comunidad Valenciana, tenemos muchísimas depuradoras en la línea de costa, ¿vale? Si en la parte de TAP nos preocupaba mucho el parámetro de turbidez, en la parte de depuración lo que nos preocupa mucho es la conductividad. ¿Por qué nos preocupa la conductividad? La conductividad nos preocupa porque los procesos, primero por la corrosión, sabemos que la conductividad está muy vinculada a la parte de la salinidad, porque las intrusiones salinas muchas veces lo que consiguen es que merman la eficiencia del proceso anaeróbico de digestión con las bacterias y los microbios, y además tiene un impacto muy directo en la calidad de agua que sale al final de la planta. Es decir, bien por dos objetivos, ¿no? O sea, si yo al final quiero añadir un terciario para poder regenerar ese agua, si se me ha ido el parámetro de conductividad, ese terciario va a ser muchísimo más costoso, me va a costar mucho más poder conseguir y dificulta mucho conseguir agua regenerada para su reutilización, pero si no, si este agua al final con intrusiones salinas la vertemos al medio natural, podemos tener un impacto muy grande en el medio ambiente. Al final aquí lo que buscamos es, queremos predecir esos picos de conductividad y como además sabemos que están muy vinculados, por supuesto, con lo que son las tormentas y toda la parte de predicción meteorológica, ¿no? Buscamos esa correlación con todo el histórico que tenemos, con las predicciones para poder anticiparnos a estos episodios. Aquí tenemos las EVAR. Las EVAR son las estaciones de bombeo de aguas residuales, ¿vale? Y aquí, una vez más, al famoso llamamiento de concienciación sobre el uso de las toallitas, que yo creo que todos los gestores de agua estamos que nos tiramos los pelos, ¿vale? ¿Qué buscamos aquí? Esto es un sistema autónomo. Es un sistema autónomo que está basado con una cámara y con un equipo que trabaja en el ACE, ¿no? En el ACE Processing, es decir, el propio equipo con las propias imágenes que capta la cámara lo que hace es busca y detecta sólidos en suspensión en lo que son las estaciones de bombeo. Cuando una estación de bombeo de aguas residuales se porque está llena de lo que sea, que ya os digo que en el 99% de los casos es con toallitas, lo que ocurre es que el agua residual desborda hacia la vía pública, ¿vale? Y esto es un problema de salubridad muy grande. Por eso somos tan machacones y estamos tan pesados, ¿no?, con el tema de las tuberías, de las toallitas, amén de que luego hacen unos atascos enormes, ¿no?, en lo que son las tuberías y el coste de mantenimiento es desbordante. Y esta creo que ya es la última. Esto que veis aquí esta está pensada en los tanques, ¿no? Estos tanques que veis en las estaciones depuradoras. Bueno, pues cuando hay algún problema en la parte de digestión anaeróbica, lo que ocurre es que se forman como una serie de espumas en la superficie de los tanques. Esto, desde luego, es un síntoma de que algún proceso no está funcionando como toca. Y además lo que ocurre es que provoca, o sea, el mayor problema que puede provocar es un desbordamiento. Una vez más, imaginaros esos tanques que se desborden, que incluso hayan obstrucciones en elementos de la propia EDAR o incluso que la propia estación no sea capaz, ¿no?, de garantizar la calidad de agua para poderla verter al medio. Al final aquí lo que hacemos con tecnología de Computer Vision, capturamos imágenes con infrarrojos y de visión nocturna y buscamos identificar en el minuto 1 cuando se está formando esa espuma. ¿Por qué? Porque la acción tiene que ser lo más inmediata posible. Aplicar la parte de antiespumantes, ¿vale?, para que rápidamente evitar y cortar que se formen estas espumas. Esta solución, además, lo que estamos buscando también es conectarla ya directamente a la parte de telecontrol, de forma que no solamente avise a operador de planta, sino que además haga la dosificación automática de la parte de espumas. Y bueno, espero que os haya resultado interesante. Sí que os digo que el sector del agua es un sector apasionante y nos queda mucho por hacer, y animaros a los que queráis subiros al sector.
Bueno, no era esto, sí. No. Ay, la he liado. Bueno, muchas gracias, Cristina. Seguimos con el sector del agua. Ahora José Vicente Cercós, que es el director de I+D de Hídrica, nos va a presentar de datos a decisiones, cómo la IA y Silent View están cambiando el agua. Muchas gracias.
¿Me escucháis? ¿Ahora sí? Vale, perfecto. Pues nada, empezamos. Todos os sonará el título, de datos a decisiones, ¿no? Es lo que estamos haciendo pues, todo el día. Y en este caso os voy a contar lo que Silent View, que es el nombre del producto digital que está revolucionando el sector del agua junto con la IA, pues está haciendo. Yo soy José Vicente Cercós, soy el director de desarrollo de producto y de I+D, y bueno, pues en empresas pequeñitas acumulamos un montón de pequeños títulos, ¿no? Tengo que empezar por daros un poco de contexto, ¿no? Dónde nace Hídrica, dónde nace el producto llamado Silent View, y para eso me tengo que remontar a Global Omnium. Global Omnium es una de las utilities más importantes, ¿no? A nivel mundial por su poder tecnológico y por las soluciones innovadoras. Y todo esto, bueno, pues nace a través de una experiencia de 130 años gestionando un montón de ciudades, ¿no? En este caso, pues como pone ahí, sobre 400 ciudades maneja la utility Global Omnium, entre ellas la ciudad de Valencia. ¿Y dónde nace la solución? Pues nace a través de esa transformación digital que se vio obligada Global Omnium a acometer a partir de 2005, donde vio que tenía que invertir un montón de dinero para solventar los problemas que tiene el ciclo integral del agua, ¿no? Y el resto de procesos y de sectores, pero en concreto en el agua. Y uno de los problemas fundamentales es esa escasez del agua y el incremento de los costos. ¿Cómo hacemos que un proceso industrial sea más eficiente? Pues al final digitalizando. Otro de los problemas grandes que tiene una industria como el sector del agua, que es tan antigua, es la brecha generacional. Tenemos empleados con un know-how pues, enorme, ¿no? Que tienen en su cabeza una red de distribución de agua como la de Valencia, y tú le preguntas a alguno de ellos y sabe cómo operar la red sin ningún problema. Pero claro, entran generaciones nuevas, generaciones que tienen la IA en el bolsillo y quieren hablar de su libro, ¿no? Quieren utilizar la tecnología para operar la red, no quieren que me cuentes tu película de la mili, ¿no? Pues tenemos que darles ese tipo de soluciones. Y otro de los retos es la diversidad de sistemas que tiene una utility del agua, o todas las empresas, ¿no? En general, pero la utility está manejando desde escalas, que maneja procesos industriales, desde las depuradoras, como ha contado Cristina, potabilizadoras, redistribución. Tiene GIS, información geográfica, que normalmente está en un silo que está protegido y solo maneja un equipo concreto, y cómo obtener los datos, hay que ir a preguntarle al del GIS. GMAOs para gestionar la fuerza, ¿no? de campo de los operarios, cómo manejamos a esa gente, y por supuesto los RPs. Todo esto hizo que se invirtiera mucho dinero desde Global Omnium para digitalizar, para consolidar todo en una única solución que maneje todo el ciclo del agua, desde la potabilización, distribución de agua, la red de saneamiento y la depuración y la devolución al medio. Con esto se vio que, bueno, habíamos creado una solución digital pues muy potente para una utility y que podíamos expandirla, ¿no? Llevar al mercado internacional la solución. Y de ahí es donde nace pues Hídrica. Hídrica se funda en 2020 como empresa tecnológica, fundamentalmente tecnológica, solo focalizada en el desarrollo de software y ese software distribuirlo para cualquier utility del mundo. Empezamos creando esa plataforma y adaptándola para el mercado internacional y nos empezamos a pegar los primeros trompazos, ¿no? Cuando llegamos a Estados Unidos, cogemos, todos orgullosos, una empresa valenciana con sus modelos entrenados en la redistribución de agua y sus patrones de consumo de usuarios domésticos. Llegamos, nuestros compañeros de allí la instalan, todo muy bonito, gráficos muy bonitos, todo muy moderno, pero un montón de errores, un montón de fallos, de alarmas. ¿Qué está pasando? Nos llaman corriendo los compañeros, oye, entrar porque algo está pasando, no vemos por qué está funcionando tan mal, ¿no? Empezamos a estirar del hilo y vimos que los patrones de uso de un usuario doméstico de Estados Unidos, pues lógicamente no es igual que uno de una ciudad como Valencia, donde vivimos en torres, ¿no? En pisos, y allí era la mayoría pues zonas residenciales con su jardincito, todo muy verde, y pasaban el día regando, pues alarma de fuga, todo el día. Tuvimos que, por supuesto, volver a reentrenar todos esos patrones y pensar que íbamos a un circuito internacional y teníamos que jugar ya pues, con esas reglas y conocer el mercado, ¿no? Se nos presentó otra oportunidad en la ciudad de Houston. Houston tiene muchos problemas con la red de saneamiento, como ha explicado Cristina. Hay muchas obstrucciones, pero es que esa red encima está infradimensionada y es súper plana. No hay casi gravedad con la que desplazar pues, toda esa materia, ¿no? ¿Qué ocurre? Pues que la ciudad de Houston empezó a darse cuenta que esto era un problema público y empezó a sancionar con $50.000 cada vez que había un desbordamiento. Imaginaros la pasta que es eso, $50.000. Pues bueno, nos pusimos a ello, cogimos nuestra solución de detección de atascos y la pusimos y hicimos un algoritmo que calculaba cuál era el tiempo que iba a pasar desde que detectábamos la obstrucción hasta que desbordaba, ¿no? Salía por la alcantarilla pues todo aquello, pues teníamos a lo mejor un margen 2, 3 horas, 24 horas, dependiendo, y podíamos enviar a los operarios a hacer esa limpieza y ese desatasco a tiempo y ahorrar un montón de dinero, ¿no? Que al final es de lo que se trata, que tengan un retorno, una operación eficiente y un retorno de esa inversión. En Europa, sobre todo, los problemas que se atacan son del agua potable, buscando fugas. Gran parte del dinero que ingresan las utilities es por facturar ese agua, con lo cual el agua es un activo que tenemos que intentar que no se pierda y el agua que se pierde es dinero que perdemos, pues focalizado en eso. Y nos dimos cuenta que en otras latitudes, por ejemplo, como en Qatar, tienen otro problema distinto, otro reto. Fundamentalmente tienen problemas de escasez de agua. ¿Qué es lo que quería en su momento Qatar? Pues reutilizar el agua lo máximo posible hasta la última gota. Desde la planta depuradora que gestionaba una compañía de Global Omnium allí, querían tener pues un servicio de riego inteligente lo mejor posible y aprovechar hasta la última gota. En este caso nos contrataron para atender lo que era la infraestructura del Campeonato Mundial de la FIFA, que hace un par de años tuvo lugar allí en Qatar. Pues querían aprovechar al máximo nivel y hicimos una solución de riego inteligente, pues controlando esa humedad del terreno, controlando el agua que nos llegaba y pudiendo irrigar de forma eficiente. Pero además no solo eso, hay otra peculiaridad importante en Qatar, y es que nosotros estamos acostumbrados a calentar el agua para ducharnos, ¿verdad? Pues en Qatar la tienen que enfriar. Es curioso. ¿Cómo lo hacen? Pues hay unas torres de refrigeración enormes en los edificios y esas torres de refrigeración funcionan con agua, se refrigeran con agua. Desde las plantas depuradoras envían ese agua a esas torres de refrigeración, la enfrían y entonces se pueden duchar. Entonces, otra gestión curiosa, ¿no?, del mundo del agua que dices, bueno, el agua es fácil, abres el grifo y sale el agua. Pues no, cada mercado o cada sector geográfico tiene sus retos, ¿no? Y estos son los retos, básicamente, mundiales a los que nos enfrentamos, ¿no? Cristina ha nombrado varios. Uno de ellos es el envejecimiento de infraestructuras. Como dices, hay tuberías aquí en Valencia que son de 1900 y la gente no lo sabe, tuberías de agua potable. Digo, ostras, ¿cómo que 1900? Pues bueno, hay que enfrentarse a ese problema, hay que proponer la renovación, evitar daños mayores, ¿no? Unido a las exigencias regulatorias, como os decía, en el ejemplo de Houston, donde dijo, bueno, ¿cómo soluciono este problema público? Pues sancionando. Pues voy a regular esto, cada vez los márgenes y los parámetros de devolución de agua al medio son más exigentes. Hay que digitalizar para poder controlar y optimizar esto. La brecha generacional, como os he contado, ni qué decir tiene, ¿no? Que llega alguien a nuestra compañía o quien sea y quiere utilizar soluciones digitales. Hay que digitalizar sí o sí porque las nuevas generaciones solo funcionan de esa forma. Cambio climático innegable. Fijaos la temperatura que hace hoy, ¿no? A la fecha que estamos de junio, ¿no? Pues otro reto. Y por supuesto que saber que el agua pues es un servicio esencial, es un derecho tener agua. Estamos aquí muy acostumbrados a abrir el grifo y siempre sale agua a las 24 horas del día, pero eso no es fácil. Eso no es así en todos los sitios, ¿no? Es un reto pues, también importante. Y para dar esa solución tenemos que aplicar pues, estas técnicas, ¿no? Que pone aquí abajo en eficacia, resiliencia y seguridad. Eso tenemos que tenerlo siempre en mente. Para hacer esto, ¿y qué es lo que hizo Global Omnium en su momento en esa transformación digital? ¿Y cómo acompañamos nosotros a todas las utilities que vienen a consultarnos? Nosotros hemos marcado un poco este camino, estas etapas. Podemos hacer más o menos, pero básicamente tienen que ser estas. Tenemos que instalar dispositivos inteligentes que nos puedan medir en todo momento cuál es el estado de la red, dispositivos que nos permitan operar la red de forma telemática, pero sin una plataforma que integre todos esos datos y que pueda manejar de forma centralizada la información y con un modelo único, pues no vamos a poder hacerlo de forma eficiente. Otro reto importante, la visualización. Hablábamos hace un momento de Big Data, ¿no? Pues aquí hay millones de dispositivos, millones de ciudadanos, imaginaos la cantidad de sensores que tenemos que cruzar y información que hay que correlar. Muy importante poder visualizarlo en una pantalla con sistemas de información geográfico y, sobre todo, por dar esa explicabilidad a los algoritmos. Nosotros podemos hacer el mejor algoritmo del mundo, pero me va a decir, ¿y eso por qué? ¿No? Va a venir el operario y va a decir, no lo entiendo, no voy a hacerlo. Pues hay que darle la explicabilidad, ¿no? Hay que explicarlo con pantallas, con datos, vale, me he basado en esto y he llegado a esta decisión que te estoy diciendo que tomes. Siguiente capa, por supuesto, la parte analítica. Una vez ya tenemos el dato ordenado, el dato curado, el dato de calidad, podemos empezar a utilizar esos datos para que el operario, para que las operaciones funcionen de forma más eficiente, pudiendo encontrar fugas, pudiendo pues, detectar cualquier tipo de anomalía como esas obstrucciones. Otra etapa adicional, la optimización. Pues como decía Cristina, hay distintos procesos industriales en la parte de potabilización, en la parte de depuración. Todo eso está consumiendo distintos parámetros, ¿no? Energía, recursos, tenemos unos parámetros de salida de calidad de agua que hay que ofrecer y una serie de restricciones. Pues hay que utilizar sistemas de optimización para minimizar, ¿no? El uso de energía y maximizar o de alguna forma dejar entre los parámetros adecuados la calidad del agua. Y la última capa, ¿no? la de inteligencia operacional que pongo aquí. Esa es como bueno, el todo ya. Ya puedo incluso pues, montar gemelos digitales o montar cualquier analítica predictiva de mi sistema completo del ciclo integral del agua, cosas que pueden afectar desde un extremo hasta otro distinto, ¿no? Y correlar esos datos. Entro ya a describir un poco lo que es nuestra plataforma, ¿vale? Como os decía, uno de los retos fundamentales que tenemos cuando llegamos a un cliente siempre es que tiene distintos sistemas. El GIS está aquí, mira, el GIS está aquí, te tienes que conectar con ese usuario contraseña y el listo de la clase es este señor, habla con este señor que es el que te va a decir cómo entrar. La información de la SCADA está aquí ya, pero es que esto está en una red industrial, cuidado, que cada planta tiene su propio SCADA, habla su propio lenguaje y ya veremos si te dejan conectarte o de qué forma, ¿no? Sensores en campo, por supuesto, los contadores, es la máquina registradora de las utilities del agua, el contador está midiendo litros de metros cúbicos de agua y es lo que le llega al final en factura. Muy importante monitorizar eso. Y cada uno tiene sistemas diversos, protocolos distintos, redes de comunicación distintas, todo eso es un problema enorme que hay que gestionar con mucha volumetría. Sistemas de orden de trabajo para manejar a la gente en campo, datos de calidad. Y en cuanto hablamos de calidad de agua, no siempre tenemos sensores que nos miden las cosas, hay veces que vienen analíticas de laboratorio y hay que incrustarlas dentro de la herramienta. Y modelos hidráulicos. Pues modelos hidráulicos que nos van a permitir luego montar un gemelo digital, uniendo los datos de tiempo real que ya hemos cogido con el modelo hidráulico que han diseñado los ingenieros. Todo esto lo agrupamos en una capa que nosotros llamamos, la plataforma la llamamos Smart Water Engine. Esa plataforma es la que consolida en ese dato único, en ese modelo único, que nos va a permitir luego construir encima todos los casos de uso del ciclo integral del agua. Casos de uso que van desde la potabilización, la gestión de las plantas potables, la operación de las redes de distribución de agua, la búsqueda, por supuesto, de fugas dentro de esa red potable, la gestión de los contadores, hemos dicho que es la caja registradora, luego eso hay que estar monitorizando, que funcione bien, que esté bien engrasada, y nos va a permitir al final, junto con esos modelos, como os decía antes, hacer simulaciones, tener un gemelo digital de una red, por ejemplo, de agua potable. ¿Pues para qué? Pues porque nos va a permitir cubrir esa brecha generacional. Como decía antes, tenemos el operario que está a punto de jubilarse, que sabe cómo operar la red de Valencia sin ningún problema y con los ojos cerrados, pero no le podemos llamar como una vez se jubile. Pues tenemos que hacer simuladores que nos permitan ejecutar escenarios. Bueno, va a haber una operación de corte en esta tubería. ¿Cuál es la red que se ve afectada por esto y cuál es la cerrada mínima? ¿Cuál es la regulación de presiones que tengo que hacer para que todo el mundo tenga agua? Todas esas operaciones las puedo hacer previamente antes de que entrar en una situación de crisis o de catástrofe. Operar mal, regular mal una presión puede generar otra fuga mucho más grande, ¿no? Y causar un daño mayor. Gestión de plantas de agua residual y redes de agua residual. Y por último, bueno, pues incluso hacer prevenciones de esos desbordamientos, como os decía, en la ciudad de Houston, o incluso inundaciones. También tenemos modelos que cruzan información con modelos hidrológicos y podemos prever avenidas de agua. Por encima, la capa de inteligencia operacional, como os decía. ¿Para qué sirve esta última capa? Pues para correlar o para, de alguna forma, romper los distintos hilos que se nos van a formar en las soluciones individuales. Si estamos atacando búsqueda de fugas de agua, nos va a sugerir que tomemos la decisión de ir a buscar la fuga en ese sector. Pero si yo tengo un plan de renovación de tuberías donde me dice que esa tubería la voy a reemplazar la semana que viene, seguramente me pueda ahorrar enviar a ese operario esa semana y enviar directamente a otro sitio a buscar la fuga, ¿no? Entonces nos permite hacer ese tipo de cosas. Entrando ya con lo de la IA y encauzo ya el final de la presentación. ¿Aprovechamos la IA para qué? Somos una empresa de desarrollo de soluciones tecnológicas. Nuestros desarrolladores utilizan Copilot, ¿vale? Es algo básico. ¿Para qué? ¿Para hacer magia y programar solos y despedir a programadores? No. No, porque nos van a ayudar, ese Copilot nos va a ayudar a minimizar errores en el desarrollo y nos va a ayudar a faenas tediosas como programar los test, pues que lo haga una IA. Lo siguiente que nos va a ayudar la IA, por ejemplo, en nuestra plataforma es cuando vamos a un mercado nuevo con otro idioma. Antes Manuel estaba comentando, ¿no?, de distintos modelos de lenguaje que te van a permitir hacer traducciones. Nosotros hemos hecho nuestro pequeño modelo innovador que, basado en el contexto, en la pantalla, la información que tiene, las etiquetas que tiene y las traducciones previas a otros idiomas, generó un tercer idioma, un cuarto idioma, un quinto idioma. Y el grado de fiabilidad es bastante alto. Luego ya afinamos, ¿no?, porque sobre el terreno sabemos que hay ciertas palabras que hay que ir ajustando. ¿Y dónde aprovechamos la IA también en la plataforma? Pues para tener una interfaz pues que sea un poco más amigable, ¿no? Que el usuario pueda interaccionar con lenguaje natural sobre nuestra plataforma. Y, como decía antes, romper esos hilos de información que se hacen al hacer soluciones individuales de IA, que toman decisiones, pero no tienen en cuenta todo el contexto, ¿no?, el resto. Pues añadimos esa parte. Y, por último, para también empoderar al cliente, como hemos puesto aquí. Muchos clientes están apostando por añadir gente como vosotros, que sois científicos de datos, expertos en la parte de la IA. Pues si yo os añado en mi empresa y tengo una aplicación como Silent View, puedo ofrecer esa plataforma para que directamente trabajéis con los datos y podáis generar casos de uso nuevo, ¿no?, y ayudar. Ejemplos de la toma de decisiones con la IA, ¿vale?, ya concretos. El primer caso, anoche hablábamos de, oye, cuando yo le pregunto a un cliente qué quiere decir con que tenga IA mi herramienta, porque yo voy a venderlo y me dicen, ¿pero tiene IA? Y dices, ¿qué significa para ti la IA? Pues la IA es un chat GPT. Quieren un chat donde preguntar cosas. Si no tienes eso, no tienes IA hoy en día. Es lo que es la perspectiva que tiene un cliente, no es la realidad, ¿vale? Todos lo sabemos. Nuestra herramienta con este LLM que hemos incorporado nos permite hacer consultas como, por ejemplo, oye, pues ¿cuál es el nivel del depósito a primera hora del día de hoy en el depósito del norte de Valencia? Pues el depósito tiene tantos metros cúbicos. ¿Cuál es la predicción de la demanda en ese sector norte que suministra el depósito? La predicción es esta, ¿vale? Pues dime cuánta cuántas horas de servicio puedo tener con ese depósito sin tener que volver a llenarlo, ¿no? Porque mi pico de coste de energía en esta franja es la más cara. Ese tipo de cosas las puedo hacer con el LLM. Planes de inversión. Hablamos de, bueno, las infraestructuras son antiguas y hay que renovarlas. ¿Qué es lo que hacemos? Como ha comentado Cristina, pues esas tuberías antiguas, analizamos cuál es el año de fabricación, analizamos los distintos materiales y con eso sacamos una probabilidad de fallo. No lo cambiamos solo porque sean viejas, sino porque hay una probabilidad de que se rompan por ciertos estudios, ¿no? Y luego una consecuencia del fallo. No es lo mismo dar servicio a una parte grande de la ciudad de Valencia o dar servicio a un hospital que a otro emplazamiento, ¿no? Pues priorizamos también esa renovación por esos parámetros. Renovación de contadores, la caja registradora. Los contadores, conforme pasa el tiempo, se van degradando, cuentan cada vez menos agua. Luego la utility factura cada vez menos. Hay que encontrar cuál es el punto crítico, el punto donde tengo un retorno de inversión adecuado para poder bueno, pues economizar, ¿no? el cambio. Y ya esta es la última slide. Nosotros también hacemos inspecciones de cámara, ¿no? Como todas las utilities. Antiguamente, como os ha contado Cristina, pues el operario se sentaba en la furgoneta y empezaba a contar. Nos ocurría el mismo problema. Esa gente que eran expertas y tenían horas y horas de entrenamiento para poder ver el vídeo, pues se van jubilando. Los nuevos no quieren estar sentados mirando 2 horas de vídeo ahí aburridos con pues que lo haga la IA. En nuestro caso, además de detectar obstrucciones, también detectamos defectos. Y hay una categorización, hay una escala de defectos y con esa escala podemos priorizar la renovación también de las tuberías, además de hacer las limpiezas. Siguiente caso, pues con imágenes satelitales. ¿Qué podemos hacer hoy en día? Podemos medir las diferencias de humedad que hay en distintos sitios, vemos la diferencia de humedad que puede haber donde hay una determinada tubería, vemos incluso desplazamientos del terreno, incluso a nivel milimétrico, cómo se ha ido degradando, y si en ese sector ha habido pérdida de agua, pues bueno, blanco y en botella, ¿no? La probabilidad es alta, ¿no? De encontrar la fuga en ese sitio. Lo mismo con fibra óptica. También estamos investigando, estamos utilizando fibra óptica para ver cómo la señal, el espectro de luz se altera cuando hay una determinada fuga y esas anomalías detectar en qué punto kilométrico está la fuga y cuántos metros cúbicos está fugando. Optimizaciones. No voy a entrar mucho en esta parte, ya hemos citado, tenemos que optimizar la energía, maximizar esa calidad del agua o al menos tenerlo en la horquilla regulatoria y las dosificaciones. Y por último ya, el último caso es pues, los patrones, anomalías y predicciones. Aquí algunos datos concretos, ¿no? En cuanto a patrones de consumo de agua, como os he dicho, en la ciudad de Houston lo que nos encontramos, detección de anomalías de caso de mal uso del agua o de uso irregular. Si yo tengo un contrato doméstico y tengo un patrón de consumo X y luego decido cambiar a una lavandería pero no voy a registrar la actividad económica, pues puedo tener detección de fraude, además de detectar posibles fugas internas. Y por último, pues la predicción de la demanda del agua es algo básico, ¿no? Pero nos permite, hay cosas curiosas, ¿no? En el mundo del agua, por ejemplo, que cuando hay un partido de fútbol, imaginemos que juega España, pues en la primera parte nadie lleva el váter, nadie consume agua, hay que regular la presión. Pero eso sí, como empiece la media parte, o el descanso, mejor dicho, pues todo el mundo va al váter, ¿no? Pues ese tipo de predicciones de demanda hay que tenerlas en cuenta porque hay que regular la presión del agua. Si no lo hacemos, pues podemos tener un reventón o podemos tener una merma de agua. Y eso es todo. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, José Vicente. Bueno, y esta es la última presentación antes de la comida. Pablo Hernández, el director de Innovación de ValgrAI, nos va a hablar de cómo ValgrAI es una naviera líder, innovadora y sostenible. Adelante, Pablo.
A ver si funciona. ¿Me escucháis bien? ¿Sí? Guay. Genial. Bueno, buenas tardes, buenos días, buenas tardes. Me toca la hora antes de comer, o sea que voy a ser corto, breve, porque sé que dices, a ver qué me va a contar ahora, ¿sabes? Bueno, yo soy Pablo Fernández Pacheco, soy el CEO y director de innovación de ValgrAI y os voy a contar un poco, que igual tenéis suerte y tampoco me funciona el vídeo, lo que es ValgrAI. ¿Vale? A ver si tenemos suerte. Pues no tenemos suerte, así que os lo voy a contar yo. Vale. Bueno, ValgrAI es una empresa naviera de aquí de Valencia. Tenemos más de 40 barcos. Hacemos rutas, no somos de estos de transatlánticos de viajes como vacaciones en el mar y cosas de estas, sino que nosotros transportamos personas y transportamos vehículos. Somos el nexo de unión, establecemos puentes entre varios territorios. Por ejemplo, todo lo que es el tráfico entre la península y las islas, además de otras navieras, lo hacemos nosotros. Somos los que abastecemos a los supermercados con los camiones que van diariamente, establecemos rutas también con Marruecos, con el norte de África. Tenemos, que mucha gente no lo sabe, rutas en Estados Unidos, tenemos desde Miami hasta Bahamas y ahora dentro de poco establecemos alguna ruta más en la parte del Caribe. ¿Vale? Es un proyecto que hay en curso. Los barcos que veis, como este que sale del vídeo, que no lo vais a poder ver, estos barcos los construimos nosotros, los barcos los hacemos nosotros, los hace ValgrAI. Nosotros los encargamos, ¿vale? Los encargamos a un astillero en el norte de España, algunos los compramos, pero los barcos son fabricación nuestra, con lo cual imaginaros la cantidad de innovación que podemos aplicar en estos barcos, ¿vale? La cantidad de datos que podemos traer en estos datos y además somos, y ahora lo veremos, nosotros intentamos que haya innovación en todo lo que hacemos. Por eso, por ejemplo, si alguno habéis ido a Formentera desde el año pasado, en Formentera Ibiza veréis este barco y este barco es 100% eléctrico. O sea, este barco es 100% eléctrico y nosotros estamos muy enfocados en el impacto medioambiental en la sociedad que tenemos. Es por eso que utilizamos gas licuado desde hace muchísimos años, tenemos motores duales o duales, triples, cuatriples, porque utilizan diferentes combustibles y nos permiten tener un impacto medioambiental bajo, dentro de lo que consume un cacharro de estos, que es bastante. ¿Vale? Es que como no me fío yo del botoncillo este, a ver. Vale. Bueno, os presento a Adolfo Utor, que es el presidente nuestro y además es el administrador único, socio único de ValgrAI. O sea, vamos, conclusión, que la empresa es suya. Entonces, yo siempre lo pongo porque es muy importante que haya alguien, y más el dueño de la empresa o el accionista mayoritario o el que manda, que tenga un espíritu innovador, que crea en la innovación, en la tecnología, y que tenga muy claro hacia dónde tiene que ir la empresa. Y si veis todos los mensajes que pone Adolfo, veréis que en todos sale innovación, con lo cual yo lo tengo chupado. Soy el director de innovación y tengo 1000 y pico personas que solo piensan en innovación, con lo cual yo ya tengo bastante ganado. Soy el que da las charlas, viene por aquí, hace un poco de comparsero, pero tengo todo un equipo que está continuamente buscando soluciones de innovación para la empresa. Pero ya os digo, desde que está a pie de muelle, cargando los barcos, hasta el último ejecutivo, hasta el que anda por el medio. Todo el mundo dentro de ValgrAI piensa en innovación. Somos agentes en sostenibilidad porque es muy importante para nosotros. Tenemos una visión muy local, somos de Valencia, de Alicante, somos de la Comunidad Valenciana, pero estamos en todo el mundo, en bastante parte en partes internacionales, con un espíritu innovador y con un compromiso social. Veréis que estamos en muchos eventos, en muchos foros y para eso nosotros es importante. Como he prometido que no iba a dar mucho la chapa, voy a ir directamente al grano. ¿Vale? Entonces, vamos a ver iniciativas en curso. Dentro de la empresa privada es muy importante, nosotros lo que hacemos es intentar buscar el retorno de la inversión de lo que hacemos, porque no, podemos hacer experimentos, pero igual el que mandaba antes me pega algún toque. Y entonces intentamos que todo lo que estamos haciendo de verdad tenga una repercusión y un impacto sobre todo en el negocio y en las operaciones. Nosotros nos movemos por negocio y por operaciones, ¿vale? Entonces, algunas iniciativas que estamos llevando a cabo y en una empresa como ValgrAI que viene de muchos años atrás, el reto es importante. Es diferente tener una empresa que tú acabas de crear, que pones en marcha nueva con toda la tecnología puesta, que venirte de sistemas anteriores donde tienes que consolidar diferentes sistemas, tienes que consolidar datos, tienes que consolidar cultura, es complicado. Entonces, lo primero que hemos hecho, lo que estamos haciendo, es tener un entorno de data bien preparado. Nosotros tenemos datos de todo. El otro día me encontré una base de datos de no sé cuántos miles de millones de registros, y no os digo que no es eso, con las sondas de profundidad de todos los barcos, de todos los viajes, desde el 2000, una cosa así. Y hay que ahora guardando eso. Pues alguien pensó que algún día lo necesitaríamos. Y es verdad. De pronto, el otro día yo os lo contaré, hay alguien que está haciendo un tema de un modelo con redes neuronales y fue el que me dijo, oye, que he cogido las sondas de los barcos que teníamos desde hace no sé cuánto. No sabía nadie que existía eso. Entonces, nosotros primero tenemos que preparar esa data para que pueda ser explotable y podamos generar contenido de calidad a través de los modelos de IA que estamos intentando poner en marcha. Una de las cosas que tenemos también en marcha son los gemelos digitales. Ya, bueno, esto está chupado. Bueno, pues un barco no es un Airbus, no es un Boeing, cada uno es diferente. Cada barco de estos es diferente, cada construcción de un barco es diferente. Los motores pueden ser Baxila, que si alguno lo ha oído, dice, los motores Baxila. Pues cada uno es diferente, cada uno tiene su sensor, cada uno tiene sus parámetros. Cada fabricante guarda sus datos y no te los da. Entonces, generar un gemelo digital para nosotros es importante para futuros poder no invertir tanto en poner sensores que cuestan un dineral, sino que podamos intentar aplicar cambios en los modelos de los barcos que podamos entrenar sin tener que hacer una inversión física dentro de esos barcos. Porque el mar es que esto me gusta porque yo me quedé un poco ahí, me impactó mucho. Cuando te dicen, oye, y tal, dice, mira, Pablo, el mar es un medio hostil. Y es verdad. O sea, hay salitre, los barcos se mueven, las cosas se desenganchan de donde tienen que desengancharse, los sensores fallan. Entonces, tener un gemelo digital para nosotros es importante. Si pudiéramos tener, lo que pasa es que no podemos tener uno. Tenemos que tener 36 modelos de gemelo digital si queremos no ir a un estándar que sirva de verdad para poder replicar a cada barco. Otra cosa que estamos haciendo, modelos de previsión en las diferentes áreas. Aquí todo el mundo intenta aplicar la IA en su beneficio e intentar que me prevean las ventas, que me prevean cuándo va a estropearse un barco, que me prevean cuándo el de recursos humanos va a perder a alguien o tal, y entonces a todo vienen a aplicar la IA. Entonces sí que es verdad que estamos haciendo algunos pinitos en algunas cosas para poder hacer esa previsión, sobre todo en previsiones de la demanda. En pricing dinámico también vamos a hacer alguna cosa. Y tenemos una que va ligada al al modelo de reducción de consumo y emisiones muy interesante también de previsión. Por ejemplo, en este modelo de reducción de consumo y emisiones, lo que hacemos es que, como en todas las empresas, pasan cosas. Y entonces, en la nuestra hay una carga impositiva bastante importante en función, que ahora está subvencionada, con lo cual tenemos una cuenta de atrás hasta que dejen de subvencionarlo, en función del número de emisiones, de la zona donde navegues y el combustible que utilices. Entonces, ¿qué pasa? Pues estamos generando un modelo donde nosotros compramos combustible a futuro. O sea, yo puedo comprar un montón de toneladas de un tipo de combustible porque el precio de compra es bueno, pero lo puedo consumir dentro de 2 años o de 1 año tal. Entonces tengo que ver también el precio al que voy a consumir el combustible. Tengo que mirar la velocidad a la que voy a consumir el combustible. Pues esto es como los coches, tú aceleras, eso chupa. Entonces vas a tener un coste mayor o menor. Luego la zona donde voy a consumir ese tipo de combustible, porque dependiendo de la zona voy a tener unos impuestos mayores o menores que pagar. Incluso puede ser tan alto los impuestos que no puedas navegar por ahí porque el viaje no te salga rentable. Y luego tengo que calcular las velocidades para ver cuánto consumo menos y la ruta por donde voy a ir a consumir menos. Tengo que tener en cuenta además el tema meteorológico porque no es lo mismo ir sin saber de mar, no es lo mismo ir en llano que ir con tormenta. Entonces, tienes mayor índice de consumo. Entonces, hay muchísimas variables que podemos utilizar ahí y que queremos aplicar a algún modelo. ¿Qué es lo que pasa? Que yo, por ejemplo, para este modelo de reducción de consumo puedo utilizar el gemelo digital, porque si no tendría que estar con los datos que a lo mejor no tengo de un barco del histórico, pero yo lo podría poner a navegar durante 10 años en muy poco tiempo para poder tener esos datos para poder alimentar ese modelo. Entonces, este es un modelo de inteligencia artificial que estamos intentando poner en marcha. Digo intentando porque es complicado. Luego tenemos cosas muy locas, muy chulas, ¿sabes? Por ejemplo, la detección por imagen de elementos del mar. Pues diréis, ¿elementos del mar? Un contenedor, ¿no? Sí, pues no. Esto sale porque en el Mediterráneo hay una franja que va a través de la costa donde pasan las ballenas. Y entonces nosotros antes subíamos gente, no nuestra, pero que lo que hacían era apuntar dentro de nuestros barcos donde habían detectado las ballenas. Y entonces ahora tenemos una recomendación de que tenemos que indicar por dónde pasan las ballenas, el vector que siguen, en qué tiempo y qué tipo de ballena es. Y estamos semi-obligados a hacerlo. Entonces tenemos un sistema ahora mismo que el capitán tiene que decir la ballena. Pero estamos trabajando en un sistema complejo que mezcla lo que es el radar con la visión. Entonces, lo que hace, y yo lo he visto, y eso es inteligencia artificial y adivinanza, porque yo he visto el trocito que ve y hay que adivinar que eso es una ballena. Pero vamos, lo que te hace es, con el espectro del radar, detectar una anomalía que al final es una mancha muy pequeña, que parece una judía ahí en medio de nada, y lo que hace es enfocar una cámara, que es como un cañón, que lo que hace entre los dos es identificar una ballena. Dice, hombre, una ballena, si habéis visto una ballena, que yo no las he visto en directo, pero me las he visto en vídeo, es el lomo de una ballena, no te creas que saltan allí, ¿la ves? Es el lomo. Pues imaginaros intentar detectar una ballena con el mar picado, con olas, por la noche y sin luna. Pues ya podéis darle inteligencia artificial a eso, ¿sabes? Entonces estamos haciendo ese tipo de cosas. Hay ideas como también bien... Lo bueno que tiene todo esto es que luego te vienen ideas muy chulas. Viene otra persona que te está montando una red de satélites y de boyas marinas y entonces decía, oye, con un sonar podemos detectar dónde está el cetáceo, lo mandamos una señal al satélite y te sale un reporte. O sea, hay ideas que son entretenidas de llevar. Pero vamos, la del avistamiento de ballenas con la cámara es la que estamos ahí trabajando. ¿Y cómo hacemos todo esto? Porque nosotros al final llevamos y transportamos personas y camiones. Y yo tengo una cuenta de resultados que tengo que defender delante de mi director general, y mi director general delante de su presidente y, como hemos dicho antes, propietario de la empresa. Entonces, al final, nosotros es imposible que podamos acometer este tipo de cosas con lo que son los recursos propios. Los recursos propios están para ayudar y están para descubrir y para innovar, pero nosotros nos apoyamos siempre en un entorno y un ecosistema que cada vez estamos intentando que sea más grande y que crezca, con colaboraciones como con la que tenemos con ValgrAI para poder estar interactuando con universidades, con entornos privados, con, bueno, pues esto, con todo. Estos son algunos de los que tenemos algún tipo de relación. Tenemos muchísimos más y algunos que yo todavía no termino de conocer porque me van saliendo cada 2 por 3. Vamos, intentamos que esa red sea cada vez más alta. Nosotros participamos en todos los foros que podemos, estamos abiertos a que todo el mundo venga a contarnos cosas, participamos en conferencias y en asociaciones. Entonces estamos poniendo ya en marcha un IA Lab, que es un centro de innovación abierta, pero además abierta de verdad. O sea, yo creo que en septiembre, después de la vuelta del verano, ya empezará a ponerse en marcha, donde veréis que hay 2 convocatorias al año, estamos evaluando ideas que nos vengan a presentar durante todo un año, vamos seleccionando y ahí nos ponemos en marcha. Organizamos retos y eventos de innovación. Tenemos uno en octubre que saldrá empresa bastante potente con Google y con uno de los que hay ahí, ¿sabes? Donde lanzamos un reto y durante 3 fines de semana gente de toda España, experta en data y en IA, viene solo a defender ese reto que van en equipos. Y al final es un reto que se convierte en una aplicación en Balearia, porque luego hay un integrador que la desarrolla del todo y la termina de hacer. O sea que somos en eso, vamos mucho, somos muy prácticos. O sea, no nos queremos perder un poco en temas que no vayan a ir a ningún sitio, ¿vale? Tenemos convenios de colaboración con universidades, con centros de investigación, la participación activa en fundaciones, organizaciones y foros, y nos recorremos, yo me recorro institutos, universidades, todo lo que puedo para poder innovar, para poder coger talento y que vengan. Y estamos siempre abiertos a cualquier iniciativa de ese estilo. Y este era otro vídeo muy chulo de una tortuga que tampoco vais a poder ver, están en internet, ¿sabes? Y nada, al final nuestro objetivo es ser un actor referente del propulsor de la innovación, sobre todo en la comunidad valenciana. Nos gusta que la gente nos venga a ver, que me llaméis, que me pidáis, que me digáis cosas, que nosotros estamos siempre en una escucha activa. Y creo que os podéis ir a comer.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Nos vemos aquí a las 3:30 y seguimos con la sesión de la tarde. Hasta luego. Ahora disfrutar de la degustación de paella.
Disfrutar del mar, dándole paz a su fauna. Respirar su brisa. Disfrutar del mar, dándole paz a su fauna. Con el medio ambiente. Es nuestro.
Wix es tu oportunidad para contar
just hope that someday someone would love me.
Yeah, I don't know if there is a good solution. The problem is that the projector is not very good. We didn't want to do it here because of the... Well, I think that they have tried and they have seen other options. Okay. Okay. Okay, good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and are ready for the next talk and discussion panel, which are going to be really interesting. Now we are proud to have here today George Gottlob. George is one of the members of ValgrAI Scientific Council. And well, he has a very extensive CV, but well, I will highlight that he's professor at the University of Calabria, an emeritus professor at the University of Oxford and the TUBM. He's also co-founder of Oxford's Mann Institute and Information Systems Research Group, and author of more than 250 scientific papers. He has many awards. Some of them are the Wittgenstein Award, the Royal Society Wolfson Merit Award. He's fellow of the ACM, EURAI, and the Royal Society. And he has two honorary doctorates from the University of Klagenfurt and University of Vienna. Thank you very much. George is going to talk today about psychoanalysis and therapy of ChatGPT and other LLMs in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you the entire team for the great organization of this conference. It's really enjoyable, and well, it's I think the third time that I'm here, and this is the first time that I'm giving a talk here, I guess. So today I will talk about psychoanalysis and psychotherapy of ChatGPT, but not only ChatGPT, LLMs in general. And well, why psychoanalysis? Because we can talk to ChatGPT. And psychoanalysis is all about talking. We can talk, we can listen, we get answers, and we can understand what's wrong. Yeah? But it's not a science. I have to say it's not a science. So it's not a purely scientific talk, because even psychoanalysis until today is not considered a science. It's a kind of science, but not really in standard psychology, for instance. You don't learn even psychoanalysis. So you can take some lectures, but you are not obliged. It's not mandatory. And so we will do a kind of psychoanalysis, let's say. It's not really a psychoanalysis, but we will look what's going wrong. But before that, I think if your mother or grandmother asks you, what is a large language model, or what is ChatGPT, how does it work, I think that's the best explanation, autocompletion. Yeah, so because she will already know what autocompletion is, or he, your grandfather may also not know it. Yeah? They will know what autocompletion is, and instead of saying word autocompletion, you say text autocompletion. Yeah? And then you explain, yes, it's a text, it's a prompt, but in addition to this autocompletion, we put a lot of text in the background, which is called the context. Okay, so it's text plus context autocompletion. But I think it's a nice explanation, yeah, if people want to ask how they work. The only thing here is this is perfect statistics. This works perfectly. This is 100% statistical. You take the most, if you start with this, then this is the word which most frequently happens, absolutely. Whereas if you use an LLM, it's an approximation to statistics. And that's a fantastic approximation. The neural network is an approximation to statistics. It's a fantastic approximation to statistics because we cannot do the statistics on billions of documents, yeah, that the LLM has learned from, okay, or has taken information from. So this is a little bit the difference, but it's not so difficult. So we have several types of LLMs, and didn't I have a disclaimer? Yeah, I have a disclaimer. So I have several types of LLMs. I make a disclaimer because every time I give a new version of this talk, everything has changed. There are new LLMs and so on. So we have to, of course, I will come up with some examples that are no longer valid, etc. But there are some LLMs that are not normally connected to the web, and there are others that are connected to the web. For instance, Bing Chat is like ChatGPT, GPT 3.5, something like that, but it's the Bing loads information about your query, about your prompt, before the prompt is actually looked at by the LLM, okay? Perplexity is doing heavily exploiting the web and looks for sources where it can find information and knowledge about it. Qwen and Gemini, etc. These are all connected to the web, and some others are not connected. This is an important difference that I want to make, but we will see. We'll come back to it later. Important, a disclaimer. This material is incomplete. I have much more material, but also it's incomplete because every time, as I said, I mentioned some LLMs. In reality, there are some new LLMs that are popping up. But more or less, let's say, I try to keep pace with it. But also, what I really have to say is the example prompts. I will give you many prompts, many examples. The LLM is not deterministic. LLMs are rather non-deterministic. They can give you different answers even within 1 minute, but over time they improve, and maybe they answer something correct, whether I show you an incorrect answer, but that's life. We have to live with this, but they will make similar errors, okay, on other examples. So we cannot take these examples and reproduce them. So that's another thing why what I say is not completely scientific, it's not reproducible, okay? So our example prompts are not reproducible, generally not reproducible, but they have been documented and archived, etc. We can always show and prove that this was really an answer of that LLM. Even with now, maybe the LLM has become smarter in the meanwhile. Yeah, it's changed. They have a team, actually, big team. We checked various companies that make LLMs have big teams that are continually improving these LLMs. So, okay. So, what does an LLM really, really well? What does an LLM well? Writing and reading, reading and writing, okay? And answering. Formulation. Formulation is the best thing that an LLM can do, in my opinion. It can do many other things, well, but reading and writing is the first application that you can use an LLM for. And here's an example. My wife is a teacher, or used to be a teacher, and she had to write letters to parents, and that was always a big pain, yeah? And here, let's look at this case. I will read it. Johnny Doe is a student who is constantly disruptive in class. Even his classmates can't stand him anymore. He has already been warned several times, but not to no avail. The teacher, Dr. Maria Miller, wants to write a letter to Johnny's father and tell him with tact, but also with determination. So listen to this, tact, but determination also. Yeah? These two sentiments have to be in the letter. Okay? That Johnny has to change his behavior, otherwise he risks being expelled from school. Please suggest a letter of about 10 lines. Yeah? And I know that a teacher, from my own experience, for a teacher it's very difficult to write, to find these letters. Yeah? Of course, once you have such a letter, you could use the same, but every case is different, so you have to make different, temperatures in this letter. Okay, so that's what in a tenth of a second the LLM answers. Subject: concerns about Johnny's behavior. Dear Mr. Doe, I trust this letter finds you in good health. I'm writing to discuss a matter of increasing concern regarding your son, Jonathan, affectionately known as Johnny. You know, this affectionately is already, again, a positive, tactful and kindness. Affectionately known as Johnny in my classroom. It has become evident that Johnny's disruptive behavior is persistently affecting the learning environment for both himself and his fellow students. Despite multiple warnings and efforts to address this issue, there has been no improvement. Notice that there is a little bit already of hallucination, all this effort, etc., but just a little bit, the right dose of what you want to say. I genuinely believe in Johnny's potential, and I'm committed to helping him succeed academically. However, it's crucial that we address his behavior promptly. Without significant changes, we may be left with no choice but to consider more severe consequences, including the possibility of expulsion from school. I kindly request your assistance in addressing this matter collaboratively with the best interest of Johnny's future in mind. Your understanding and cooperation are greatly valued. Sincerely, Dr. Maria Miller. I think this is a perfect letter. Yeah? A teacher could hardly come up with such a good letter. Yeah? Can come up, of course, but it takes time, it takes thinking. And so this is the main application of LLMs. And you can write letters, have in different text. The tax office can write such letters. They would be much nicer than what they write now. Yeah? And you can write letters back to the tax office. Yeah? There can be ping pong of letters, but generated by generative AI. But I'm not so much interested only in letters, but this is, of course, I use it also for letters. Yeah? But I'm interested in databases. I'm interested, that was the original research goal, let's say. What we wanted to actually see is whether we can automate database curation. So I'm a database person, database and AI person, I would say. Yeah, so I worked a lot on databases, and we found a lot of errors in databases. So we work with companies, we work with real databases, real life databases. And many of the examples that I show you actually stem from real life databases, okay? That I will show you. So how is a big database, for instance, Meltwater is a company that we worked with and we still work with. We have been working with for many years. Meltwater has a database about companies, about locations of these companies, headquarters, all the data about the company. But they have also very interesting other content, namely, who is a competitor of a company? Yeah? So they have a list of 16 million companies, and for each of these companies, they have competitors. So that's many of my examples will be from this database, or will be related to this database, because this is a real use. Who buys this? Who buys competitors? Well, if I have a customer, if I'm another company, I have a customer, and I sell my product to a customer, then in order to generate leads, other potential customers, I would look at competitors of my customers. And if I have already a big list, I can start there. And so people are buying this information, actually. Okay? So how is this? So this is not a completely factual, this is not completely factual competitor. Okay? You have to decide, is this a competitor or not? Okay? I'm missing the word now, but it's not something that is written in the heavens. You have to decide whether this company is effectively a competitor or not. Yeah? It's not always, Wikipedia doesn't give us this information. It's not necessarily on the web. Yeah? So we have two companies, we have to decide. The LLM has to decide whether these companies are competitors, and it makes a lot of errors with this, as we will see. Anyway, this is not made by the LLM. This database, this existing big database with 16 million records, this is made by crowd data sourcing. So there are 100 people in India and more than 1,000 people at different other companies that are continually curating this database. Okay? They are curating these competitor databases. So, and there is some mechanism that asks questions to all these curators, to the crowd, that selects people in the crowd and asks them, and either it selects the group of Indians in India, or it selects some people in Western companies somewhere, or in Eastern companies somewhere. Okay? So what do these people do, and what do we want to do automatically? We want to automate this process, actually. That was our goal. Yeah? So we want to do database verification because we noticed, and Meltwater noticed, that there are lots of errors in the database, because people make errors. Errare humanum est. Yeah, people make errors, and then you find these errors, and the errors propagate, because from this data, other data will be computed, and so we want to have a clean database, a true database. And what are the crowd people doing? They are looking at the web mostly. Yeah, they are doing some web search, look at the web, and try to understand whether company A is a competitor of company B. And they are also looking at enterprise documents, also for competition, but for other data they may be interested. They look at documents that they have, PDFs and things like that they have stored. Okay? So we want to replace this crowd by a system called chat-to-data, okay, that does exactly the same. And we wanted to know, is this possible? And we were naive at the beginning, and we said, okay, let's just take an LLM and ask the question, are these companies, we have 16 million companies, okay, they are grouped by sector, so we could take a sector and then pairwise compare these companies and ask a question to an LLM. Of course, it's expensive, but at the beginning you have to do such an expensive task. Once you have that, for every new company you could incrementally then do this, okay? So that's what we thought would be possible, and we tried different LLMs, etc. Because we are also interested, of course, in not only in verification, in updates of the database, database enrichment, finding new competitors, okay? Finding new competitors and building databases from scratch. That would be another use of LLMs, okay? An LLM could be a database builder, okay? So our initial approach was, as I said, simply prompting, but it didn't work. The LLMs made terribly many errors, and I will show you several of these errors. But before that, I give you an overview of what these errors are. So the major problem of LLMs, when it comes to data, not to letter writing, okay, and not to data that are on Wikipedia. Judgmental data, that was the word that I was missing before. Judgmental, judicio, judge. I have to, the LLM has to make a judgment, has to judge whether this is really a competitor or not. It's a judgmental thing. It's not a fact that is written or carved in stone somewhere, okay? So it has to decide, to make a decision, okay? And so one problem is has a hallucination by inventing facts and presenting them or presenting facts inappropriately. And another one is the LLMs are biased and make unfair statements, like machine learning in general makes unfair conclusions because the past, it looks at the past and it makes a conclusion that should be used in the future. But the past is not perfect. Yeah? Women earn less than men. And if we use a machine learning for determining the salary, yeah, just based on the CV, which is all big companies do now, they have to be very careful not to learn wrong things from the past and propagating them to the future. But we have a discussion afterwards also about that, okay? About similar aspects, not only that, okay? But so let's now look psychoanalytically what's happening in the brain of an LLM, let's say, yeah? So first of all, it's very important, the same thing as for people. Many errors are because we are compressing information. The LLM is compressing billions of texts into a neural network, okay? And we know which is much smaller, which is still very big. Yeah? It has, I don't know, 2 billion variables, but it's billions of texts, not billions of variables. They are compressed into a neural network which is big, but much, much, much smaller than the text that has come in, that is basically that has been compressed to this neural network. So it's a data compression more than you can, and which is done here. Then you will lose data, and then the system. What does the system? What is a neural network? It tries to reconstruct this data based on circumstantial things, links. I will show you an exact example of this. Okay. Another error is the web is not perfect. It could be not only, I don't speak only about ethics here, I speak about factually it's not perfect. There are a lot of misfacts, of wrong facts on the web, and these web facts are copied for those systems that can access the web, they copy this, even if they learn just from the web, they copy wrong content from the web. Training bias, if you have missing domains or topics, you are trained on certain things, yeah, then if you apply the network that has been trained on certain domains only, and you apply it to a completely new domain or to another domain, it could make errors because it behaves like we would behave if we answer the question in that domain, but it doesn't apply. Not in a different domain, we have to maybe to come up with different types of answers. Okay. Then the statistical bias, unfairness, we already said. Wrong ordering of results. That's a very interesting fact that we actually discovered. We haven't seen that in the literature. So if it comes to data, if you want to list competitors, the LLM will list competitors, and it has to choose an order. Google gives you the most those results that are mostly referred to, let's say. Okay. An LLM gives you the most flashy results also, but not necessarily, as we will see, the most appropriate results to your prompt. And I will give you a very concrete example of this. Okay? And laziness, imprecision, partly due to resource savings. The system has to come up very quickly with an answer, point one. Point two, it doesn't want to use too much energy, etc. So it has to limit itself. and that also leads to errors, and we will see such errors. And then logical inconsistencies, inaccuracies, logical inconsistencies. It's when the LLM doesn't always reflect whether what it produces is logically consistent. It may say A, and then at some point not A, and we will see again a very concrete example of this. Yeah? And the LLM doesn't even notice that there is an inconsistency. If you say this is inconsistent, then it will react. Okay, now let's come to the first point, information compression. So I've asked GPT 3.5, list 5 publications by Georg Gottlob on query rewriting and data exchange. So these are two areas in which I worked. So why did I take myself? Not because of vanity, but I know my publications. So I would immediately know that whether or not I have published this paper, okay? So it gives me 5 publications, okay, 5. They look very good, because I could have written each of these papers, but if we look at the authors, 2 of them, that means 40% are wrong. This paper, I'm not a co-author of this paper, and Bichler is not a co-author. This paper was written by Pablo Barceló and nobody else, okay? He's the sole author. So it has imagined that I'm a co-author of this paper, and I will explain you what I think, how I can, in some sense, explain it, yeah? I will explain it how I can explain it, because the explanation will be only, how to say, for illustration. The second paper, none of these authors is actually a co-author of this paper. So it has completely mixed up the set of authors of another paper with this paper, okay? Now you may say, yeah, but GPT 3.5 is old. Let's go to GPT 4.0, one system that we have heard often today, yeah? GPT 4.0. So what does GPT 4.0 do? So I asked the same question to GPT 4.0, list 5 publications by Georg Gottlob on query rewriting. Now we have 4.0. 95% wrong, okay? So that's very interesting, no? It has more variables, it's a more powerful model, and it makes more errors. I have some potential explanation for it, yeah? As a psychoanalyst, I have to make some hypotheses at least, yeah? Which I will tell you now. So let's explain this. Let's explain what happens. It's a very simple explanation, a simplistic explanation probably, and we can always have to think that this happens at the level of a neural network. So what we have is here objects, we have papers, here we have authors, okay, and here we have keywords. And the LLMs are very, very good to handle these tokens of objects, basically, even the title of a paper, yeah, even the title of a paper. That's a kind of token that they handle pretty well, they store somewhere, and once they know this token, they know it, okay? But then they do the connections. They connect an author, they link an author with a paper, with paper 1, paper 2, and paper 3, for instance. This author has authored these 3 papers, and this paper 1 was authored by this author, and that other author, etc. And then papers have keywords, and authors have keywords, okay? Now the links to keywords are very strong. Keywords are very strong entities because they occur in so many contexts, so that this is a very strong thing that occurs very, very often, yeah? And even links between, let's say, authors and keywords, because an author has written many papers with a keyword, and papers and keywords also, because the keywords often occur in the title, etc., yeah? So if you have a paper, you know there's a strong link, yeah, between papers and keywords, but there are not very strong links between authors and papers. Okay? We have observed that. Yeah? They're not, this is usually, the link between author and paper is forgotten during compression. Lost, not in translation, but in compression. Okay? And so in a certain sense, of course, this is just not, what I say is not absolute here. It's just it's an example, more or less what I think happens here. Yeah? So weaker connections are lost due to compression, and stronger connections survive. Okay? Now this could also explain, but please contradict me. It could explain. I said it's not completely scientific, this talk. It could also explain why larger models with more variables and more parameters, as you say, why they have even more difficulties to maintain connections. Because with more parameters, I have quadratically many potential connections, okay? And then they can't handle it, yeah? The number of potential connections becomes so much larger, yeah? The model is good as long as it's large n, but n square potential connections, yeah, is difficult. And what are connections? Connections means if I activate two inputs at the bottom of the network, something happens and a yes or something comes out, okay? In the simple explanation. I mean, it's more complex than that, but more or less a connection is the relation between two inputs, one with one value and the other one with another value, yeah? Input parameters, okay? Good. So what happens now? How does the network now try to reconstruct the original information? Now let me go back to the first slide. So let's just look at paper 5, just to give you an example. Paper 5, it has author 3, author 5, and author 8, okay? Author 8, yeah? So paper 5 had author 3, 5, and 8. So now I have lost this connection, and now I ask again the system, and now I ask the system. So that's what the LLM sees, and I ask the LLM, give me the authors of paper 5, okay? But paper 5, it has no author. It has lost all information about authors, okay? All information. So what does the LLM do? It looks around, basically, yeah? Neurons, closer neurons that are close, they have something, yeah? Neurons that have circumstantial data or attributes or whatever, yeah, connected to these authors and connected to these papers are now used. And basically, well, I look at the keywords, or the LLM looks at the keywords of this paper, 5, and it looks at authors that have these two keywords, that match these keywords in the best, that are the best possible match for these two keywords, okay? So which authors are that? Author 3, which is actually correct, because author 3 was a correct answer, okay? But then some other author comes in, and that's hallucination, yeah? Some other author comes in that has nothing to do, author 7, so it's an incorrect author, hallucinated author. But why is it hallucinated? Because that's the only thing that the network can use. I mean, if it is simple example, of course, things are more complicated, but I just want to transport this simple idea here, yeah? The only thing it can use, and it uses approximate, it approximates reality, but it has to hallucinate, because there's another author who could 100% have written this paper, because his keywords exactly coincide with the keywords of the first author, okay? But he hasn't written the paper, but how can the information is not there, so it has to be reconstructed and it hallucinates, okay? And that's also what we do in a certain sense. If we forget something, we try to reconstruct it by circumstantial connections, okay? And it does not find author 8, because author 8 has another keyword here that doesn't have these keywords, because it's not always, sometimes an author writes a paper on something which, yeah, is not in his complete remit of topics, okay? So the answer is not only incomplete, but it's also incorrect, because it has hallucinated a wrong author, okay? So that's my simplified presentation of what happens, but I think something like that happens both in humans and in LLMs. Okay, and now hallucination goes so far that there was, I mean, many of you know this already, it was already 2 years ago, a lawyer in the States who presented there's case law in the States, yeah, and he presented 5 cases to a judge, and these cases were completely invented and perfectly described, yeah, with dates and everything, perfectly described by an LLM, invented by an LLM, hallucinated by an LLM, and basically the lawyer presented this and said, look, precedents, there are precedents, cases of precedents, yeah, here are these 5 cases, and you should, for this reason, yeah, you should free the accused person, the defendant, okay? Then the judge was not lazy. Usually, often the judge believes this, yeah, because normally, but he said, well, strange, these cases are too well written and so on, yeah. Maybe this lawyer was a little bit a moron, it was not so, didn't write so well or so. There must be some reason why the judge really checked, and none of these cases was a real case. The lawyer was fired, but he was hired again by another law firm, because they said, he will not do this error, at least he can manage, he can write nice texts, and he will do that better in the next time. But, I mean, such cases happen. And a similar case has happened recently in Italy. Okay? Now we come to, to another issue that I mentioned in my survey slide, wrong web content. So this is a real case, also Bing Chat. Bing Chat basically takes GPT. At that time, I don't know what it takes now, but it was based on GPT 3.5, and it's probably still based on GPT 3.5. If it is still used, it was already 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago, or 2 years ago that used this. And I say, search for competitors of Oxford Brookes University, okay? I just say Oxford Brookes, yeah? And the system, interestingly, says, according to Aula, so Aula is a big database that now belongs to Meltwater, so it's one of these big databases, yeah? With 16 million companies. Oxford, according to our Oxford Brookes University, so I just say, search competitors for Oxford Brookes, and the system knows that it's university, but on the web it reads that MasterCard, Southampton Solent, Chase Payment Tech, etc. are competitors. Okay? Why? Because Aula published this on the web, and the LLM just believed it, which is very strange, because the LLM knew in its answer, even in its own answer, it says Oxford Brookes is a university, and then it puts some financial things like MasterCard institutions, companies, yeah, as competitors. So that's actually an error that has multiple reasons. So one reason is you import wrong information from the web. Okay, so it's not always good to look up the web uncritically. And secondly, it doesn't check its own knowledge. It already knows that, even without looking to the web, or maybe looking at the web, that this is a university. So how can a university have a competitor which is MasterCard? Yeah? Okay? So wrong web content was the example, but the error has also a second reason, not double checking. Taking wrong web content and not double checking it. Okay? Now we have missing domains. This is an example that is totally made up by me. Yeah? So it is actually not a true example, but it's an example to explain what happens if we use wrong web content. And that's because I went to Italy, I made an example with a translator from English to Italian. Imagine we train a translator, but not on all domains. We train it only on real estate and household items, let's say, okay? So furniture, etc., and real estate, okay? So we train. So now we are in the training phase of this, and we train, well, what is this? In English it's chest, and in Italian it could be cassetta, cassa, or cassone. By the way, the system has already learned, that's why that to put one means always make it something bigger. In Italian you put one, como in Spanish, or like in Spanish, on, no? If you put on at the end of a noun, usually you make it bigger, no? If you put ino or something, then you make it smaller, yeah, a suffix. So it's a suffix for making things bigger, okay? So, okay, so now the system looks, the LLM looks at many texts, how is chess translated, and mostly it's translated in Cassone, and it understands that this is the bigger one, okay? Or if we say flat, it could be translated into studio, apartamento, or casa, yeah? Also in Spanish, casa is very often used in Spanish, yeah? But in Italy, even much more. So statistically, the system learns that flat has to be translated into casa. But casa also means house, not only flat. Big house is also casa, yeah? So what happens now if we want to translate house? In Italian, again, it's translated to the biggest possibility, palazzo, okay? Palace. So a house would be what is palazzo, yeah? Palacio, also in Spanish maybe, yeah? But casa, in many, could also be casa, but statistically it's palazzo in a city, let's say. In a city, it's translated into palace, yeah? Palace is translated to reggia, okay? Okay, so the system has learned. Let's stop. So many more cases. What has the system learned? Implicitly, somewhere in the neurons, the following vector is hidden, yeah? is incorporated. Namely, If we, in English, we have something at a certain level, at least for household and for household items like chest and for real estate, then in Italian you take always the larger one, so you enlarge it by 1 order of magnitude, let's say, something, okay? So this vector is incorporated. And now let's use this system on other domains. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work, okay? Now let's use it on entomology, insects, entomology, okay? So we have this ugly, very ugly insect here. That's why I didn't present you a real picture, only a drawing. And that's called in English centipede. And in Italian, yeah, it works, millepiedi, 1,000 feet, yeah, instead of 100, okay? So it's, you know, this is the Italian enthusiasm for making things bigger, yeah, also happens here, yeah? In Spanish, it's not. I looked it up in the dictionary, 100 pies. Yeah? So in Spanish, you're not as, you are enthusiastic, but not, you don't exaggerate everything, yeah? Okay? In Italian master, if you go to yet another domain, you go to the academic domain, the master, dottore. Yeah? Here no, you are not doctor after master, yeah? Licencia or you don't know what, but not doctor. Doctor is doctor and master is master, yeah? But in Italy, except for Rome, in Rome you just need to park and some guy comes, dottore, yeah? Even if you have not even a master, yeah? Okay? Good. But now what happens if you apply it to fruit? Now comes the error. Fruit, you have mela and melone as possible words, yeah? And it knows that melone is the bigger one, yeah? So it puts a melon instead of an apple, yeah? Okay? Well, completely invented example, but I think the mechanism is just to explain this mechanism that happens here, yeah? It has some translational mechanism, yeah? And you cannot use that in all domains equally. Okay. So that's, here's another, here's let's say, this is an error that is of mixed form. Missing domains or topics in training data and also laziness together, combined with laziness, yeah? With inertia. Let's call it not laziness, maybe an internal inertia that these systems have. They don't want to do too much, yeah? So what we have here, Zen Job is a personnel service provider for part-time jobs that automatically connects companies and part-time job seekers so that both get exactly what they are looking for. Okay, so it connects part-time job seekers with companies. And now we ask the LLM, the prompt is list 10 competitors to Zen Job. So the first one is actually a good competitor, Student Job is a good competitor. That's a company that does exactly this. The next one, Job UFO, is not. Job is not good. It's a platform for creating video applications. So why should that be a competitor? It is not for job seekers. It's if you want to do video applications. The third one, Staffbase, is an internal communication platform. The fourth, Templafy, is a document generating tool. So I don't go further, but already the second, third, and fourth are wrong, okay? Because the system doesn't examine, it makes these errors. And so you cannot, this shows you clearly that we cannot use for our chat to data, for our program that should replace the crowd, we could not just use an LLM. We have to do something better, okay? The LLM would give these results. And such results were in the database. So many wrong results of these types are actually in the database, but done by humans. Okay, even humans do such things as we have seen, yeah, with Oxford University, Oxford Brookes University, and the competitor MasterCard, etc. Okay. Now I give you another example. These examples are very interesting because it shows that something is wrong actually in the psyche of LLMs, and we have to correct it if possible. Yeah. So this is list the main competitors, and I stay with my competitors example because that's an example where we have most experience with, and which is judgmental, which is not factual, because everything which is in Wikipedia, of course, it will be correct answer. Everything that is written exactly in some document, etc., yeah, the answer will be better. So we have to go to some judgmental statements here. So list the main competitor or data. list the main competitors of Strategy. Strategy is a company that was called MicroStrategy before. We recently changed names 3 months ago or 4 months ago. It changed name into Strategy, okay? So what is Strategy? Strategy is a business intelligence package. It's a very good company for business intelligence, but it was not among the best. And it was among the best maybe, but not among the very best. And it doesn't have so much. Strategy has completely changed their business model because they are hodling or hoarding Bitcoins now. So they are the company, they are the biggest, after Nakamoto, the biggest Bitcoin hoarder or hodler, as they say. Yeah? So they have almost 600,000 Bitcoins, which is billions and billions of dollars, okay, or of euros. And that's their new business model. And how to say, the business intelligence software that they produce, they are no longer really relevant for this company. They continue to produce it because they want to have a core, and another business, not the core. The core business is now Bitcoin, to buy Bitcoin and to sell shares for this, for the company, okay? So now I'm speaking about a very modern, about Perplexity. This is Perplexity. It's a very modern LLM. I just did this query today. I changed my talk actually, put that in, okay? So what does, I say list the main competitors of Strategy, formerly MicroStrategy, and then it says the LLM answers Strategy, formerly MicroStrategy, operates in the business intelligence, analytics and data visualization in this market. The most prominent competitors are, and then it says, well, Tableau, Microsoft Looker, so all business intelligence tools. And so it seems it doesn't know. It seems the LLM doesn't know what Strategy is doing, because business intelligence is only the secondary business now of Strategy, okay? Now I say list, I say, what is currently Strategy's main business that provides most of value to the company, okay? And here it says, yeah, immediately, Strategy now derives most of its value from its role as the world's largest corporate holder of Bitcoin rather than from its traditional enterprise software business, etc., etc. It explains very clearly, and it doesn't have to look so much. It doesn't even look at the web because it knows this already, yeah? Okay? So how can it not use this and other companies like this? There are many other companies like this now, okay? Why doesn't it give us these companies? Now I ask again, so this is now in the context, and I ask again, list the main competitors of Strategy, and it gives me the same competitors only to business intelligence. So I have to ask the question, the prompt differently. So I will ask, what are the main competitors of Strategy regarding its main business? Which should be normal. I mean, when I ask about competitors, I normally would ask about the main business and not the secondary business, okay? And now it gives Marathon, Digital Holding, Meta Planet, which is really the most, very competitive, for Semler Scientific. These are all companies that have switched from something to Bitcoin holding and hodling, which means that somebody who could pay money to MicroStrategy could pay money to these companies. So these are real competitors, okay? So what does this mean for the brain? It means that it doesn't do enough, how to say, it doesn't have enough introspection into its own knowledge, probably. Maybe we could call it like this. It doesn't use its own knowledge to the best extent. Why? We have to ask, could it be, I don't even think it has to do with the structure of the neural network, because Perplexity actually reasons about this. So Perplexity should actually ask, before asking, when trying to ask the prompt, who are the competitors, it should ask, what is the main business of this company? Okay, and then look for competitors according to this business, or ask, or say there are two business goals of this company, and it has two different groups of competitors, or something like that. Okay, but it doesn't use its own knowledge, and that's what humans can do a little bit better. I would say humans can do that better. Yeah, they don't only look at one part of your knowledge and completely forget, disregard the other part. Yeah, and it's strange, but we can cure that. There's a cure for it, because we can ask better. Yeah, you see, if I ask better for its main business, and so we can make the system reason. That's actually what Perplexity wants to do, but it still doesn't do it good enough, well enough. Right? Okay? That's what we want to do. Okay, now we come to one point that I already mentioned also, wrong ordering of results. List joint competitors of Birkbeck College and Oxford Brookes regarding reputations. So Birkbeck College and Oxford Brookes are two universities that are not among the top universities, okay? But so that the system doesn't give us top universities, okay, as an answer. This is the answer of the system. It gives us much better universities than these universities. Warwick, Bristol, Sheffield, Leeds, Nottingham. They have a better reputation because if we look at the rankings, these are all ranked from 1 to 175, so below 200. If we now look at the rankings of Birkbeck College and Oxford Brookes, Birkbeck College is 351 to 400, and Brookes 601 to 800, so that's really lowly ranked. Yeah? So that's very important. If we need many data, of course we will not take all if we get 100 results. Yeah? But here the first results that we get have nothing to do with what we aim at. We aim at competitors of these universities must be close here, or in between, but not the top universities that except the very top universities, okay? So these are all super good universities, and these are medium, this is a medium university, and this is a lower ranked university, okay? So why does it give us that? So what is the mechanism? The mechanism is probably, as a psychoanalyst, I can only say this, yeah? No psychoanalyst can really look into the brain, so I cannot look into the neural network what it does, but I can say what it does is, it first computes the results. Maybe that's not completely true, but it computes the results and then ranks them according to their absolute importance and not according to their importance relative to my original prompt, okay? But that's very interesting. But that can also, there's a cure for this too, okay? Why? We just have to tell it, please don't, yeah, when comparing, yeah, is it really true? And we could try to order these things and try to see why is this, we could ask, okay, we could, how to say, yeah, we could ask many questions and then the ranking would, it becomes much better as we can show actually, okay? Finally, the last error that I want to show here to illustrate, logical inconsistencies. That's my colleague in Calabria, at the University of Calabria, Professor Marco Manna, yeah, came up with this very nice example. So determine the similarity score between pen and marker. Okay, so we have to say similarity score ranges among all objects of the world. So we can say the World Trade Center and this presenter, they have a similarity score probably of 1 or 2 or 0.5. Yeah? So pen and marker should have a pretty good score because these objects are pretty similar, no? Even if they're not the same, but they're rather similar. Still, the system answers after this question, what's the similarity score between pen and marker on a between 1 lowest and on a scale between 1 lowest and 10 highest, on a scale from 1 to 10, and it says 6. It gives 6 out of 10, okay? It's not very satisfactory. Then we ask the system another prompt, and of course all this remains in the context of the system. Please explain which properties an object must have to have a similarity score 9 with a pen. 9 is something that we would expect, or 8 or 9, yeah? And here we have asked for 9. And then it gives us a lot of properties. I will not go. A writing instrument that uses ink, have a slender cylindrical shape, is easy to hold and manipulate, can be used to make precise marks or lines, lightweight and portable, etc., etc. And then we ask, please list some examples of objects that have similarity score 9 out of 10, yeah, with a pen. And now it also lists marker, okay? But it doesn't even notice, the system doesn't notice that this is inconsistent to what it said before, 6. Of course, again, we have a judgmental answer here, yeah? 6 is, it could be. So I believe, what should we do in this case? First of all, we would need, in order to get better results, we would need to discover that there's an inconsistency, and then we would need to resolve this inconsistency in some way. For example, we could resolve it by saying the latest answer has more weight, but given that it gave a different answer, we will take something between the two, but which is closer to the latest answer. Okay, that could be one resolution policy, and that would give us 8. Okay, for example. But we could also say the latest answer is always the more correct, because the system has become more intelligent, or more clever, or more instructed. It's like Plato, the Platonic method, inductive method of teaching, by just asking questions. Asking this question has made the system more intelligent. Yeah. Okay. Socrates and Plato. That's why I say both have used this method. We say, I think, the Platonic teaching method, if I remember well. Yeah, you know that better. But yeah, that's a method for just asking the student. The student becomes cleverer and cleverer. Yeah, just asking questions, not giving answers. And that's what we have done here, and the system has become cleverer. Okay. So, but we need methods for discovering this, for analyzing maybe this, discovering it, and then rearranging it, and maybe tweaking the system a little bit to choose between one, or just take the last answer. That's also possible. Okay? So how to get high quality data? And I will show that. I could now speak another hour, but it's already late. So what are the measures that we take in our system, Chat2Data, for improving the system? Well, first, we do what many people do. We do multi-shot querying, but we automatically generate examples. For instance, if we ask for competitors, we would give examples of competitors of which the system is 100% sure that they are competitors, because they are in Wikipedia or somewhere in a very trusted data source. Okay? So we would present, or maybe we have a verified database where there are already some competitors and we are looking for others. So we would give several of those competitors that we already know. Then the system understands better what it needs. When we have this is really a very good technique. Yeah. Then chain of thought prompts, but we don't want to give them ourselves this chain of thought prompts. Normally, chain of thought means you explain the system how to answer a question, but we want to do that only. We do that only in a very general way, not applied to some areas, the application area, but in a general way. For instance, when you ask about two things, first, about a relation. When you ask about a relationship, ask about the properties that these two things have to be, that A and B has to have, whatever A and B is, before you decide whether they are related or not, according to certain relationships. So this is a generic kind of second-order knowledge, yeah, how to, that the system has to ask first another prompt before it, and then only then do the answer. Yeah, the system will do that for every domain, okay? And then actually that's very connected to this one, problem decompositions, okay? Food for thought are questions that are not related to how, but that are these questions that are just, this would be a food for thought question. We want to provide the system food for its own thinking, circumstantial things, yeah, that we add to that are added automatically to the context. Therefore, we generate prompts that generate food for other prompts, yeah, that are food for thought. And then what's very important is also that the system, that there are weights attached. The system weighs everything, yeah. So for instance, if I say, let me say, what our system automatically finds, if two companies are competitors, or two entities are competitors, if they produce the same goods or provide the same services, or similar services, similar means interchangeable, yeah? Services or goods, if they operate at least in one common country or domain or geographic area, and that's the first two, that's what I would have directly say to the system. But the third what the system finds, if they have similar customers, or the same similar customers. Yeah? I think that's very good. That's what the system came up with, yeah, automatically when it asks, what does competition mean? Okay. Then what is also very, very important, not to underestimate, are exceptions. there are always exceptions, but we can ask the system, what are exceptional situations where geography, for instance, with competition doesn't play a role? Yeah? For instance, Oxford Brookes has no competitor in the United States because nobody would, if you go to a low-level university, lower level, I don't say that Oxford Brookes is low level, but lower ranked university, you wouldn't travel over the ocean to go in another lower ranked university. But Oxford University and Harvard University are competitors, even though they are not in the same geographic domain, okay? Well, one could say these both universities both cater to the world. Yeah, but it's because they are so highly ranked, yeah? So we have to be careful not to be circular, okay? So that's very interesting. Ask the system, let the system discover what are exceptions, okay? Then, okay, and then we have perform a consistency analysis. For this, we can have a logical co-pilot, okay? I probably don't have time to, but you can have similarity. You observe the system, and you get out logical facts from the dialogue, and then you look whether these facts are inconsistent or not. Perform list digging prompts. So in order to get your list right, I told you already that I said already that the lists are usually badly ordered. They are ordered in order of absolute importance rather than of importance with respect to your prompt. Okay, so reshuffle the list and dig between two answers and compare answers, etc. Compare elements. Yeah, and look whether Oxford Brookes is really, if there's nothing closer than Oxford, these two universities that are next to each other, or look whether they are really in the right order with respect to your prompt. I mean, you can easily prompt the system to do this, okay? Import relevant knowledge from the web, and that's what is usually done with RAG, but do it in a smart way, okay? So these are all things that are in our system chat to data that we constructed. We have a prototype currently, but it has already been applied to some industrial applications. And well, what this system does is simply it interacts with the database, and it interacts with LLMs and with the web and with local documents that are local knowledge or documents on even knowledge bases that are available, rule-based knowledge, etc. So we have done a core system currently which already works pretty well. And so what the system does is if you start with a prompt, the system makes a lot of prompts, okay? It's a problem. It's less efficient, of course. Yeah, it's much less efficient because instead of one prompt, we now have 16 prompts. But in a sense, it's a little bit what Perplexity does. Perplexity also decomposes a problem, but it doesn't do it, in our opinion, in the right way for getting the right data, okay? And then we have sub-problems, and recursively, we may even recursively decompose sub-problems, yeah? So if we say, two companies are competitor if they sell interchangeable products. What does it mean, interchangeable or similar products? What does it mean? So we go next level down, etc. We have to be careful not to be too circular, okay? So basically what we want to do is we want to take a database which is buggy, which has bugs, and we want to have we have implemented that on a small scale, yeah? 2 buttons. One button is verify, and the other button is enrich data. Verify data looks at all data in the database and checks whether this data is true, but does a lot of prompts. For each record, it does a lot of prompts. And enrich data finds new data, okay? New competitors. Okay, and so this is here a video of a prototype. So here we have, of course, we put some bad data in because there are not that many bad data in reality in Meltwater's database. So we put some real bad examples that are really in the Meltwater database, okay? The system has already noticed that this data, all these red crosses are bad data, okay? And now here it explains it. It explains these are not competitors because the one only operates in the United Kingdom and Switzerland, and the other one only in Germany, okay? So one of the necessary conditions for these 2 companies to be competitors is not satisfied. That's sufficient. The system can give this explanation, okay? And what's that? And here it has found many new competitors, and each new competitor comes with a score, okay? And we took here, in this case, all those who have a score greater than 50. But, I mean, of course, you can tune the system and can take risk less. Depends what you want to do with this data. You want to show that to a human, or you want to directly put it into the database. That depends on the application. So this is product substitutes. That's what I said before. We can do the same thing with product substitutes, and the system is reasoning on that, basically, using LLMs, and so on. So I think there is more. So evaluation of this, of our approach. So our original question was, could we replace the crowd by a human? Okay? And now we have evaluated that. On the difficult, competitor is really a difficult concept, very difficult. As you have already gathered, sometimes there are exceptions. It's judgmental. So our system chat to data, and that's prompting using GPT-4 here. Chat to data also uses GPT-4 here. And this is already a good prompting here. I've named it before, and what's the name? I forgot the name now. Of thought prompting, course of thought prompting, or something like that. Let me see. Here, chain of thought prompting. Yeah, that's the right name. This is chain of thought prompting. So you already give an algorithm of how to solve the problem. Yeah, but of course a simple one in the prompt. The user gives this in the prompt, plus, and here plus some examples. So few shot prompting, some examples. Okay. So in this, just look at this F-score. That F-score says how good that is or how bad. So here we come, our system, the F-score is here 0.75 of chat to data, and here 0.63, and here 0.71. So we already beat here humans, the human crowd. And we check this on very big data, okay? So that's wrong. Okay, and that's for similar products. It's in many sense simpler than competitor. Competitor is a very complex concept, actually. Yeah? So this is the evaluation for a simpler concept. Our system automatically decides whether two products are similar. Score, F-score 0.88, and the other one 56 and 58. So the answer is simply we can do better than the experts in the crowd, so-called experts. Okay, last point. It is practically, it's very difficult to use our system when we have millions and millions of data. Okay, it's very costly. And also in some applications, you don't need to check only records, but you need to check for correctness of a database. Doesn't only mean every record is correct, but you could have, let's say, projects and sub-projects, and the sum of the costs of the sub-projects must be smaller than the sum of the entire project, smaller equal. Yeah? Things like that connect many records to each other. Okay? So we have a second part of our system that generates rules. And we use this for an Italian data set, a very big data set also with millions of databases with millions of records. The PNRR is a very big national project. And there are many, many small projects that are financed by the PNRR. And we generate, and there are three data sets here. And our system uses the LLM for generating integrity constraints and rules over the database. Okay? And I don't go into the details, I just give you three examples of rules, okay? And what we want to do with these rules is we want to detect anomalies, okay? So one rule is the awarded amount of a project, of a tender, is normally not greater than the total amount of the tender, okay? If there's a tender with a total amount and you have one project in this tender, this project cannot get more money than the total amount that you have, okay? And we ran this, we translated this, of course, into a database query, and we found that in this project, for instance, the total tender amount is 118,000 million euro, 118,000, sorry, euro, and the awarded amount is 144. So how can that be? So we discovered a real error. And then actually our system discovered this error. It's not clear whether it's an error or not. People have to decide it, but our system also tries to identify the data web page, if there's a web page of these entities, and actually they found out that this is in fact an error in the data error. Okay, it's not fraud. In other types, it would be fraud. It could be fraud. If you pay more than actually there was there. So in the payment table, there is more money than was instantiated initially. So there must be something wrong. Yeah, you give more to some project than was actually possible. Okay, so we found 2,073 such errors, of which some are fraud and some others are simply data input errors. Okay, and then we found functional dependency violations, duplicates that should not be there with some different numbers, and other violations. The planned end date of a project is before the planned start date. So you have a project, the end date and start date, and the end date is before the start date. Yeah? So that's a clear error. And the good thing is that it's not a human-made rule. The rule was made by the LLM. The LLM looks at the data and discovers that the end date should always be after the starting date, because now the LLM understands the structure of the database. And that's it. And well, here what we say is, in order to discover inconsistencies, logical inconsistencies, that's the future. We will use some knowledge. For instance, the knowledge here says between two objects there can be only one similarity score. So that's also a functional dependency, actually. Yeah? There's only one similarity score. Otherwise, it would be false if there are two. And then we can use a theorem prover or some other reasoner, theorem prover, CSP, constraint satisfaction problem solver, and put that in. So the difficult part is here to find the predicates that describe statements here, the main statements. You find predicate, similarity score, and then you need to import rules about this. But the LLM can find the rules itself, okay? But this is our future work, basically, part of. Okay, I think there are huge opportunities here. So in a certain sense, this is also what we are already doing, a little bit of neurosymbolic AI. You have the left part of the brain, the logical part, yeah, more or less, yeah, and the right part, which is the network, and we let the logical part makes it reason here. Okay, so that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your attention. I think.
Okay, we have the micros here. Okay, we have questions.
I was wondering about your query for the similarity score. That seems like quite a hard question to ask when you just compare two things. Often we would usually ask someone to say, is A more similar to B or to C? And get a relative score. Have you tried that, and do they do that?
Yeah, we do that also. Yeah, the system also learns transitivity, but not perfect. Not direct transitivity rules. Restricted transitivity rules is very interesting. Yeah, it learns them automatically. Okay, but the similarity score is the good thing is that. I mean, the system asks really, what does it mean two products are similar? Right. And it could even go per product category in a certain category. So you can extend it, right. And then for different categories, you will come up with different results. Yeah? But you have to look what you can ask. I mean, you cannot exaggerate, so you have to limit it at some point. But you can say, what does it mean? What does it mean for two products to be similar? Okay, right. Yeah. Similar means it could mean, but it could mean something which is, you don't have to define similarity. You need to have enough anchor this concept of similarity sufficiently into data so that the system then can get it from data. So you could also say two things are similar if they appear together in lists of web pages, yeah, where they say alternatives or so. Yeah?
Yes.
Or, so this would be explicit.
Yeah, contextual similarity rather than attributes.
But you can also say if you can use the system for the same thing and so on. And then the system itself, and that's very difficult, attaches by using a data set that has been already verified, okay? It tries to attach weights to the different criteria based on the existing data set, on the verified data set, yeah, where it knows that this is already correct, yeah? And then it says which attribute or which aspect that the system asks, yeah, is weighted in which way. Yeah? Thank you. And then the weights have to sum up to 1, of course, yeah, and then to get the score.
Another question?
So, thank you very much,
Thank
Georg.
you.
Now, maybe I can call the rest of the members of the Scientific Council. If you can please come, the floor is yours now.
I stay here, yeah.
Have a tea? Yes, you can go directly and have a seat.
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, and now we have the last session of the event. We are happy to have this discussion panel with our honorable members of ValgrAI Scientific Council. We have Ramón López de Mantaras from the Consejo Superior de Investigaciones Científicas, Carme Torras, also from the Consejo Superior de Investigaciones Científicas, CSIC. We have Tom Dietrich from University of Oregon, and George Gottlob from University of Calabria. So, well, let me thank you very much for your support, for your advice, for ValgrAI Foundation. We are really grateful for the advice that you give us and you have been giving us during these years, and I can only say thank you very much. And now the floor is yours.
Thank you. All right, so I'm in charge of moderating this discussion. I passed a few questions to the members of this panel. As well, Georg Gottlob, there's no need to introduce you. You just introduced 1 hour ago or so. Then we have Tom Dietrich, I think it's well known also to most of you, from Oregon State University. So one of the pioneers of machine learning, one of the old guys of AI. We were discussing some time ago, just at lunchtime, that we are now somehow the old guys of AI. Oh my goodness. Carme Torres, which is, you know her for sure too. Yes, it was last year that you gave this invited talk, yes. that was on social robotics, robotics for assisting people, and myself that I'm in charge of the scientific council, chairing the scientific council. So I propose the subject of the discussion to discuss today about AI in science. What role is AI, and particularly generative AI, but not only. There is a life outside generative AI still. It's playing a role which is more and more important. That's very clear. I read that in the last 10 years or so, well, from 12 to 22, the use of AI in science has increased by quadrupling. So it's like 4 times more. And that was until 22. But then I found another piece of information recently that from 22 to now, which is only 3 years, it has already doubled. So it's in the last, let's say, 14 years or so, 13 years, it's tenfold, so 10 times more, 1 order of magnitude, which is quite impressive, right? So one of the questions that I wanted to put on the table, on the panel, is will AI accelerate discovery in a time where scientific progress appears to be slowing? There were some writings, some papers that were giving some hints, some indications that maybe the scientific progress was somehow, if not slowing, so reaching like an asymptote. No? Like there are many groundbreaking results didn't seem to follow a sharp increase somehow, no? And some people believe that, there is this saying that AI may change the situation, so may accelerate the scientific progress. So that would be one question that we have a few others, right? But this would be my first question to you. I have my personal view too, but anyone who wants to start, I mean, I will not pose questions to a particular person, but just anyone that feels that has something to say or wants to say something about this can go ahead. So will AI accelerate discovery? Do you think this will happen or is happening?
Is it open? Yes. Yeah. Well, in preparing for this panel, I looked into what was written about this. And there is a survey on Nature, published in Nature in 2023. They asked 1,600 researchers how do they think AI could benefit research. And most of them say that AI will accelerate a lot. For instance, programming. Nowadays, many people use ChatGPT or others to program. So, yeah, to write code, also to gather data, well, I have here the survey, also the computation time, the several hypotheses that could be tested at the same time, and so on. But they see also some problems, and some were exemplified by Georg before, which are frauds, fake research. What else they said? The increased reliance on pattern recognition without understanding anything. So the fear I have is that researchers do the same. I mean, rely a lot on correlations and things like that, and not really understand what else. Well, yeah.
I think this is a crucial point, because one thing is to increase the quantity, the volume, the amount of findings, but does this automatically mean that there is more understanding, more knowledge? Because it's not the same. There are examples of this that have been published also on this drawback. You know? One thing is, okay, you have in terms of quantity, but in terms of quality, of truly discovery, because you know we are in phase of techniques that have this black box type of nature, right? Which is a limitation, and this doesn't go along very well with the fact that with discovering really new knowledge.
So one of my dreams, I guess, and I still have it as my pinned tweet on the site formerly known as Twitter, is that we could build a knowledge base of scientific knowledge, of the knowledge we believe, and that would have the provenance back to the sources, ideally to the experimental data or to the mathematical proofs. Because right now, science is largely a faith-based exercise. We trust the papers we read and so on, but errors easily creep in and can propagate for a long time, and it can often take the field a long time to recover. We see this particularly in medicine, but I think it's true in other areas, even mathematics. So I guess that's one place where perhaps with the support of LLMs and maybe also theorem provers and automated statistics, we might be able to do careful provenance of the things we believe are true in the literature. I mean, we're already seeing a big impact in some of these things like the deep research tools. I think Google, OpenAI. There's a company called Elicit, right, that claims to be able to write a review article for you, for a specific customized query. So I think that might be a way that we could avoid repeating work that's already been done, or maybe be smarter about replicating work that's already been done to check it. There are other places, though, where I think there are huge opportunities that we're seeing. You may have heard of this new telescope, the Vera Rubin telescope, that was just returned its first images. Each of those images is a 6 gigabyte image, and they expect to collect 10 to the power 16 bytes over the history or the operating period. So just cataloging and querying, clustering, and anomaly detection over all of the astronomical objects that those images will collect is very likely to uncover novelty. And that's at a scale that people could never do. People have been working on AI for astronomy now for, I don't know, maybe 20 years or so, back to just finding all the volcanoes on Venus. I remember a paper many years ago. And there have been already discoveries coming out of that. So I think, but then there also, there's a website called openproblems.bio, which is based on this single cell analysis with microfluidic instruments, where, again, they're collecting massive amounts of data at individual cell levels for either basic biology or cancer biology. And there are opportunities, well, it will be absolutely required to use AI-type tools to analyze and understand that data and build causal models. And of course, there's AlphaFold and its successors, material science. And I saw a really interesting talk last year at a meeting in Germany from Veronica Eyring, who's, I believe, from Sweden. She's one of the gods of atmospheric science. And she was applying symbolic regression methods to atmospheric science data and getting very interesting expressions. They're using basically fairly simple genetic algorithm type searches over symbolic expressions. And we're discovering not only equations that they knew, but some additional terms that they were able then to interpret as having a physical basis. And so I think that's also very exciting. Of course, all of the things I just mentioned don't have anything to do with large language models. They're all based on other AI technology. But I think there are immense opportunities there.
Yeah, I fully agree with what you said, but yeah, I can only add to that. I think AI is good for the scientists. Yeah. So we have a lot of tools now that we didn't have, right? Deep research, and even Google Scholar is based on AI in a certain sense. Yeah. Now, again, here we have to be a little bit careful, because what is the order of the result that we get presented? Yeah? The most cited paper is maybe not the one that is most appropriate for what we are looking. Yeah? But so one has to take all these predictions, this predictive AI, a little bit with a grain of salt, and has to maybe, in my opinion, not only look at the first results, yeah? tweak it again, the search, etc. Then there's this other type of AI, like protein folding, where you solve hard problems, NP hard problems, but once you have the solution, you know that this is a solution, because you see this is now what you have, a protein with certain properties. Okay? You have generated something that has certain properties that you can easily check. It's just like an NP hard problem. This is an NP hard problem to get to it, but once you have it, you can say, now AI has discovered such a protein. Yeah, that's wonderful, because we will have new medicine, new pharmaceutical products, etc., but also new insight. Yeah, in what makes this, why, yeah, maybe you didn't even know why this thing would be so good and have this property. But now it has these properties, you have a thing, and you can prove it has these properties. So there's provable useful AI, and there's predictive AI, which is also good. We can predict something about the environment, for instance. Yeah? The environment, global warming things, and yeah, they are not 100% because they don't take everything into account, and still it's a warning sign for us, but we have to be also warned not to trust blindly everything. And then there are these results, interestingly, where you can 100% know. Now, here we have 100% a new molecule, and this new molecule has some very good properties. And before that, a scientist would have won the Nobel Prize for this. Yeah? And now almost the system, still the scientist behind it, but the system wins the Nobel Prize. So I think, yes, AI dramatically accelerates research in various ways, predictively, but also, how to say, solving constraints and generating new matter, new molecules.
Yeah, let's go for other questions, other issues. AI being now such a huge hype, it seems that everyone has to use AI very often without deeply thinking or making a serious reflection of whether it is really necessary, or maybe there are other techniques that might work as well. We know that this happens, that are maybe more statistical, more classical statistical techniques, for instance, right? That may use, but sometimes they work as well or better than a sophisticated AI model, right? And this, because of this hype, and that everyone wants to do something to apply AI. In science, this happens too, especially this widespread use of machine learning by researchers who lack expertise. Researchers in other fields, in any sciences, biologists, physicists, economy, that actually they lack expertise, and sometimes they get results that they have not enough knowledge of the limitations of the models, of the limitations of the tools they are using, and they reach conclusions, and they come up with conclusions that maybe are not correct, and often they are not. There's a very well-known example of this use on the predicting COVID infection that you probably all of you know, that it turned out that in the trainings data, large majority of the COVID positive were adults, all people, and in the contrary, those that were not positive on the COVID were children. Actually, this model was what was really differentiating or discriminating was age, not COVID. So this is a very good example of using these models, these machine learning models, off the shelf, basically almost, and running the system, and whoops, wow, I got this result, and I feel very happy because I found a good predictor of COVID, right? And it was not at all the case, as you know. No? And there are many other examples. The one with this, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of new crystals, of new materials that were even published. I think it's Nature of Science, extremely top journal, that it was rebunked. It was rebunked because then people, experts on the field, and they published that on one of these very famous material science journals, said that none of these supposedly new findings were actually new. And those that appeared to be new, they were not stable at all. So they were completely useless. No? So this is like examples of, of these shortcomings, these problems of using this machine learning, in particular machine learning, not in that case, where when there is no much expertise. I mean, AI, obviously, machine learning is not magic. If you are, it will not make you much better scientist by using it. That's one thing. I mean, I know you want to comment about this issue.
Just ad hoc. I mean, there's a book, a very famous book. I forgot the author name. How to Lie with Statistics. Yeah. And now there should be one. How to Lie with AI. Probably it already exists. But.
Yeah, along that.
I mean, I'm not optimistic because look at all the abuse of p-values. Scientists are taught to use p-values as a measure of the strength of an effect, but it isn't really that. It's mostly a measure of sample size, right? It's worse with machine learning, I think, because machine learning algorithms, I call them information-seeking weapons. They're just looking for a correlation, and they'll find it, as you say, in the adult versus child, or finding a caption up in the upper left-hand corner of the picture that turns out to be barcoding the answer in some way. I mean, I've even made that mistake myself in a computer vision project where it turned out, instead of looking at the object, it was reading little bubbles that were forming on the edge of the microscope slide, and that was encoding the class label. So it's you could call it how to fool yourself with machine learning as opposed to how to lie, because people don't deliberately do this. So how can we teach proper methodology? I think the holdout method is powerful, but people replace that with cross-validation instead, and cross-validation, it's very easy to then tune against the cross-validation result and completely invalidate your analysis. So journals need to, I guess, have methodological checklists. We need to train people to use the holdout method honestly, but it's very difficult. And since I've fooled myself, I don't know.
Yeah, I think training programs for scientists is very important. And well, actually in Spain there are several initiatives. iHub, for instance, is one. That they do courses specifically for scientists on how to apply AI in their fields. And there are many projects, small projects going on this area. And also ValgrAI could make a difference in this respect, not just educating citizens, which is very nice, but also scientists on how to use, because there are many scientists interested in using AI in a proper way, but it's just that they don't know how to do it. And another thing I wanted to raise is that Well, another possible problem of AI is that scientists rely so much on AI that they do not train themselves in the subject matter and delegate the decisions and so on. And the risk is that we scientists end up being peripherals of the machine, that the machine does the good work, I mean the creative, the design of experiments, etc., what we like to do, and we are just
too much?
And we are the peripherals in the sense that, for instance, experiments with animals, of course, the machines, the AI cannot deal with, feeding the animals and so on, but they can design the experiments to be done. So maybe scientists in experimental animal design could end up being just the peripherals of the machines. So we have to be careful of what we delegate. If we delegate the important, the creative things, we can end up being machines ourselves.
It may affect negatively the critical thinking, which is absolutely crucial in science. I mean, scientists, first of all, one of the things that's very important we have to do is to be a little bit skeptical. And they say, let's be careful, slowly, thinking slowly, and waiting, reproduce results. So the issue of reproducibility is a big issue, a big problem actually we have in AI. I remember now, came to my mind right now, some time ago, I don't know if it already still exists, there was a journal called the Journal of Irreproducible Results. Believe it or not, this journal existed. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. Well, maybe the journal was, those that set up the journal, I think this journal was founded to raise awareness, obviously. I know, Tom. It was raise awareness of the issue of reproducibility, but the journal existed. It was not something invented. And I remember at some point, I don't remember when was that, long time ago in one of these AI conference, that this came up and someone said in a panel similar to this one, said, AI, we could define AI as the science of irreproducible results. So I was, he said, she added, I don't remember who was it. Well, let's hope that when the field matures, as time goes, the AI will be more mature field, and maybe we become a real science, like it's more classical or standard sciences, and it will be a science of reproducible results. Do you think that AI is also puts into risk the problem of reproducibility?
Well, certainly. I'm very concerned. There is a lot of enthusiasm to automate AI research. And you see, particularly automating machine learning research. And I attended a talk a couple of weeks ago by Zoom, where the authors were basically defining a successful research outcome as one that would get accepted by conference reviewers. And they used an LLM to simulate the conference reviewers. Catastrophe, right, from my perspective. You're just doing the Turing test now. You just got to fool the reviewers. That's not science, right? As you say, a scientist has this strange role of having to be optimistic that the thing they're studying can be understood, and pessimistic that their current understanding is wrong. And walking that, we kind of have this split personality. One place that gives me some hope, though, is we also now have Judea Pearl and others, this theory of causal inference and causal reasoning. And I think we should be teaching scientists these tools, and not only teaching them, but creating better, very easy to use tools. If you want people to do the right thing, let's give them tools that make it easy to do the right thing. And because I think that a lot of the failures we've been mentioning are just failures of causality, finding some spurious correlation instead of the underlying causal phenomena. So maybe there's hope there. But unfortunately, in machine learning, especially with all this, you know, we heard this morning about alternatives to just chasing the leaderboard, but this leaderboard chasing just encourages people to try kind of random changes in neural networks and see if it improves their score. This gives absolutely no understanding of what's going on, but that's kind of the mindset right now, especially among younger researchers. So we're in trouble.
I can only agree with what was said.
Of course, we're also getting lots of fake papers, just generated, LLM-generated papers submitted to, say, to the archive, for instance, which I'm involved with, and it's a huge problem for us there. We used to reject only about 1% of submissions to archive, but I think in computer science we're up to 7% now, and that's partly a sign of a lot more junk. Well, what's the technical term? Slop, I believe, being submitted.
But I think that there's also another point which is related to this. When is AI applied to humans? When you apply AI to humans, you have to be very careful. No? Credit rating, which is extremely often wrong. I wanted to buy, I wanted to get a credit card, and I got it with a limit of 500 because in the house where I used to live, I lived in a house where before somebody was living who didn't pay their bills, and so I got paid. Actually, that's a ghost that hunted this house, basically, the new version, the electronic version of a ghost. Yeah? Okay. Yeah. So I got a bad credit rating because somebody was living, and the system obviously had generated a kind of rule or associated this with me by saying, if you live in the same house as somebody who doesn't pay their bills, then also you will not pay your bills. Yeah? But I wasn't living with this guy because this guy was living there before. But there was no database at all. Yeah? But in England, there is no database about people. Yeah? There's no people don't have to register in any database. Yeah? So the system just thought that this guy was living there, and unethically, it generates the correct rule. The rule is correct statistically. If you live together with somebody who doesn't pay their bills, statistically you don't pay your bills. Yeah? But you cannot apply that to humans. Yeah? It's very risky. And so I think for this we really need to have also research. Yeah? I mean, also in research such things occur. Yeah? And we need a catalog of questions that we have to ask ourselves before we take an AI tool and apply it for decisions that have consequences for people. Yeah? And I think there's not enough research on that currently. And it's very, very critical.
Well, yeah, let's go forward. Well, there's another issue that I had in the list is the problem of data leakage, right? Where information from the test data influences the training data. So this contamination, data leakage, data contamination. Of course, this in science, when you use AI for doing scientific research as a tool for helping your research scientists, your research work, that's an extremely serious problem because you may think that the AI did something absolutely impressive, incredible, and it turns out that it was already there, right? More or less, the patterns were already in the training data. This has been also identified as has been pinpointed as a huge problem on the use of AI in science. What is your thinking about that?
Now, this problem, the abstraction of independent and identically distributed data is rarely encountered in the real world, right? There often are correlations among the data points, and when we treat them as independent, we make errors. This is extremely obvious in spatial data. So if you have you have data points measured with XY coordinates, and if you just randomly split into training and test data, probably every test data point will have a training data point that was very close to it spatially. And of course, if there's any kind of autocorrelation in space or in time or in a social network or any place where you don't have independent data, you'll have trouble. I have a colleague who is one of Udea Pearl's students who has been working on, again, causal reasoning tools to be able to tell you when it is safe to go ahead and treat the data as IID versus when you need to apply some corrections. And usually what you find out is although you have 100 data points, say, you really only have 20 data points in terms of real degrees of freedom because of the correlations. And it also influences if you want to do some sort of holdout test, how do you do that split into training and test data? How do you try to get an independent test if in some sense you have only one instance, which is a graph or a map? These are hard. There are still research questions there to be solved. I mean, it's just like also a database. Right? Each tuple is not independent. but naively, we often treat it as if it is, or we calculate the universal relation and then treat each.
I want to add something about copyright, because it's also related to it.
Yeah.
People now say, well, all these LLMs actually are trained, and they, in some sense, they violate copyright in a small, not in an exact sense, but of course they take pieces of text, etc. Here I have a contrarian opinion, actually. I mean, on one hand, I'm angry that the search engines then claim copyright for what they produce, but they steal it from the entire web. Yeah. On the other hand, I have to say, I believe that they are doing that search engines and LLMs in particular that can be used as search engines are very good for humanity. Yeah, they help. Yeah, and so if something is good for humanity, you have to sacrifice something that blocks it. Okay. So, for instance, if you want to build a new railway in a country, then you expropriate territories on the way. You have to expropriate and you have to give money to the people. Yeah? You have to compensate people. And I think that will be a model in the future. There has to be also a new model for compensating people. In part it already exists, because sometimes I get money just because I publish things. So there is some organization, I forgot the name, that collects money, I don't know from whom, and gives you money. But in general, I think there should also be a kind of expropriation of this copyright. It doesn't have to go too far, so to allow search engines or LLMs in particular to take this knowledge and to mix it with other stuff and do something. So then there need to be a new legal model for this, in my opinion. Yeah? And expropriation is not always bad. Sometimes it's good if it serves a better goal, let's say, a better purpose.
Well, I will deviate a bit from this topic. So, yeah, is it? No, because we are talking about AI as a tool. Yeah? Yeah, that you can use it wrongly, or you can, but it's always thought as a tool, which in my opinion is good. But there are all these projects now about building an AI scientist. For instance, Dr. Kitano last year talked about this Turing challenge, or how was it called? Nobel Turing challenge. So by 2050, they expect, I don't know if this is just a challenge in order to develop research or they are serious, but I know of other such projects in Europe as well. So this to me brings more difficult problems, say, or because if we leave to science to machines directly, then what are the authorized voices to say that this is good research for humanity or this is good research in itself? All this quality we are looking for, this copyright and everything, do machines will do it also? So I think it's a serious threat in the sense that we are somehow delegating essential values of humanity. And well, and they are working on this, so I don't know, I wanted to know your opinion on this.
Well, before we were mentioning the word being skeptical, I am very skeptical of Ulyss about this, and absolutely skeptical. There are people who talk about, for example, formulating an hypothesis, coming up with an hypothesis, or the aha moment. This is out of reach of AI, in my opinion. In my opinion, I mean, and I think it will be out of reach of AI for many, many years. I don't know if at some point this kind of capability will be possible. I know that there is some work on that. There is some work on there was this, I remember now the authors from UK, some time ago already, that set up a system that had also some hardware. It was not only on software, on turning off and on some genes, I think, and coming up with they said, well, I read the paper and I have to say that it was very cryptic. It was not easy to understand at all. It was obviously not reproducible again, in my opinion, hardly reproducible. And they pretend to say that this system was capable of hypothesizing, making an hypothesis, and then setting up, planning experiments in order to refute or confirm the hypothesis. You may know, have you heard about this?
Was this Ross King's work? Ross King?
Ross King was one of
he's had this, AI, this automated biologist working for 15 years.
But that was long ago, and nothing else has happened.
Right.
So,
I mean, now
are we in the same situation that we're again claiming that the AI will be able to do all the spectrum of what it means, of what it's to do science or to do scientific research? I have serious doubts.
Well, I think what we're going to see first is the automation of routine science. So we're seeing this in material science. I mean, despite that notorious paper, there are a lot of labs doing automated materials discovery, right, where they just, I'm familiar with some work at Caltech, where they use these sort of splatter, sort of like inkjet printing, to create mixtures of different materials, and then they analyze them spectrographically and try to understand what they've made and what its properties are. And certainly there's similar things happening in drug design. I'm very optimistic about progress in drug design. But in all these cases, and also maybe in mathematical theorem proving, right? We are setting the problem, and we're automating the very routine science part of generating all the different, generating and testing different possible solutions. To go beyond that, we need to build systems that know why they would believe something to be true or false. LLMs have no concept, really, of truth, right? Because they also don't have any concept of their data sources particularly, right? Essentially, they've been told during training, trust everything unless it's too noisy or too rare. But I think that brings me back to my first point, which is, could we build a knowledge base that had the provenance links all the way back to why we believe something is true? And you would need to have that in order to be able to say, okay, I'm going to hypothesize something that we do not know whether it's true, and then I have to design an experiment that would provide a basis for believing it. I also saw a paper just last week, I think, from someone saying that most of the time when we do an intervention, experimental intervention, particularly in human and social systems, but also in medicine and in biology, we are rarely actually intervening on the variable of interest. We are usually intervening on what's known as an instrumental variable, right, in the causal thing. And so we also have to assess the relationship of that instrumental variable to the true variable, which may not be observable and may only be a theoretical construct, might not have validity, as we were discussing this morning. So I think there are so many problems that need to be solved before we could do that. But I don't think it's out of reach ultimately. I mean, to me, the reason I got into AI to begin with was to try to understand how is it that scientists come to know things are true. Right, I mean, I can't remember which philosopher of science said, you know, the central question in philosophy of science is how we moved from our common sense notion of the world to believing that quantum mechanics is what's going on. A completely and totally implausible thing. So, and how do we do that in a series of rational steps?
I wonder if maybe we should give an opportunity to the audience to say something or comment something or ask something. Anna, yeah, we can do that? Or I don't know. It's,
maybe I have to ask you to borrow me a microphone, but there is any question.
in case anyone is, you are not obliged, but, but if,
Vicente?
You don't talk about common sense. You don't talk about common sense. What do you think if it's possible to incorporate the common sense in this AI in order to solve problems that we can infer from?
I'm not sure I hear. I'm not sure I hear the question properly.
Common sense.
So the question is, we didn't talk about common sense.
Oh.
And I guess from the scientific point of view, it's not common sense, it's uncommon sense.
Common sense of AI or common sense in using AI?
Yeah.
Common sense in using it.
Using it.
Well, yeah.
I think George had very good examples of the failure of these systems to use the knowledge they have.
Yeah, I have another microphone. No, but I think now the LLMs have access to so many texts, yeah, and common sense can also be discovered in this text. Yeah, it's a kind of approach to normal behavior, and common sense is in all these texts, and the system could identify this, and so I think that there's a bridge because it can take learn a lot from what humans have written and done, and crystallize out some whatever is common sense reasoning. I mean, I dealt a lot with common sense reasoning in a very restricted framework, like default logic, etc. Yeah. So what are you doing by default? If you left your bicycle outside, and then you go back and you don't find it, yeah, before you go back, you don't do a statistical reason. You say, my bicycle is there. And when you learn that it's not there, you have to change your theory. Yeah, but you don't say that for this reason, I don't know, the Eiffel Tower is no longer in Paris or so. Yeah? So you leave the rest of the world intact, but you change it only a little bit, and that's called also common sense reasoning. Yeah? And I think systems, it's very difficult. I mean, people have made so many theories about common sense. What is common sense logic? Logic, for instance, yeah? Can we tweak logic to get common sense? But I think LLMs can help because they can say in such a situation, yeah, this and this happens, and they describe, and they can learn from so many situations, and at the end can help us maybe even to find a good solution to something, which is based on human reasoning actually, on human descriptions or whatever.
There is some nice work by Yi-Jin Choi, who she did this work when she was at University of Washington. Now she's moved to Stanford, where she extracts and builds a common sense knowledge base by asking a set of queries to the LLM. So I think that, but you can get common sense about things that people have written about. Yeah. But common sense about the physical world is often not described linguistically. And some of that maybe can be learned by looking at video, but some of it maybe is going to be required by robots interacting with the world and learning about it that way.
I had with me this paper that you might I'm sure you may know. The title is "Why an Over-Reliance on AI-Driven Modeling is Bad for Science." by Arvind Narayana and Sayash Kapoor. No, they wrote this nice book on the snake oil, the AI snake oil. And they say something very interesting that it obviously is connected with what we are right now discussing. And I think it's connected with what we said, what you said, Vicente, from the point of view of having the common sense is on us, and having common sense not to over-rely precisely on AI. That's a common sense attitude. Don't over-rely on the use of AI in science. I will read you just a very short paragraph. They say, which is, to me, sounds pretty obvious, but is very well said. Says, science is not merely a collection of facts or findings. Actual scientific progress happens through theories, which explain a collection of findings and paradigms, which are conceptual tools for understanding and investigating a domain. As we move from findings to theories to paradigms, things get more abstract, broader and less amenable to automation. I think this, in my opinion, I understand from this observation that, when you're moving from findings to theories to paradigms, it's true that going to the level of, findings, AI can be very, very helpful in the findings aspect, phase, the finding phase, let's call it, right? In theories, that's already very, very, very tricky, because we know that every model is wrong, but some models are useful. I don't remember who said that. There's some famous scientist that said that at some point, which is quite true. So theories is careful. But then moving to paradigms, I don't know, but in my opinion, this is really out of the automation, out of the reach of automation even in AI. I don't know if you want to say something along these lines?
Well, we don't know how to do that kind of deep conceptual change right now. I don't think we have very good models of it, and it's relatively rare in the history of science. Therefore, we also don't have a lot of training examples.
But maybe in the future we can teach you, I can learn more abstraction and then reason at a very abstract level and recognize that something is a paradigm shift or something like that.
Yeah, but up to what point, if we delegate into machines the findings, the analysis of data, and for instance in mathematics, the proving of the theorems, which now they do quite well for the regular mathematics. But then if this is delegated to machines, genius, to make really a paradigm shift, or if there are no regular mathematicians, to me there will be no genius mathematicians, because they need this, I don't know how to say it, but in Castellano, or in caldo de cultivo, no? If all this is in machines, maybe humanity will lose this capability. Then we cannot transfer to machines either. Well, I'm being a bit philosophical here, but I think it's a real threat. I don't know what you think, but how many average mathematicians to give birth to a genius?
It's a social aspect, science. It's not something that an isolated AI, no matter how powerful it is, in my opinion, might model or somehow, I will not say substitute, I don't like this word, or compare to the whole social and collaborative aspects that are behind scientific progress.
Our colleagues at the Institute will build a multi-agent system that will mimic the scientific community. I mean, I think it's quite surprising that a panel with AI people on it, a field dedicated to attempting to replicate all of human cognitive activity, says some things are impossible. We don't know.
No, we don't
I think
know,
you know, I think right now, with the state of machine learning, we cannot learn good abstractions. So we can barely take baby steps in this direction right now, and I guess we need to proceed with great humility, both for what we might achieve and what we might not achieve.
Well, there are many other things that we could discuss, but I don't know, when should we finish, Anna?
It's already time.
More or less now?
Yeah, it's okay.
More or less now, yeah? Okay. Because, you know, there are these issues about, you know, cheating with AI allows you to cheat much more easy, and, you know, acting not on good faith and falsifying things, or there are many issues now, using AI even to write the papers and forgetting to delete the typical sentence. Oh yes, here it is. Here's the abstract of ChatGPT or things like this, no? Or using AI to review. So there are other challenges which are, in my opinion, maybe less, in my humble opinion, are maybe less interesting than what we have been discussing. I think it was more deep, right? More deeper. But there are still other things, right, around the use of AI in science that it would be interesting not to forget. And well, I don't know if call it a closing sentence. It sounds very pretentious, but something like in the sense that, okay, use these tools, but with a lot of common sense, right? Okay.
Yeah, because we're seeing the rise of deep fake research, deep fake science. Yeah. It's a mess. And because I look at all these submissions to archive, I don't look at all of them myself personally, but I look at many of them, and we see things like illustrations generated by one of those models, and you know, things are misspelled. It's obvious that it's a fake. So the person who produced it didn't even bother to check the output at all, as you say. But on the other hand, we are having to team up with Google, for example, to try to use some of their LLM detection, fingerprint detection, to detect papers that are synthetic. Yeah.
Georg, Tom, Karma, thanks very much for being here, even in this debate. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. And now with Vicent, General Director at ValgrAI, we have to thank our Scientific Council for this interesting panel, for your support, and everybody, all the attendees for being here and sharing also your knowledge and thoughts. And now, Vicent is saying something.
Thank you, George, Tom, Karma, Ramon, for this nice panel. We hope that all you have enjoyed this forum, and we look forward all of you, seeing all of you next year. Thank you very much to all the assistants, in here and online, also the online assistant. Thank you very much, and we seeing you next year here. Thank you.
Thank you.